came. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the top, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn alone in the shadows. I'm carrying you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shine. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shine. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight
top like it's due date. And I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
And
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. I was too quick off the block there because I'm so excited to bring this show to you today because it is our final two best of threes of the playoffs. After this, it is going to be going into those best of fives that we know so well for hamstringing teams towards the end, but also that means we have an elimination game today, so really exciting stuff to start off with. I'm your host as always, Twiggy, and I'm joined today once again by MP. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. Not only we have elimination game, but we have a game that will put one of these teams into grand finals. That could be Dynasty, that could be ULF esports, but I think that elimination game is gonna matter quite a lot because obviously these teams, they want to get more points. Twisted Minds, they are on top of the leaderboards in terms of ascension points right now, but mandatory, they would really love to get that extra 4 points on winning and not just leave with those 5 points. Gonna be an interesting day today.
Well, let's take a look at the playoffs bracket because we had some exciting games yesterday that led into this one, meaning that one team is going to be, or two teams, sorry, are going to be in the lower bracket there and one in the upper bracket. Mandatory versus Twisted Minds is going to be our first game. ULF said they wanted to play against Mandatory. They may not get the opportunity to if the MENA team have their way because they are up against Dynasty to start off with in the upper bracket for a chance to get themselves straight into the grand finals, and that is a really important game and one that I think is going to be an absolute banger. What we saw, however, from Mandatory as we introduced that game is, you know, they didn't quite look themselves yesterday. I don't think this was the team that was, you know, getting through the group stage up against Dynasty, and I think there's a lot more to expect from them. I would like to have seen them adapt from what we saw yesterday and actually bring the fight to Twisted Minds today.
Yeah, and I think Mandatory, they were struggling in their own map pick that they actually played really well against BBL Pacific. So I think they need to up their game against Twisted Minds today. Obviously, Twisted Minds, they had a really devastating crumble in Haven as well. So something to take a look at in their possession as well. So a lot of improvements have to come for both of these teams. Mandatory, they just need to take a look into their map pool, be like, okay, is Lotus still a comfort pick? Was this something that happened only against Dynasty? Do we want to go for that again? I think this is going to be interesting because yesterday already interesting matches. Both of them were all the way to 3 maps and some OTs as well.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at Mandatory to begin with. Obviously, our French representatives getting through the group of death in quite an unorthodox fashion, right? One win under their belts. But that one win was against BBL Pacific. They also had Enterprise Esports in their team. But the way things shook out, the head-to-head, the map scoreline, it was Mandatory that came out on top. They even said themselves, we are the underdogs in this group. They didn't say they weren't expecting to get out of the groups, but I think that was kind of the vibe I got from the interview that we heard from these guys. But here they are now, and they have one more chance to stay in the playoffs.
Yeah, Mandatory, obviously a really strong roster. Takas, he was the big talking point yesterday, and he did deliver many multi-kills, many 1 vs X situations, but I think Mikey was one of the most crucial parts in this roster, especially in Sunset. His lurks through mid were incredibly important for this roster. When they were rotating towards B, Mikey would catch these rotations multiple times and have a lot of information. But Mandatory still kinda struggled, especially in their own map pick and on Haven as well. I think there was one reason, and that reason is Kellogg's. I want to take a look at Kellogg's, how he played against BBL Pacific and how he played how he played yesterday. Very two different Kellogg's here. Obviously it's not only because of one player, but I think Kellogg's can absolutely be a difference maker. When you look at the left, that was against BBL Pacific, absolutely dominating. On the right, that was against Dynasty yesterday. Kellogg's got only 7 kills yesterday in Lotus, and in that game against BBL Pacific, he already got over that in 2 rounds, in 2 first rounds. That was 8 kills against BBL Pacific, and he was the reason that Mandatory kind of won that, got the jump start at the start of the map. I think Kellogg's is one of the most important pieces here, and he's been struggling with the consistency, at least in my opinion. He can absolutely demolish a team. He can be that superstar duelist, but he needs to get on top of his game instantly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the thing when you do have such a star duelist going on. You do need them to show up when it counts. And while Mandatory is filled with really standout players, you really do need every single player on the team to be showing up on match day, especially against a team such as Twisted Minds, who showed us yesterday that, you know, they do bleed, but they have had a hell of a run so far, going flawless, obviously, in groups, in a 4-team group, no less. The representatives from Saudi Arabia here, and they really are showing that MENA do belong in this one. Obviously, MENA not having been injected into the formula until just now for Challengers EMEA. We didn't know what was going to happen, how they were going to stack up against the rest of the EMEA teams, against the rest of the regions. I mean, Twisted Minds doing really well.
Yeah, and they almost continued their flawless streak. The Haven was so close, but like we said, that was something that they needed to close out. Yesterday, I even highlighted what makes good team a great team is being able to close out those matches. A lot of talent in this roster. Yesterday, it was Jesse versus ULF kind of storyline. Jesse, obviously, a lot of experience behind him, but today, Twisted Minds, I think they need all to pop off. Exit has been incredible. Sand kind of inconsistent yesterday, couldn't quite get his game on, but a lot of surprises in my opinion yesterday already. Sikri, one of the better performances that we've seen. I think he had the most multi-kills actually in that matchup. He's kind of a player that flies under the radar, but he will always get those 2-3 kills per round.
Yeah, I mean, a player that we have highlighted over and over again from Twisted Minds, though, and for good reason, right? We tried to highlight every player, but Exit just keeps taking the limelight over and over again. The amount of multi-kills, the amount of important rounds he's had, currently ranked #1 for 3 of these stats, #2 for kills per round as well. I mean, this guy is absolutely ridiculous. You put him on the neon, he's going to be flying around, unable to hit him, and you give him an operator, and he's able to take down everybody in the team in one fell swoop, it seems like. Exit is a name to be looking at right now. If you haven't seen Exit play before, you'll probably see something special today.
Yeah, I feel like we're already like a broken record repeating the same story, but how can you not? He's literally the best player currently in the league if you check on the stats and if you see him play on the server. I think yesterday we kind of saw him overheat few times, but that's the star duelist that he is. If that actually succeeds, he goes insane. He finds a clip with a 5k, but I think sometimes he just needs to dial it down a little bit. Exit, also the longest standing member of this roster, actually joined back in 2023, really early January, so a lot of history from that standpoint as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking towards this game, what's your predictions? Right now, we have seen these teams bleed a little bit. Both of them have had their off days, I would say. Well, actually, I wouldn't even say Twisted Minds had an off day. It was just such a close series. Do you think you have a favorite coming into this one?
So to me, Twisted Minds already from their record is gonna be the favorite. They were 3-0 before yesterday, obviously 3-1 now. Mandatory, they've only won one game. Sure, that was the most important game and maybe even the hardest game in terms of paper, having to play against BBL Pacific. They are at 1-2 record. I do think Twisted Minds have the slight advantage. Where we could maybe see Mandatory pull out some interesting stuff is map pool, and that's where I kind of want to take a look at as well. There's few scenarios that I played out in my head, and to me this could be a surprise because Mandatory usually they have banned Abyss, but it's also Twisted Minds banned. So if Mandatory would float Abyss here, it would kind of force Twisted Minds to go for that Abyss ban, and that would mean that Mandatory maybe can go to Corrode, which Twisted Minds haven't shown at all. So that could be a surprising element, but also there's something in terms of Mandatory going for that bind ban. I think that would be really good for them, since Twisted Minds have already had a great bind. That Lotus yesterday, I think Mandatory has to question themselves. Do we actually want to play in Lotus against Twisted Minds, who has flawless record in Lotus in this tournament, and actually quite flawlessly in those matches as well? I'm pretty sure they were all like 13-4, 13-5, something like that. So don't really want to face against this strong Twisted Mind roster in that map.
Yeah, so you're saying we could see a game of chicken with Abyss, basically, is what I'm hearing, and maybe both teams don't want to go for it, and we'll see it as the float, third map. Who knows? I kind of doubt it. Let's be real. Nobody's playing Abyss right now, but yeah, I would love to see a really exciting kind of map veto coming through, where both teams are kind of forcing each other into an uncomfortable place, right? I think that's kind of what we saw yesterday as well. For both teams, they kind of had awkward bans. I think especially for Twisted Minds against ULF, they had to ban out, or they got banned out, sorry, a bind against them very quickly on, and they like playing bind. They wanted to play that one after their success in it beforehand. Didn't get the opportunity to, and after a very good first map from them, things slowly kind of fell out of control for them. But here we go, we actually get into this one, and once again, bind is getting banned out straight away. Nobody wants to play that against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Mandatory actually, they didn't want to go for the Abyss ban. They were gambling that Twisted Mind is gonna ban Abyss, but Corrode is gonna be that ban. I think Mandatory was actually hoping to pick Corrode. Maybe Sunset is something that they want to go for. No, they're confident in the Lotus. They are saying, with this pick, I think they're saying that yesterday it was a fluke. This is not gonna happen again. We're not gonna get beaten on this map. Haven is gonna be the second pick. I think we're gonna see some kind of classical stuff here. Probably Abyss is gonna go out of the window right now, at least for the side of Twisted Minds. Yeah, Mandatory is gonna take that out. Maybe Ascent is gonna be the one left. Sunset, yeah, either one I think would work. Sunset would probably work better for Mandatory.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, well, we'll see how it shakes out, but I think this is okay. Well, we're going to Ascent. There you go. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the classic three we've seen from the teams that have made it to the top four. I feel like we haven't really pushed the envelope out too much at this point. This is kind of the way it is when a map gets added to the pool very soon before a tournament. One is going to be Veto pretty much every single time, and then I don't think a lot of teams like Corrode, because it's also kind of a new map. We have seen so much Lotus over the last month.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen maybe one Abyss in this tournament, which is really weird. No. This Lotus, I think this is going to be really interesting because Twisted Minds, they have incredible track record here. They haven't lost a single game in Challengers EMEA, and like I said, that was 13-5 against Koi Phoenix, 13-7 against Mouse, and 13-6 against ULF Esports. Yesterday, Mandatory were struggling here. They were actually really struggling against Dynasty. They couldn't quite get themselves online. Kellogg's, he couldn't quite get there. I think there was a lot of hardships in terms of Mandatory. Enzo was getting countered by Tysis Odin as well. So to me, Mandatory have to find something else. Maybe Kellogg's popping off in the pistol like he did against BBL Pacific, finding that 4K, finding that boost instantly into this matchup. Yeah. If Kellogg's doesn't get that jump start, I think it's gonna be incredibly hard for Mandatory, but I do hope that they will get this instantly going, because I think Twisted Minds know exactly how to run this map, knows exactly how to bait out this utility of Mandatory. And Twisted Minds is also running the same composition that Dynasty did when they won against Mandatory 13-5.
Yeah, no surprises for either team whatsoever as we go into the Agent Select. I do think the lesson they learned from yesterday was not that they need to make changes to the maps that we saw. It's more that if you just don't show up on the day, you have an off day. We're in this kind of stage of the tournament now where that doesn't fly. You can't let that happen. You have to show up, every single member of your team. Otherwise, you can let rounds slip away from you so easily. And when you let rounds slip away from you, you get into those overtime situations and you can't quite have the just enough clutch factor you need to win out a map, win out a series. I mean, it was excruciatingly close from Twisted Minds on those last two maps. Mandatory, their second map as well, went down to the wire. And yeah, I think that's the lesson learned from both teams, and hopefully they have recuperated after yesterday. I think both kind of mentioned, we didn't hear from either of them, but we heard from ULF's coach that they've had a tough time of it because it's just been so full on, right? They've been playing every single day. They haven't really had time to kind of have a cooldown between these games, and that's that's a rarity in the Valorant scene, I feel like. And so yeah, I think hopefully we've seen less kind of counter-stratting, less of this talk about what we need to do differently in the server, and more just let's chill out and let's play some good Valorant. Every single member of the team needs to lock in. Hopefully that is what we will see here as we move into Lotus between Mandatory and Twisted Minds. I'm going to throw it over to your casters now. Hazza and Cairo, take it away.
That's right, the two highest seeded Ascension teams find themselves in the lower bracket. That was the state of play coming into playoffs, but plenty has changed since our opening game, Cairo.
It has, and the thing that worries me coming into this game is Mandatory's vetoes so far. Yesterday they gave Dynasty everything that they could have wanted, and today Twisted Minds are granted theirs as they start on Lotus, a map that Mandatory picked, but a map that so far Twisted Minds in the past 10 games that they've played have been flawless. They're yet to lose.
Yeah, there's plenty of history for them there, but we'll get to that in just a bit. For now, only one can progress and guarantee themselves the extra 2 points as we start to figure out the seeding heading into the business end of 2025. Enzo leading yet another Ascension campaign. And on Lotus, it starts with the attack. Presence outside of A to kick things off. Mandatory securely in rubble, but the spike is elsewhere.
Yeah, but what they don't realise is the danger hanging around the corner. 4 players here, and they try to progressively move through A, or through C, sorry. Takas even finds Jesse, and also an open site.
Yeah, Jesse's been overwhelmed, so the C site takeover is completed quite handedly by Mandatory. They have Util now set up, mesh towards Waterfall. Twisted Minds looking at making a play towards Sand, though.
Enzo under pressure, Mikey not thought about. Nice deadlock utility. But with that, the engagement stops pretty quickly. You were hoping that at the same time Sikri would have found an opportunity, but no, he's still stuck out in CT. And overall, you would think that Mandatory have everything that they need now to get this over the line. But it might come down to time as Sikri gets another, putting Twisted Minds at an advantage and a chance to close this out. Onto the spike is what's needed. But Takas, he's going to finish it out on time and with the right click. A beautiful clutch from the man that used to be a duelist.
Yeah, it feels like we keep bringing that up, but it's important that you mention it there. He's found impact in a different way, a little bit of finesse at the end. Mandatory did very well to open up the C site, and the bigger talking point coming into this series is that both teams had terrible pistol rounds yesterday. It was just 1 win from 6 for each of them as both series got pushed to 3 maps. And yeah, I have to say, it's not the position that you want to find yourself in, especially coming back into that retake with numbers.
I mean, as well, with that A hold that we saw with like 4 players, I was waiting with bated breath to see when it was going to be activated. When you've got 4 players there, like, you're expecting that even the smallest bit of pressure would have at least pushed that to go, right? And there was a player to be found, perhaps 2, depending on the timing of it.
Sure.
I mean, the retake wasn't bad from Twisted Minds, but I felt as if they just maybe left it a little bit too late because of having 4 players towards the other side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, while we have this technical pause, I think it's important to speak of that record that Twisted Minds have on this map that you were mentioning earlier. The team's core, since forming, has a 23-2 record on Lotus. 10 wins this stage, flawless, both regionally and the 3 times that we've seen them play it here, with an average of only 6 rounds lost in this EMEA event. So Mandatory coming in and selecting this one straight away is a bold choice, but they've already matched their pistol round tally from yesterday. That's all you can really ask, I suppose. Getting off to a strong start here.
That's what you want, especially on the attack for Mandatory, where momentum is a big talking point. With 4 players on the A side once again for Twisted Minds, Mandatory look to just send it forward on C. An orb collected on either side for both teams, and then into the C side we go.
Looks like Sand is willing to give Mandatory daylight here as well. Let them set up for the retake. We know it's the double Sentinel comp, so it thrives in these post-plant situations. Be interesting to see if Twisted Minds want to continue that mantra as rounds progress. Hip getting one before it's set in motion.
I like that post-plant, little deadlock traps being placed on the spike. As soon as it's tapped, it'll activate, stop anybody getting out, and at the same time, I think Twisted Minds are ready to throw in the white flag already and let themselves go to the spike, so 4 orbs probably denied if that's the way Twisted Minds are going to go.
And with Mandatory having a couple pistols, you're wondering, is Hip or Kalox maybe gonna be searching here? The latter, of course, would like the Dimensional Drift. Takas already has his ultimate. So Mandatory have win conditions, and that's going to be pretty important for them. This map isn't exactly a poor one from themselves, as the pistols are going to go down on sight here, not before Kalox walks away with a couple more. And I think a big point for me here on Lotus too is that it's the second half, really, that's going to determine this. Twisted Minds have built their empire on this one through having really powerful attacks. And for Mandatory, they've always been commended on their defensive halves. So any rounds they get here nice and early could be hugely damaging.
For me as well, with this half and how it's played out the first 2 rounds, I really want to see Twisted Minds try and delay these pushes in, because so far Mandatory, their pacing in the rounds has been fairly quick, and getting onto those sites, getting those Sentinels ready set up. 4 players again towards the A side as they try and deny this. Jesse able to deny Kellogg's moving through any further.
Yeah, Mikey, didn't think he was going to try and follow it up. He has! It's a quick 1-for-1, which still keeps Mandatory a man behind, but okay, it's just turning into the C execute again, Cairo.
I mean, you'd expect that to be the case. It's been the weaker of the sides, and as well as that, utility seen on that A front pushes the main stack in. Spike still to be here, and Twisted Minds still to make their way over. There's a little bit of a timing here for Mandatory, and that's a big pick.
Yeah, it was Zemo trying to deny with the molly. Sand's been able to do so through the outside of the cage. Quick double. And Takas left alone to his own devices. Already utility placed on site, but has a sensor, a net, and the ult, of course. Should he find himself in post? And that looks quite likely with this rotation being made.
1 versus 2 as well. Oh, sorry, not 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3. You can't look to the map rather than looking at the players in the server. That was a mistake. But yeah, like there's a 1 versus 3. If Takas can find 1 clean kill, which I think, like, if you look at Jesse's positioning, he's further in front of the other 2. And then an ulti, it could be doable.
Oh, and he gets the first one clean. That's a first check in the box for Takas. He's had a stellar start to this series already. One of the individuals between him and Kellox that massively stepped up in their only win so far this tournament against Pacific, but it has to be more of the same, and he's on course. Time playing into his hands, as is the positioning. Twisted Minds have little idea. Peeking past the turret. Takas takes another. Net now deployed as it unfurls onto exit. He's a dead man walking, and it's the 1 versus 3 pulled off from the Frenchman.
Not break.
Takas, experience, a player who has done it all before. Up to Ascension, he's already got that trophy in the bag, and he's looking to do it a second time running. And that shows you just how good he can be, right? How dependable. All the utility at his hands, and he's completely demolished this Twisted Minds defense now. If you think about it, the utility, the economy for this defense is going to be left scrapped.
Yeah, at least for the next couple of rounds, right? It's the wax on, wax off situation you get put in round on round, broken buys, mandatory. Have built themselves a runway and found liftoff immediately in this lower bracket. Call back to stage 1 when they played Focus in a similar situation after dropping in that initial game. I mean, that's kind of been the story of their year, Cairo. I didn't find it surprising at all to see them in this match. They've won only 1 of their 5 opening playoff matches they played this year, and the previous one that they had was the necessary one for them to qualify in the first stage against KC Blue Stars.
Yeah, it's a big one to try and win out. I think, like, as well, we do have confirmation for those folks at home wondering, well, everybody's qualified to Ascension. What actually does this tournament mean? Well, for these 4 teams currently playing, who are currently still in the playoffs, number 1 seed is going to be confirmed by the winner to the winner of this tournament, and the rest is determined by points. So that's essentially what you're playing for. And to be number 1 seed, it would be absolutely massive coming into Ascension.
Oh, it absolutely would. And it helps you dodge some of those other teams as well. Now, I think the more interesting part for me is, and as I mentioned, coming into playoffs, these were the 2 highest rated teams on that points chart. That it makes things a bit more complicated because, sure, okay, if either of them now go and take first seed, it's not as difficult to work out. But there was a world where, you know, Twisted Minds finished second, get 9 points. They're level with PBL Pacific, but they win the tiebreaker because of their placement in this event. And then ultimately, the reason why you want to be seeded so highly is you have, you know, worse teams in your group, which then sets you up for whoever it is that you play in that best of 5 to qualify you for Ascension. So that's essentially how it is. It's all one big snowball.
I would say
Ascension's always been so momentum based.
It has been, 100% has been. It's been very form based, and I think as well, like, the point I would come in with is that we are like a month away from Ascension. So in that time, teams' forms can change. For instance, like Enterprise and BBL Pacific, who got knocked out so early, they now have a month and a bit to go and revise and review everything that's going on in the old. What's it called, the old strat book. And not only that, Hazza, we've got to be thinking about the time of year that we're at. We are less than 5 days away from champs, and the Ascension teams, they will be making the most of playing against champs, which, let's remember, they have never had that opportunity before.
Yeah, I suppose that's true, right? Our first Ascension was in 2023, champs was in Los Angeles, 24, Seoul in Korea. So yeah, for EMEA teams, they've never been in that position before. I like that from you. Yeah,
thank you, mate.
So it's an important thing to know because that repetition, that practice is massively important. I suppose the only difference is when we're talking of building up momentum, that's really difficult to do when you have a whole month off, I suppose, to keep yourselves hot. Even speaking to some of the teams going to champs from EMEA, the coaching staff at Fnatic, for example, you could see the effect that playing a long season had on them. But more importantly, speaking to them, it's like, you know, we can't maintain that much momentum coming out of EMEA, even if we were to do well in playoffs coming into champs, because you know, there's at least a few weeks gap in between, and it's even longer for the Ascension teams trying to channel that as much as possible. There are still some issues, of course. We'll keep you updated as soon as we have any relevant information, but for now, still on the tech pause.
That we are. And yeah, I think as well, it's been nice to see everybody, like all the teams starting to make their way over for champs, etc. as well, and to see, like, I've been watching a lot of the EMEA Pro City, seeing how the tier 2 prospects are doing against some of the best, you know. And do you know who's been a real highlight for me recently, Hazza? Who was playing in this tournament? It's been Javelin, mate. I've been really impressed by Javelin. Yeah,
from Boars. That's fair enough. I know he's another player who has a history of being a rank player, a duelist demon turned in-game leader. So
yeah,
nice to see his career on the up. I tell you what, I'll raise you one.
Okay.
I don't know if this counts as snitching, but I have seen a few of the ULF players in those queues, like before game day, just getting the warm up in. Honestly, when they have that late game, they're the late game today. They were the late game yesterday. Seems to work out pretty well for them, actually.
I mean, it's the best time to queue, right? Let's be honest. I've seen some of the demons that have been queuing on that. Like Zekin was playing yesterday, and like, I mean, the biggest demon of them all, Cuport, was in the queues. He's been doing well.
he has had a pretty good uptick in individual performance mechanics. To give credit to him. I don't know what the leaderboards actually look like in that server at the moment, but
I know what they look like. Do you want to guess where Cupid is?
What's the range?
I'll give you 1 to 60.
1 to 60.
Yeah.
Well, the way that you're setting it up makes it sound like we're talking lower end here. So I'm gonna clock in at a solid 47.
Oh, close, mate. 53 was last night.
You're so toxic. You know, you didn't need to bring that up, but like...
Mate, I'm not gonna lie. Joined his VC, right? And the first, they started BMing me. So do you know what? This is revenge, Cupid. This is revenge for trying to. He was giving me some horrible words.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Do you want to know who's the most cursed in that queue, actually, while we're here? Just quickly on this topic.
The most cursed?
The most cursed player.
I heard that Fnatic Chronicle was having some issues. He's queuing some games and getting trolled.
Yeah, I think he's like 3 and 15 on the queues.
That's insane. You know, he was one of the highest rated players on that queue as well. So.
Yeah, it's insane.
Well, I don't know how he's managed that then. But look, for everyone still hanging on in chat, we appreciate you. There's actually no delay right now, so...
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, do you have a good question for the people to keep us going?
Here's a question, right? Let's keep it simple. Who does everyone think is going to win champs? There's an easy one.
Oh, yeah, right? Okay, sure.
We'll keep it nice and
participation.
Simple.
We'll leave it at that. We'll come back to that one.
Okay.
We'll come back to that one in a bit. So let us know in the chat box who you think is gonna win champs, and we can review it in a while. But look, back to this mandatory Twisted Minds. Strong start for mandatory, probably not the position they now want to find themselves in with this technical break, right?
No, you don't. I mean, we've seen it a few times now, like where teams, like for instance Enterprise, they got stung with it in one of their maps where they were in a strong lead and unfortunately lost that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they were the first of the playoff teams to have their Ascension spot confirmed this event. I make that detail because, of course, Twisted Minds were already guaranteed before they even stepped in the server. And I think in terms of what is different for MENA this year, not too much, right? But I would say that one key detail is that they've been given adequate prep time post-LAN. You know, and remember last year with play-ins and the turnaround time from being in Riyadh to that. I think it was a disservice because we've got some serious talent here. Like actually looking at Exit and Sand in the server, like those two have been massively impressive.
I think I was watching Exit in the champs queue as well. He looked pretty good.
Yeah, he was. He was playing a lot of those.
Yeah, he was. And Sand's been around for the longest time. I remember watching him play against Focus. If you remember back in those days in the first year, 2023 Ascension.
Yeah.
Remember what game that was, mate?
Schneider.
That
clip lives in my head rent free. Whenever I think of Focus in an interregional event.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy. That was just blink and you'll miss it. 4K. The clip's out there somewhere. I don't know where you'd have to find it.
We can maybe repost it. But I tell you.
The play-ins that year, sorry, just for a moment, when we were having to watch a stream, some Italian co-streamer, and he's like full screening himself in the middle of a 1v1. Like, can't even see what's happening, man. It's crazy.
That was funny.
Bring back the Italian Challenger League.
Yeah,
sorry,
that's
carry on.
Oh, Jesus.
carry on.
Dangerous game. But we can check back in with the chat. We do have our answer, and I feel as if we've just shot ourselves in the foot because we've asked an EMEA chat. Guys, who do you think is going to win champs?
Cairo. Say what you're gonna say and I'll follow it up.
I was just gonna say, like, it's funny, right? You just straight away you got like couple Team Liquid fans, like all the Fnatic fans, and then you've just got Shaking Tugboat, the one lone guy, right? He's fighting, he's fighting the onslaught, and he's just put PRX. Respect to you, brother.
I love, you know, usually you're not supposed to canonize chat and give them, you know, Shaking Tugboat has said this, but I was just about to say. You're like, oh, chat's full of Fnatic. It's the same two people. Like, if you read the messages, it's the same two people the whole time. But I know what you mean. Anyway, it's great to see you getting involved, everybody.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And we would love to bring the game back to you as soon as we're able to. But I enjoy filling the gap personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know. I always like our podcast segments that we get time to time. Very rarely do we get them these days, actually.
That's true. You know, the last one we had was also, well, it was Northeast, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like, that was it was like an hour.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we did have an hour-long one. That was the one where we ended up playing that mini game. Do you remember?
Right. True. Yeah. I don't know. Does production have the mini game on hand? Because I wouldn't mind a rematch. Because I absolutely slapped you about last time, so I'll happily play. Happily play that again.
Someone's getting a bit big for the boots.
No, we can get chat involved with it as well because it's always good fun.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Still, no updates for chat in terms of the technical pause. Apologies, but we might play guess the map, and that was good fun.
That was
last
good fun.
time. Or we could, I don't know, Cairo, you tell us a story. You usually got a story or two.
I usually do have a story, but I don't think I've got any stories. I've not been up to much recently, mate. I have not been up to much.
No more stories from your exploits in the champs queue.
What have we had? I mean, we had 11 versus Zekin game the other day, which was pretty fun.
11? Actually.
11, yeah.
Oh, 11.
11, right. Yeah, 11.
How'd that go?
Zekin kind of fragged out. I'm not gonna lie, mate. It was a bit of a tough one. I think it was Flevin's first. Hazard and Cairo. Who's winning Ascension in your opinion? Hazard, you go first.
Oh, you're just gonna throw me under the bus like that? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Is it bad that whenever someone asks me this question, I go straight to Liquipedia and actually look at the list? No. Jokes aside. Part of me feels like Pacific might actually bottle it. Part of me feels like that could potentially happen. But I think what I'll tailor my argument to for who I see coming up is LAN. I think LAN experience is so important. Sure, you got to make it through the group games first in the prac rooms before you get out on the stage. But actually performing on that stage is a different beast.
Yeah.
Think of Kayak last year in that best of 5 in the grand final. It took him 4 maps to get warmed up to show the level that he can show and the level that everyone's seen this year on Fnatic.
Yeah.
And even if that's just, you know, adjusting in-ears, making sure you're comfortable, all of that's really important.
Yeah.
This is crazy because they haven't performed in playoffs at all this year. I think there's half a chance that Focus might actually sneak it. Just because when you think about who they've got, when you think about what their land records look like, I can possibly see them stealing one of those spots. And then the other one is just the Enterprise Pacific toss-up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, mate. I feel as if that's like ever so slightly your bias creeping in. Not to call you out.
Yeah,
like that.
potentially. But when you actually, and I knew that people were gonna say this as soon as I give the answer. But if you actually think about it, right? You got Mystic. Hoodie from last year, like Lewis. I guess like Alorante, Zeus, maybe, but that guys play every year, like. You know how it is.
Yeah. I've got a question for you.
No, I can see that. Well, you need to answer who you think's going through an Ascension.
Oh, okay.
Because you've not given me one.
I'll answer it quickly. I'm gonna say Enterprise is one, and as much as I would love for it to be Focus. I low key think that it will be mandatory. I think BBL Pacific. It all depends if they have the slump moving into the Ascension groups. I think. Yeah,
I think prep and map pool are going to be huge, right? Because it is BO5, so you have to have the map pool. But
right.
All right, let's get through the VIP messages that we've got in here. We have 2. First one. Which of you would win in a gladiator fight? Is that me versus Cairo? I think
it was me versus you.
He would win if it's like bare knuckle, but give me like a bow and arrow and I win. I think.
I don't. I mean, but what if I get a shield? If it's a gladiator
I just run away and just like snipe you. I genuinely. I think I would. I'd hit that shot.
Do we now get to?
Yeah, we get to Tom's question. Yeah, we've been building up to this.
Right. So, would you rather fight 10 Billy-sized pals or 1 pal-sized Billy?
And let's just contextualize this for the chat.
Yeah.
So obviously Billy IDK works the VCT EMEA desk.
Yeah.
BBL Pal, our favorite TriCast commentator / coach of BBL in 2025. I mean, you made me go first last time, so I think you have to go and take this one.
Right, okay, I'll take this one. I'm going to go for 1 pal-sized Billy, if I'm being honest. Because I feel as if
the mental image already is haunting.
Yeah, but the point that I'm making about the reason why I wouldn't want to go for 10 Billy-sized pals is that Pal did used to play rugby. So if you get overwhelmed, like they're just gonna like jump on top of you.
No, that is valid. That's valid. I feel like this question almost makes it sound like Billy's the size of an ant or something. But you actually think about it, that's a lot of pals.
Yeah.
It's got to be the Billy. Wait. Pal-sized Billy. The pal-sized Billy. Sorry. I just had to reread it. He's actually in the chat, by the way. He's actually in the chat. This is another one of our intermissions, pal. Classic. For those who are wondering, still no update. So, as I said, we'll keep you posted when we have the relevant information. But it's out of our hands at the moment.
Lovely. And we'll get back. We'll keep you guys updated as soon as we can. But yeah, do you know what, Hazza? I'm gonna ask you a question.
Okay, sure. I'm loving the Q&As. It's great.
Yeah, it's good. It keeps us busy. I'm gonna go for what is gonna be your biggest surprise at Champs this year. What do you think? Like, it can be
my biggest surprise.
Yeah. Like, who do you think is going to be like the one that's going to surprise you the most? Like,
the biggest surprise of Champs.
Yeah, sure. The biggest surprise of Champs. What do you think is going to be your biggest surprise of Champs?
My biggest surprise would be me not turning up. But me turning up. I would love to go. unfortunately won't be there. Kyra will be there. He'd
but
love it
finals.
if you took a picture with him. Take pictures with him. You know, get him to sign stuff and all of that jazz, I guess. I'm on the Liquipedia again. I'm just having a little scroll through.
It's just okay,
you know,
Listen,
you got to consider the group stage first.
Yeah. I'm with that.
I don't know if this is just like America's propaganda or if I could potentially buy into NRG, but they got stomped in that final, so probably not.
And the double Odin is so cheap, you know. Like
I think Liquid might win it. I think genuinely. Maybe this is a bit on the EMEA side, but I've been impressed with them. I would love to see XLG do well because they got No Man come up from the beacons in North and all that. So there you go. And you give us yours very quickly, and then we have an update.
Oh, we have an update, folks.
So go on, who's your surprise package?
My quick surprise package, right, okay, my surprise package, let me have a look quickly. I think it'll be Giant X, nice and safe. We are gonna just quickly move away from that, and I think we are going to give you the update now. Due to significant disruption to team communications, due to a team speak issue, the round will be replayed. And we'll get back into game. So in about 3 or so minutes, we'll be back to game and ready to go at 2-0 the bonus round once again. So that's where we're going for, Hazza.
Yeah, that's the update. So obviously, competitive operations. We're on the phone. Called them up. Made sure that everything was all right. We have our verdict, and the previous round will be replayed. So that's the reason why the tech pause took a little bit longer, because there were discussions being had behind the scenes, but that's now obviously safe for air, and due to a TeamSpeak issue, the round is going to be replayed. So that's enough funny business from us, Cairo.
Yeah.
Just a couple of minutes out now from getting back into the game. It's not an instant fix, of course, because the server needs to be sorted out. But
yeah, of course. But I think like this is where me and you can now like start to bring the conversation back to the game, right, and speak about how the rounds have been, because it's been a fair few minutes since we've seen gameplay. So to remind folks at home what was happening, we saw a lot of Twisted Minds putting emphasis on the A side of the map with at least 4 players, and leaving just Sand, the KG, on the C side of the map. Do you think there's anything different that Mandatory might do now moving forward in terms of how they might play out the round?
Not necessarily. I think I've been pretty happy with what their macros look like so far. The bigger question in my mind is, do Twisted Minds keep giving the respect to these executions? Because you can see from the timeline, when Mandatory are getting onto the site, the C site, so far, they have been given the time of day, right? They've been allowed to set up. They've got 2 Sentinels in the comp. Takas's utility's been doing brilliant work. And yeah, I have to say, I don't know, man. Like, rolling back the round now gives Twisted Minds a huge opportunity to get back into this game.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the momentum, it's all about like the mentality side of the game as well, which is going to be really tough to kind of reset from. Because at a 3-0 advantage, I think in Mandatory we'll just start to like roll on through, especially if they can win out a lot of these rifle rounds that they would eventually move into. But now Twisted Minds have that reset, like they can go again. And Mandatory just need to find a way to find that same one. So yeah, I'm not unsure like where you go from here. That will play a big factor moving through the next few rounds. And I guess like for Twisted Minds, you've got to have a buzz. For Mandatory, you gotta I guess maybe be a little bit disappointed.
Absolutely, but as you can tell, the game is restarting. The server should be back up. The state restored to the round previous. The bonus wiped from the chalkboard, and Twisted Mind's given a second opportunity to make this one stick. Now, immediately, you called what the adaptation would potentially be, and there is a whole lot less focus on that right-hand side.
Yeah, I assumed that would be the case. You can't allow mandatory that availability to the C site like it was, especially with the double sentinels. I imagine Twisted Minds would have been thinking about what the future would look like. As for mandatory, I want to know what their plans are on the attack. Are they going to put emphasis on with the default towards a certain portion of the map? Are we going to get a 5-stack hit? Remember, this is a total reset for the bonus round, and this bonus does have a nasty bite, especially with Takas having that ultimate up. Yeah,
the ultimate that has been restored. It was very close in the end, you know. He had to win a 3 versus 1. It's frustrating for him, at least, to see that one go from the stat card. But as you've been hypothesizing, the possibilities limitless for mandatory here. And I think as we are just getting back to the game now, just 20 seconds out, one of the reasons why Twisted Minds have been so good here is they are running a classic composition with very strong fundamentals. That's why they looked so efficient. Taken straight from Fnatic. They've been playing it for, you know, over a year as of now, with varying results, I suppose. But for Twisted Minds, it's looking pretty concrete. Mandatory got off to the start that they wanted, but back to 2-0 now. keloqz setting up a very similar round on A, but this time they won't push tree.
No, they didn't. Remember the last time we saw Mikey and keloqz maybe be a bit too far aggressive, and it's pulled players across towards this side of the map. I mean, it seems like mandatory are going to go for the same play in terms of faking things out, and keloqz still want to keep pushing the boundaries of this, and he even gets the KG turret.
Yeah, it does TP out, and that's where Jesse starts to realize his contact is made on C and the footfall heard towards Sand, that his position is a little bit more volatile with the same round being played by mandatory. Got caught out in the previous. Regrouping here though and getting ready to hit A. Sand still face checking from Hobbit. His position will be called into question momentarily.
And it's a big position as well, because he's the one to hold the cross. Zemo also found out from stairs.
30 seconds left.
And now the execute beginning to come through, so it's the two players from Heaven that's holding on, Sikri and the Viper. And that spike, it seems as if it's going to not have any contest at all, but keloqz gets the first entry.
Yeah, very passive hold. Zemo gets one back though, equalizer, 4-on-4, and you've got to remember, Takas still holding on to this ult, but Trade's coming in thick and fast for a 3-on-3.
Numbers equal, big information through one of the sensors being destroyed, but that was just from a nade, and Takas continues to walk forward. A slow walk is not what was needed. Hit from the corner, first contact, he goes as well, and Enzo now with just a bulldog has to try and clutch up in a 1 versus 3, but it does not work out. So we're down, we're back in with a 2 versus 1. Twisted Minds win their rifle.
Yeah, it goes from a 1v3 win to a 3 versus 0 on the next round. Call it controversial, whatever you like. Twisted Minds have played the round in front of them and won it. Felt a little bit passive in comparison to what we saw before. It's this tiny bit of aggression here from Zemo, though, to establish backside control, and Sand interrupting in the meantime. That makes all the difference. This defense needs layers if it's going to succeed, and we've seen the first signs of that.
Yeah, no, that's the big aspect to this. Back in they go. Mandatory still continuing to put pressure on this A side of the map, continuously looking to press the door and keep things fairly simple overall. And it's the same double hold we've seen before, but a bit more aggressive because of the KG turret taking contact. Last time keloqz was successful in destroying it, this time not so much because of Exit's hold.
And mandatory have been allowed to make this play and go ahead and press that button, threaten the tree control on multiple rounds, because of the Viper wall that Twisted Minds are playing with. The one that cuts through and denies you access to that area. Inviting the pressure, Jesse solo holding C. forced to disengage, burns through both TPs off that one owl drone.
I think he was just holding on to wait to see if there was going to be any spam coming through. This was never the final option for Mandatory. They've left the Cypher there just in case, trying to play a long macro game. But Sikri finding all that information with players re-clearing towards A should be pretty much the call to get over and reinforce the site.
Yeah, A is left entirely vacant at this time though. The negative space quickly taken by Mandatory.
Spike planted.
As they take up their post-plant positions. Kelox is continuing to prowl this offensive line in backside, but the difference this time is Twisted Minds are not in position to activate.
No, they're not. Hip is very deep. He's playing the late play. Exit looking to try and clear him out, and already found straight away the ultimate used, and Exit's went absolutely huge already. Twisted Minds look to clear out the site with no problem at all. And only one player lost in the meantime. So we're already back to 2 apiece.
Yeah, and while Mandatory take that post plant and find themselves in an advantageous position, it means absolutely nothing if you can't convert. Such a tight choke point from the bottom of the stairwell into A, but no one holding it all too aggressively. And I come back to that conversation about the Viper Wall again. It was massively important in getting the defense out of Hobbit and into grass. So Hip can play incredibly passive towards Root if he likes and allow himself to be a late win condition, but stepped into the limelight, got caught by Exit, and then Twisted Minds just overwhelmed the site. There was no real stronghold for Mandatory to actually play from there.
Yeah, and now this is 2 post plants in a row that Mandatory have lost. In the exact same way, right? And I think that's why they call it the timeout is being made. They should have had everything that they needed to win that out. Mandatory had the time to set up, the utility to get down, and they just fumbled the bag a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Early timeout called from Mandatory, and Mad C from the coach slot. As we mentioned many times, someone involved with the Gentlemate setup that won Ascension as an assistant coach to Existence and then promoted to head coach in the 2024 campaign. Been there and done it before. If there's anything that he can say to the Mandatory players right now, it's just to mentally reset. As frustrating as it can be that things have very quickly spiraled in the opposite direction, 1 or 2 rounds at the start of this game aren't going to decide the end result. We already mentioned how important that second half is going to be for both teams. They'll want to create an advantage here early, and with Enzo just 1 ult point off the Hunter's Fury, some early space taken by the attack.
That's clear coming through. Both Sheriffs actually being held as well, which is big information for Twisted Minds on the defense. But it's the main stack outside of B that they need to be worried about.
Cutting through.
And you can see how much more confident Twisted Minds are in playing retake on A now, reinforcing C, feeling like this is the site that they need to hold on to. And it's such a cagey jewel. Sand finally winning it, but Zemo relieved of his duties and Mandatory bounding onto the B site, Spike going in.
Right, post plant now, and it's where you want the Sheriffs to be. At close range, this is where they'll do the most damage.
Boombot to try and clear a couple of those out, but it's met with counter utility. Mikey's paranoia, and a Vandal in his hands. It's removed by Jesse though. Quick off the mark. Twisted Minds in these retakes have looked infallible up until now, but Takas is back on his feet. Has to try and dip away, but doesn't buy enough space perhaps for Enzo. Still creeping up behind Sand. Kept half an eye on it. Checks back to find his third, as do Twisted Minds. The lead now theirs, reversing that deficit entirely.
I get a little bit shaky, won't lie. Every single time that we see Mandatory get to post plan, in my head it just clicks like double sentinel. This should be a good one in which we think that they should be able to win. Oh no, there's no way we're doing them like that.
Crazy.
Come on, guys.
To the left. Take it back now, y'all.
Oh man.
But here we go. Twisted Minds Back in the driver's seat. That was half by at best for Mandatory. This is what the timeout will have been focused on. Quick C play.
Who's next?
Already, although Twisted Mind's ready to try and reinforce this, the utility being sent forward. You can see Kellogg's. Oh, big ultimate from Enzo as well, but the capitalization from Jesse's spam, it's huge! That's disgusting!
It's absolutely foul. You quite rightly say. It is disgusting. Now Enzo's left in a 1v3. No worries. Nice set piece to open things up. Mandatory went for the exact same play against Dynasty. This one looking much more well rehearsed. The issue is that Kellogg's kind of preemptively breaks out of his ult, thinking that Jesse's going to be more blinded by the Hunter's Fury tag than he was. Could catch him in the utility. The Mandatory captain has a full utility belt, but this one's still stacked heavily against him.
Yes. Although, this is the man you want with the Odin.
He's got the 1v1 as well on the B site.
That he does, but Sand is on an off angle and one that Enzo won't be prepared for. 4-2, the score keeps climbing for Twisted Minds on this defence.
4 from 4 since the technical timeout concluded. And this looked like Mandatory's best chance to register a round on the board. I really like the way that they opened the round up. Pace change, a quick hit towards C with the TP so Kellogg's can get the most value from the Yoru ult.
I think
that just means it's even a heavier of an investment now, which hasn't returned value.
I love that you've come back to that investment with the ultimates in play, right? 3 of them. It's a massive one to be invested. And the fact you get no value, at least you can come straight back in with another buy. This will be the last buy for maybe a round or 2 because of the state of economy. So a big swing round for Mandatory.
Like we said before, the attack is never the be-all and end-all for them, especially with this composition. As you can see, Takas is setting up a lineup, just waiting 3 more seconds on the net.
Can't use that.
Looking for a potential punish. This should land towards top rubble, catches the common Omen player position, but Jesse has dropped back into the pocket, so
no escape.
It's a deep clear, which Mandatory will need here instead.
When all the utility being sent his way,
but behind missed the net.
Yeah. Behind the box though, you'll see that the Omen and Jesse should be able to get out or at least hide. Not the case. Exit rescues the rifle. This is a very pacey execute on towards the A side, which Kellogg's looks to be at the helm of. And Mandatory, well, they've got everything that they need now.
Yeah, Kellogg's just needs to show a little bit more discipline now. Not overextend too much. The door opens for Twisted Minds. Oh my god!
There's a chance. And Sand's going to send it. Lockdown in, clear the space, make sure Mandatory have no way onto the spike, but look at the position it's planted in. It's planted for Hobbit, and that's where both players are. A tap of the spike, Sand wants a peek, but instead it's Enzo's info dart and the Enzodin to close it out.
It's the trademark stamp on a vintage Mandatory round. I like the set utility to retake the A space, showing the theory behind this deadlock here. It just bounces off the top. It's close, but not quite close enough. Brilliant entry work from Kellogg's though. That's something we need to see a little bit more of. I feel he has the best exchange rate for first kills and first deaths of the top 5 duelists, contributing twice as many times as he dies first, and that feels like a real win condition for them here.
Literally the point I was about to say. I feel as if Kellogg's performance is definitely the win condition for Mandatory, especially when we saw them play in that group of death and managed to get out of it. And the BBL Pacific game, the way that he was playing, he was absolutely lights out. Nobody could get near him. Exit has the op and is on the line and trying to see if we can get an angle through that B door that keeps getting opened.
It's the first time we've really seen Mandatory assert themselves in B main early. Sikray has utility to clear this, but it doesn't look like there's any real intention from this defense to get too aggressive.
Oh,
In saying that, they've set up outside of C, as you mentioned.
But I think they're just happy to just have the one player. And with that Omen ultimate being used, it wasn't going anywhere. It was just to fake out where they're going. And into the site they go. Zemo does well to get the kill, but Kellogg's quickly trading out. And at this moment in time, Mandatory are on the site, but at a disadvantage.
While they might be for just a moment, Mikey's found that kill.
Left.
Sand closing the distance, and the spike is still not planted.
Yeah, Mandatory are really taking their time here, and they need to get a move on. Sand has a timing, as Enzo isn't looking the right way. At least he'll trade it out. And in a 2 versus 2 with an operator still to retake it towards heaven, Mandatory have to get that spike down. All it's going to take is to deny the spike, and Secret denies the last 2 players the life.
Such a pivotal moment in that round and in this map, because Mandatory fall back on hard times. Zemo just dictating the pace behind the Viper wall, does well to get one before dropping. And you can see the pieces being put in place in the mid-round from Twisted Minds. They're IGL the one to bail them out in the end. Sand cerebral outside of C.
Throwing nets.
It's like rinse and repeat for this defense in terms of how they've set up. Not too many alterations of what the line looks like. The perimeter held.
That's a few
Quite
lineups.
happy to just give up this sand orb almost every single round to Mandatory to start building more ults.
I think they're respecting the set utility that Mandatory have cooked up. A couple of lineups we've seen now from Takas and taking early space, the one towards Rubble. Now that's one and C main as well. They know that the operator's on the line. Kellogg's is the one to try and challenge it.
Exit's got to hit a flick if he wants to find this. TP across, but the adjustment made to Enzo's position just before he crosses the threshold. The spike will still make its way onto the A site. It was a worthy sacrifice from the Mandatory in-game leader. But they don't have the best of weapons, and there isn't any of that Sentinel utility other than hips, trips, but yet to see those get placed.
I mean, Takas is the one deep with a Guardian in hand. That's the position you want him to be in because of the long range. And at close range, these Sheriffs, they'll probably start to hit. I mean, Takas looking to clear out towards Hobbit will do so. Mikey, on the other hand, has got a kill with his Ghost. So a 1 versus 2 that Zemo has to try and clutch with. And he does have a Viper's Pit, but time against him. Needs to get the next kill clean. It won't happen. And a player who's so used to using the op will get it to use here.
For the enemy to suffer.
Yeah, Takas not really too much of an op player, to be fair, from his history, but I have to say, this round from Mandatory is one big snowball. In terms of the space afforded to them by Twisted Minds, I think you have to make a really important detail. If we're going to see them give up that sand space, allow Mandatory to take the orb for free, have that control under their banner early, there needs to be the sort of mid-rounding we saw just 1 round ago, where you're setting a player up then to have a deep position like Sand, maybe create a flank, something of the sort. Otherwise, you're just at a huge information deficit on this map. We saw Mandatory even show us a little bit of B main, that they can default effectively. So yeah, I want to see the defense start to re-engage with that. With how open A was, you felt they'd have a slightly stronger picture for what that retake would look like.
Yeah. Back into the next one. There is a potential for a combination play with the Hunter's Fury and Kellogg's Dimensional Drift. We have seen it somewhat attempted on that initial C play after Mandatory's first timeout. Didn't really capitalise in the end and ended up in a spray down through a smoke, but there's always that option if they want to go for it, and with Twisted Minds so low on the buy, you would expect for them not to actually attempt it. Oh, apparently there's Dimensional Drift in.
Yeah, just want that extra security. Every round that Mandatory find on this side is huge coming into their stacked defense. Kellogg's helping light the beacon and pave the way, find those player positions as he has done. 2 players left on low HP on the A site itself, and Sand to watch the cross. Mandatory have the opportunity to go B here, but they're just going to hold the line. Let the Twisted Minds players walk into them. Absolutely no reason to give them what they want, which is a full site execution, and the discipline showing itself here. Once again, reaching a tied game.
Yeah, and one that I guess at the same time, you're looking at Twisted Minds, what's a small win for them? I guess they got 2 ultimates out of mandatory, but they were happy to invest. And there is ultimates about to come back online, most importantly Taka's Annihilation.
Oh. And the big thing I'm spotting on the radar right now is that Sand is the only C player. Mandatory leaning into this mental game that they want to play a bit more default heavy. Work out what the map looks like. This seems to be a much more direct execution into a site with only 1 player.
Yeah, and look at Mikey. This time he's actually been aggressive with his TP. Getting it smoked down and holding on to that CT space. They've still not found anybody, any engagement. So with that being said, extra space for Mandatory to have, and Kellogg's is going to get caught in the meantime.
Yeah, Sand's still 2 away from the lockdown. It's the showstopper you've got to be looking at in this retake, and Exit's lit the fuse.
And then there's a player lit up in that showstopper, placed to perfection. Spike still not down. A pivot potentially for Mandatory, but they're locked out without a key and still don't want to go.
Oh, and Exit just lines them up instead, sprays them down. That'll make for a 6th. Flawless round from Twisted Minds, and Mandatory backed up. Jesse smoked default or the long plant and was thinking, all right, where's the defuse? I just gonna hold 4 here? Oh no, they're actually still hanging around. Not quite sure what happened there, to be honest. Mandatory just sort of falling apart at the seams.
It felt a bit indecisive, I think is the big word I would use in that last round.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They had to give up so much space because of the showstopper, expecting Twisted Minds to be playing retake when they were so light on the site. But here we are, final round of the half, ults up for both sides. It's an initial Viper's Pit to hold C with the alarm bot supporting. Takas has the Deadlock ult though. It's just going to be hoping to reel that big green fish out of the fumes if possible.
I mean, they'd be used to it. There is the big fees in the French league.
The big fees. Le grand fees.
Oh yeah, the grand fees.
He used to be a mandatory player, you know? He won the only silverware this side's ever seen back in 2022, so club legend in their eyes, but this team wants to lift more titles of their own, and if that dream is to continue, has to start here on Lotus.
Standing ahead.
It's a reveal onto Jesse, who backs up deeper onto the A-hold. Mandatory have been shot out on all fronts. That's a big kill, though.
Yeah, no more smokes. The reaction to try and find something from Twisted Minds is a good one, because they've found him and even more information on towards B main. Sand down the spike, but will be downed instead himself. An advantage for Mandatory in which to work with. Although, I was going to say Zemo nearly had the time to swing out, but instead leaves his team. And now a 1 versus 3 for Sikri, which he will not get. So 6-6 is what we finish on after the last round of this first half.
Got a little bit cagey there, like the reaction from Twisted Minds though, showing some of the right ideas, but still not enough to get them off of the 6-round mark. A very strong start for Mandatory, whichever way you flip it, but the second half most important for both teams. Could decide almost everything in this series. We'll have to find out how it goes after the break.
And
welcome back to the second half of Lotus, a dominant map in the history of Twisted Minds with a flawless streak set up so far this stage, potentially under threat from a mandatory who've begun well. And as we know, both teams with just one pistol in their series yesterday need every advantage they can get coming into the second half.
I think this pistol round could decide the map in terms of who takes the advantage, where things go, and who has the momentum at their back, especially with mandatory on the defense with this double sentinel.
Starts off with Exit finding an entry, Sand's there right behind him, and Mikey has a decision to make. It's made for him in the form of the Nano Swarm. He's got to drop back from the stairwell. It's looking like an A site overran with Twisted Mind players. Saying that, Mandatory been able to flood pretty quickly here. Hip is the first line of defense, Takas the next to fall, but it is frail, futile in the end. The MENA team, the ones on the board first.
Yeah, they are looking good on the attack, and we said that was the other aspect to the point I was going to make, is Twisted Mind's attack has been the one to behold, the one that everybody has been talking about, and especially with such a natural comp that they are playing with, right? One which we know has historied success. I mean, nearly a 70% win rate for Twisted Minds in the last 10 games shows you how good they can actually be on this side.
Mandatory, on the other hand, is stylistic, but a meta read more than anything else, I suppose. Stacked up on C currently. But to put a statistic to what you're saying, Twisted Minds attack sides have been, at least 8 rounds of the 3 times they've played it so far. And they did manage to bag a 9-3 as well. So
yeah,
that's where you set that's where you set the bar ultimately.
Yeah, and that's come from the coaching staff. Like I always think a good attack side comes from, well, 1, the IGL, and 2, like the coach working alongside them, right? And it's a coach which me and you are quite familiar with from back in our day in Challengers.
Yeah, it is. As Zemo's opened up A, this should be a simple round now for Twisted Minds to call the rotation with Mandatory elsewhere. Coach Andreas, he was used to coach Who Cars, so there's like 5 people out there somewhere in the world that are cheering and applauding right now.
They're going crazy, man.
It's interesting though, his sort of recent history was with Case in Spain last year. They got a 2nd place finish in the first split, working under Honor, who many will remember from both Crew and Leviathan and Latam. But then went on a 5-month break before he could actually get his hands on this project, which started off in the Saudi E-League, right? Humble beginnings, but has now become a more international-based roster, especially with Jesse coming in. And to me, he feels like that final piece of the puzzle, you know? It's been one which has taken a while to come together, but it's starting to bear the fruits of its hard-spent labor.
That is, and one that not only will Andreas and the team be hopeful for, but one that the whole MENA region will be supporting, right? We had the Ultimates who made a pretty decent run in terms of Ascension, considered a region underrepresented and never had teams that would go and perform, but they'll be on an even playing field when they get to Ascension. There'll be no ping issues, no excuses. It'll be straight up even playing field, which I'm excited for the MENA region.
Absolutely. They come into this bonus now with quite a lot of weapons. Rifles, I should say. One of them lost immediately though, and it's Jesse we were just talking about that has been removed from the scene as Mandatory. Looking to hold on to this C site with double stacked util, and doing so in a fairly comfortable fashion for the time being. Zemo locked to the ground, pinned by the magnetic net of Takas, and it's flawlessly dealt with. And that's the threat that this defense can have.
Listen, that's it. When you see the utility that can immediately come here, Kellogg's maybe a little bit lucky with a spam, an educated guess, and the rest of the players looking to just collapse upon any push coming their way. So a very quick response in terms of round count, and we go back towards the first rifle versus rifle buy.
Watching this spot.
And this is something that they're going to have to be aware of, that you can't just go for these fast hits without conditioning some pressure elsewhere. Mandatory almost always are going to catch you off guard. A-Site looking a little bit weaker this time though, and Twisted Minds will get an opportunity to walk out here.
Big information from Enzo. He saw both players. Kellogg's just missing his opportunity, but still slow rolling from Twisted Minds as we're seeing the deadlock utility starting to take space and signpost space as well.
Yeah, just having sand around B main at this stage in the round can threaten multiple lanes. One of them C through the door, opened up by a teammate, and Mikey executed from the boost.
Decoy.
4 versus 5, and Kellogg's so much pressure on his shoulders. Delivers at the first, nearly second time of asking.
Out of charges.
Still keeps it even. Jesse being lost will be big. It means that the players might find themselves forced and not being able to deny angles either.
30 seconds left.
Net landing on 2 players, really slowing the game up to a pace that Mandatory want to try and play. The A site has been recovered by the attack though, and the defense will be forced into a retake.
Spike down, post plant ready, and with that being said, the players are going to be pretty quick here through stairs. Already cleared main.
Yeah, with those 2 tags landing onto the stairs players, Exit's decision to be made was whether he wanted to push up behind, go for a flank, or just keep his feet planted in the tower, up in heaven as he has done.
Here.
Now a double up with Zemo queued into play as Mandatory have to brute force themselves through this choke. The toxins come back up, as do the wall, and it just makes life so difficult. And I don't think they're going to have an opportunity here to go for this. It's a full concession in the end. Exit hunting to try and find the last 2 guns, and makes it look pretty. The transfer sticks.
You want to dance?
Listen, that's a man who has been trying his best in some of the against the best and the 10-man server. We've seen how good he can be off of officials, but in officials he's showing it as well. And I like the calling from Twisted Minds. They know that, listen, we do no longer have our smokes. Put a little pressure beat, pivot back towards where they have the cover of the Viper's wall, and they do well to end things out. Nice delay, nice utility overall, and Mandatory look to try and fight C-mount this time round.
It's the exact same macro from the defense. Difference this time, Kellogg's looking to put himself on the front foot early doors, forced to TP out, and Twisted Minds reacting into the defensive stack.
Oh, Zemo is at least able to trade out Exit, but again it's Mikey lost. That's the smokes players, which is going to be hard to stop Twisted Minds moving forwards, putting down smokes and forcing utility out. So Twisted Minds now can contact mostly everywhere. There's no operator to deny.
Gonna look towards B for the time being, and Mandatory have seldom hosted a player on this site. Should be fairly straightforward to go ahead and take this one. 2 traps invested to the choke to make sure that that initial push was a little bit more difficult. Kellogg's clearing out a lobby, spots at the very least sand, but that's where it ends.
Yeah,
and now that the pit is up, you can't counter it.
No, you can't. This is going to be so difficult to try and get through. Look at the clearing utility that realistically Mandatory have. There's not a whole lot of it.
And Sand just steps right back into the dojo. The heads Takas right in the center of sight, and Mandatory without a drone, without a Yoru ult, gonna have to call it quits yet again. Another unsuccessful retake as Twisted Minds have staved off the red hammers for long enough.
Yeah, and I mean that's now 2 rounds in a row where Twisted Minds have been allowed the opportunity to set up their post plan, and Mandatory have no look in. They're having to save up rifles, they're having to save up buys, and sure they're going to have something in the next round, but if it keeps continuing this way, I'm starting to worry, because the momentum that the attack have, and the lack of momentum that we're seeing for Mandatory, that buy's going to eventually break, and if it's not in the next round, if it's the round after and they're forced onto pistols, when Twisted Minds are on 12, maybe even 11,
This goes here.
it could be the map done.
Yes, this should
There is the strong possibility, and you said it right from the start, with Mandatory picking the best map in Twisted Minds pool, there was always the possibility that this might happen. Haven up next, of course, but currently looking like an absolute shoo-in for the MENA team, unless something changes, and it has to be this round. It's a huge potential swing. It starts with Enzo failing to find Zemo outside of A.
It's not the first time that we've seen Mandatory do this, allow their opponent's best map to be picked and to try and play into it. They got punished for it yesterday. It looks like they'll be punished for it again if things keep the way that they're going right now.
Still very weak A site hold. Enzo here with a recon to fall back on, has the Odin of course, and should be looking for spam. But it hasn't returned anything for now, and it's just alerted his position. Twisted Minds closing in. Jesse with the opening pick. And the follow-up, should have been there onto Mikey, and well, it is in due course, because
30 seconds left.
he just ends up over-committing to the angle. Keloqz can't find a way to flash himself back out into the site, and Mandatory with a flurry of kills have brought it down to a 1v1.
Chaos in the site, but big information for Hip to now capitalise on. It's all up to Sikri here and how he plays this.
Bit of a red herring, doesn't know if it's going to be Tree or not. Commits to the fight though.
Don't interrupt.
And Mandatory's longest serving player will set them up for an 8th. The gap reduced to 2. Twisted Minds still looking so threatening right now. It's Mandatory let off the hook more than anything else.
Them fighting themselves off of the hook, tooth and nail. And it's not pretty whatsoever. At this moment in time, at that moment where we saw that last kill, I thought Twisted Minds had it in the bag. Takas getting a double kill from Silent Drop was huge. And on top of that, the fact that we just see that 1v1 go the way that it did, I mean, 2 players lining up maybe is a bit lucky. But it's given a lifeline to the French side.
And the strength that you see in Mandatory's macro game, how they play the map, is now that they've suggested the idea A might be weak, they stack up on it. They're already in lobby in the first 20 seconds. And Twisted Minds have to try and respond to this, but Keloqz has his opener again. That win condition we stressed so heavily keeps coming up for Mandatory.
Spike towards the A side of the map where 2 players try to work C, create pressure pockets, get something. That Cam finding the information, no. Could be the red herring cleared. Still dealing with all the utility being thrown their way.
And when the dust settles, Takas has the annihilation here. So if Mandatory want to play light on their feet, flood a site quickly, create that kind of pressure they can. And with Enzo's Odin on the line, you thought it would have been an easy hold. But Twisted Minds have brute forced their way through. Mikey's been a little lackluster this second half, but his paranoia's perfect. Puts it on a plate for Takas. But one back from San, a couple in fact now sets up a clutch with a lockdown in play. It must be Mikey.
Yeah, he spots space for himself as well, and he moves into the site, Sand.
Out of charges.
Chance to reposition, spots Mikey on the jump up, back to the angle. Sand wins it again. The 3 in his name would have you think it's just a triple, but the quad kill has claimed 11. Twisted Minds, I mean, even in the round here, it looks like Mandatory is set up to win it, but still.
One enemy remaining.
This is just lovely stuff. Sand pushing Twisted Minds to 11, and as I said, if it's 11 or 12, Twisted Minds will break the buy of Mandatory. That's the case right here and right now. Twisted Minds should get 12 for with next to no problem.
You just know that Mandatory will find a way to spin one back now that you've said that, but wholeheartedly agree. Pressure put on. Kellogg's can't deliver in the opening engagements this round.
Here.
Mandatory needed a strong start if this one was to work out for them. The silver lining, though, is that they are focusing their efforts towards the A site, and that looks like where Twisted Minds are set up to hit. The alarm bot outside of C, signaling that they're just leaving that one alone.
Twisted Minds just ready for the next engagements. Quick double kill puts us in a position where it's just straight into the site. Nice shot from Enzo, but that's all it will be in the end. And Twisted Minds, they will get the 12th that we were talking about with next to no problem. Only exit being found, and Sikri getting his ultimate online, the Nightfall. One which can be used in the execute or post plan, whatever it's needed. So far, we have played 8 rounds. And Twisted Minds have been able to win 6 of those. Only one more needed to finish out this map now.
Yeah, they've started on the attack. Every map of Lotus they've played so far in this EMEA campaign. However, somehow they found a way to guarantee that they at least, you know, get their rate on the attack side, or close to it. They'll fall one short here, regardless. But still, impressive in the quick manner they've been able to clean up. Everything looking neatly put in place. On the Mandatory side of things, sure, you've got a couple of maps coming up where you expect them to be competent, but it's what you were talking about earlier, that Veto process, having the confidence that they can ante and prepare for these teams, play them on their own battlegrounds and go toe-to-toe. This has been the best performance we've seen from a Challengers EMEA team against Twisted Minds so far at Lotus, but how do you space these ults out to find consistent value for the next 4? It just feels like too much of a stretch at this point.
Yeah, I feel as if, I don't know if this is like a game plan since Mandatory got confirmed into Ascension, that maybe they are trying to test out how good they are at anteing and effectively implementing a game plan when you are like a day away from the game, right? Considering that's the way Ascension will be. Once you get into that schedule, it's very quick from the games through and through. Quick Hunter's Fury, but somehow Sand has found a kill through B.
Yeah, Kellogg's getting caught over his own barrier mesh is real salt in the wound for Mandatory.
Face your fear!
We can keep your hypothesis for another time. It's a slow start, whichever way you look at it for Mandatory right now. 4 players quickly reacting onto C, though, opens up B. Twisted Minds have the exact reaction that they wanted.
Yeah, that they have. And, well, Enzo's been burned to a crisp, trying to spam with the Odin. That spike plant will come through. And you look at Mandatory's positions. Hip still on the C site, and 2 players in heaven with Enzo no way back into Waterfall.
Not ready yet.
That's a paranoia in hand for Mikey to set players up, and Enzo with an info dart. I mean, at the end of the day, the utility is there to get back in, and even the ultimates as well. Takas finds one in the ultimate, but Twisted Minds look to send this one home. It was a mistake to pick into the best map of Twisted Minds, and they prove it right here and now.
Yeah, it's a professional performance from Twisted Minds. The 6-6 half set us up into an interesting state of affairs. Felt like Mandatory had a serious chance, but beyond that second pistol round really changed the curve of the game, and I think just a couple of those losses in there as well after Twisted Minds stopped trying to just go for those hard execs and actually played the map a little bit more, worked out really well for them. So after a very long first map in the end with the pause and everything else considered, we head back to the analyst desk to see what they think of our opener.
Thank you very much, guys. I mean, look, that was a hell of a map from Twisted Minds. We thought they would be kind of the favorites coming into this series based on what we saw from Mandatory yesterday. We were hoping to see a little more fire out of Mandatory. I mean, they look good. They definitely fought for that one. But yeah, in that second half, it seemed all but over from the first round.
Yeah, I think usually the idea is that Mandatory is really good here on the defensive side, but when you put Twisted Minds on the attacking side where they are at one of their best, it's really hard for Mandatory to fight against that. Taka's obviously a great performance, but not quite enough. Sand putting up numbers here. Exit, I think he started out the map quite well, but in the end it was Sand who was just popping off, and even in that last round, finding the entry was brilliant. But like you said, I think Mandatory, they weren't bad technically here. Kellogg's, I love how he was fighting up front in multiple rounds. On the defensive side, I think Mandatory had a great idea, but Twisted Minds just defaulting throughout those rounds made that Mandatory kind of had to think about how they approach, and a lot of the times I feel like Mandatory maybe even too early gave out some positions, especially in C Mount. A lot of the times they were already rotating back when Twisted Minds just started to attack that. I think that read there wasn't the best for Mandatory. Maybe Twisted Minds were just up ahead a little bit in this map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, it's the start that Twisted Minds won in this series as well, and for Mandatory, I mean, as we saw last time out, their last foray, they really started to fight back in the second map. It seems like this team does play better once they kind of have a reason to push for that win, right? And I could see a reverse sweep coming through from them. It's a whole new map coming up, so it should be okay, right? This is not the worst thing in the world. They have faced this kind of losing map one a lot of times, especially so far. I mean, their last 2 games, they have... oh, wait, no, they won Haven versus Enterprise Esports, didn't they? So, yeah, no, I mean, at the very least, they're moving into a map where they are more comfortable, and that's the silver lining here. The reverse sweep, we've seen so many of them over the course of not just the playoffs, but the group stage as well. So, not entirely unlikely that we see the same thing, but the French team really do need to step up. We're going to go to a quick break, and hopefully by then they will have formulated a game plan.
And
a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly.
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. Mandatory with their backs up against the wall. Brink of elimination now for them as they lose map 1 against Twisted Minds. And the thing is about Mandatory, usually at this point I would say we're moving into their map pick, things are going to be better for them. But Mandatory have been all over the place with every map pick that they've had so far. They have been losing and winning each of the maps that they have played over the course of this tournament. So I don't really know what to think. On a good day, Mandatory will absolutely win Haven. I mean, we saw that against Enterprise Esports, for instance, the previous winners of Challengers EMEA, and yet the day after that, 13-5 loss against Dynasty. So it's difficult to know what to think about Mandatory here, because look, tell me what you think, because obviously yesterday when we were looking at Haven, I think we had some reservations about some of the players' performances. Do you think that's going to take, we're going to need to take that into account when we're predicting who is going to be winning this one?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Mandatory, I think they run a really hard composition. They run the double duelist comp with Phoenix and Yoru. And if you don't have your duelists performing at their best level, it's going to be incredibly hard. And even though Mandatory kind of lost that Lotus, well, they lost that Lotus, I did like that Kellogg's went for a lot of the early duels. Sure, he didn't win most of those. I think he lost 5 and won 4. But I think that's going to be incredibly important in this matchup in Haven, to Kellogg's have that maybe confidence already to go for those duels, find those entries. Like Hazan and Cairo already said on the broadcast, that's one of the key parts for Mandatory. Kellogg's has to go for the entries, find those picks, and maybe ditch out after that with the Yoru. Obviously, Lotus, I think that's one of the best maps for Twisted Minds. That 19 win streak will tell you a lot. After that win that they got against Mandatory, they actually extended that to 19, so I think that's crazy. Twisted Minds, they've struggled in Haven as well. Sure, I think their Haven is actually pretty good. I think it's actually more than pretty good, but the loss against ULF Esports yesterday, I think that must be on the back of their head. That was such an easy game to close out. 5 versus 3 situation. Obviously, every time you close that one out, but yesterday they couldn't do that. Another 5 versus 4 situation, couldn't close that one either, and that went to OT, and we all know what happened yesterday. But this day might be different.
You would hope so for them, and maybe for the neutrals as well, that we do get a map 3 out of them with a win here for Mandatory. And yeah, I think there's a lot to learn, obviously, from their last forays out on this map. Mandatory, you know, the 13-5 against Dynasty, it was towards the tail end of the series, and therefore maybe the grueling win that they got on Sunset, a 14-12 overtime win for them, you know, took it out of them a little bit. But you could say the same thing about today. It's the thing. We really just have to wait and see what Mandatory we're going to get, and critically what Kellogg's we're going to get here.
Yeah, and if you like OTs, like you said, there's been some OTs, there is a script here. Twisted Minds, every time in this tournament that Haven has been a second map, it has been OT. So against Mouse, against ULF Esports, I don't think this could be a potential for OT as well, but we have to see Kellogg's pop out. We have to see Takas being comfortable in that duelist role that we know he's been comfortable with. Maybe not the Agent Phoenix, but Takas is one, or has been one of the better duelists, obviously in a bit of a new role nowadays. But I would love to see those two pop off absolutely in this tournament, or in this matchup in Haven, because that's what they need to do.
I would usually go into the game going, you know, Twisted Minds have a lot to prove, but let's be real here. Both teams have a lot to prove. Every team in this playoffs has a lot to prove. None of them have been the victors. In fact, none of them have made it to a finals of Challengers EMEA so far, and therefore everybody is fighting tooth and nail to stay in, especially with that stipulation that whoever wins this tournament is going to be going first seed into Ascension. So everything on the line here, especially for mandatory, one map loss, and they are out of Challengers EMEA Stage 3. I'm going to give it over now to Hazza and Cairo to cast this one for you.
Well, look, we may have already seen Twisted Mind's most dominant map in their Veto process. Their Haven isn't too bad, but as MP said, a couple of OTs, then Signals, so they only have 1 win from 3 on that Haven in this EMEA event. So it puts Mandatory in good stead to try and turn things around, steer the ship in the right direction, but plenty of work to be done in my eyes before we reach that point in time.
I would agree, but I also think that if you pick into a map, there's got to be a reason for it, even regardless of form. Mandatory starting on the attack once again, like they did in the last. If they can manage to keep that momentum going, or grab the early momentum that they got from the early start of Lotus.
Yeah, it feels like a way away now, but on this attack, already finding some space through Kellogg's. These entries heavily stressed from the desk, and now another one lined up right in front of him. Enzo the information. Kellogg's takes his time to strike. A blind on to Jesse means a second kill racked up. The third will evade him narrowly, but the damage is done, and Mandatory can get the spike down with safety.
They can, with 4 players still alive and 1 player better than that of Twisted Minds. The health pool looks so much better as well. They should have everything that they need to send this one home for Mandatory.
Strong positions taken up, the Poison Cloud on site. A window of view perhaps for Twisted Minds to get out from the spawn side from CT, but Exit is the last remnant left of this defensive hold. Mandatory to take the lead on Haven, take the lead in pistol rounds, their second now picked up.
I mean, they won the pistol round on the attack side on Lotus as well, so perhaps there's something there to look at. But with that being said, they were able to win out the Antico pretty convincingly as well. And then that's when the bonus round had a lot more bite to it. Nice from Kellogg's in terms of using that fake Euro calling to get the second kill as well. And from there, Mandatory had everything set up. So Antico now, we're expecting to be little to no resistance from Twisted Minds, considering it's all classics.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have a couple of players early doors on A, playing inside their own smoke, but Kellogg's very quickly identifying the threat, still unable to fully dissuade it. Enzo plenty of damage back through the smoke. But now taking a closer look at Haven for Mandatory, as they've managed to make it past the early troubled waters. It's the most played map in their pool this year, 19 times. They're very well acquainted with it. Quite happy to see it make its way through the Veto. Obviously, it's not the start that they would have been looking for, but you do expect them to turn things around here.
Yeah, and they've played it 6 times in this third split, and overall, they have been more successful than they have unsuccessful. Won it 4 out of 6 times. So I think, when it comes up in this Veto, it's a map that Mandatory can be happy that is there, and one that we know that they can find success on. But you also have to consider what Twisted Minds are like in this map, and I did worry coming into this Veto, like we already spoke about. This could very quickly be a 2-0.
Ooh, and if the classics keep going the way they are, it might just be Tak has to try and restore order. Vandal in hand, shut down by Zemo. Exit trades it. Now it's only Mikey left, and while he'll clear up the Neon player on site, it's Sikray that you've got to be worried about. Almost a full utility belt and a full HP bar.
Yeah, but he's nowhere near the site, and look at how long he's taken to pick up the roll into the site. He's still got a defuse as well, so time playing into Mikey's hands.
Oh, he's recovered a gun in the meantime. Spectre, headshot lands! And there it is! Sikray doing the thankless task, walking back into the 1 versus 1. But knowing that the rest of the team had paved a path for him, it's an immediate thrifty conversion.
And this was the worrying thing. A lot of teams have a rule. You don't go B on an equal round, or well, your opponent's on an equal round. That's exactly the case here. You see it come through, and now the whole map gets like flung on its head, right? Twisted Minds now have like all the money that they saved up from the last round into this one as well. 4 rifles and mandatory on the attack. They're back to an equal round, so it should be Twisted Minds to take the advantage. That's what we're expecting.
Yeah, nothing's a given after that last round, but at the very least, Mandatory will be hoping to build back up into the subsequent rounds. Takas and Kellogg's getting ever closer to their ults. Of course, one of the reasons why you have the Phoenix in this composition is because of the run it back and how easy it can be to build. Jesse pocketing a quick double though, making sure that the orb will not be claimed on C-Long.
The only saving grace is Takas' Guardian. He'll be going up against Zemo here.
And Takas also knows that giving up his life for the cause is another way to get an ult orb, so you don't actually have to fight too heavily for C. I love this. Use of the Omen smoke just to cover the alarm bot, and it has gone undetected by Twisted Minds.
This is massive. Into the backlines as well. Jesse has no idea.
Ooh.
30 seconds
Just using
left.
the recon as a distraction. Takas trying to line up a couple. He's going to get the double.
ready.
Ult online, site open for business. 3 on 3. It favors Mandatory.
Yeah, and there's rifles to get picked up. Sad can deny it, but he doesn't. He gives one back, and look at the last 2 remaining players on Twisted Minds. They're completely disconnected.
Mandatory wanting to fight for garage control there before they get the spike down, and Takas has led the charge, been the face of this turnaround in round number 3, where it looks like, with almost no upfront investment, we're going to get the team on the low buy to go ahead and win it again. A missed stun from Exit makes the job no easier, and Takas will collect an ace before the round is done.
Yeah, do you remember that time when I said on the anti-equal round this should be Mandatory winning with next to no ease, and then the round after they lost, I said, yeah, this should be a Twisted Minds round with no problem at all. So that has happened, and Takas has the run it back online, so he will be able to go and clear space.
But that was the expectation coming into the round anyway, right? Twisted Minds would have been prepared for this. It's just the way in which it's happened. And all of that coming back to some really nice micro and good communication on the Mandatory side to set up that garage piece.
Found them.
That's sometimes all it takes. Mandatory making sure that they don't get caught off guard by close corners like they did last time. And Sand set up for it once again with his own Viper's wall.
It's cheeky, but it shouldn't find all too much here. Mandatory wanting to clear it out, and they're still loading orbs up onto Kellogg's. The value that this combo of the Yoru and Soveralt has given them on a number of rounds map to map has been huge. So again, playing for those win conditions.
Still worried about Sand in this corner.
There's no way he gets overlooked. No way.
There's no util to clear. They're not going for it. I mean, just
There you go.
heartbeat, heart in the mouth sort of stuff there. It won't happen. And with that, Enzo has the Hunter's Fury online. If they could get one kill on towards Kellogg's like they just have there, that will be that combination online that you spoke about. So Spike goes down. It's not just been a successful round in terms of the frags, but it's been successful in terms of where those ultimate orbs have been placed.
Almost a complete monopoly on them from the Mandatory side of things. And for Twisted Minds, they have a couple of pieces coming back in, thinking about Exit's Overdrive, for example, as Takas puts a bow on round number 3 for Mandatory. Yeah, and look, this attack has always shown that they've been very happy to invest a lot of ults into a round, be it an eco, be it a full purchase. But with the next one upcoming, having significant ramifications, knowing that they could break Twisted Mind's buy, potentially set themselves up for further success, you're expecting those big investments.
It's all about breaking the buy of the defense. Every single time you will see teams be a lot more heavy-handed when it's rifle versus rifle, especially when they know they can find an advantage and break a buy once again.
Here's the combo.
Yeah, exactly that. Kellogg's identifying, although finally a ping, but no capitalization in the end.
And they're walking into the op now.
Oh, this is a disaster. Exit doesn't hit his shot. The flashes, they've got 4 of them, and that's 2 already used. And Exit taking so much damage in the meantime. Forced all the way back. Takas going hunting. The A site clear, but the players need to be careful. And they're not. Zero lucky enough to get the kill. Kellogg's at least will take the advantage.
Yeah, good spacing, good trades there from Mandatory, but that's now 3 ults invested. They need this round. The advantage is the health pool and the numbers, though.
Yeah, and it's the utility to come back in, which, let's be honest, you've got a Paranoia and an Intel dart, and already Kellogg's is taking your entry away. So overall, Mandatory, they have everything that they need to get this off. To a flyer, another ace on the cards. This time it's Kellogg's. And he's going to try and hunt down the last remaining player.
Yeah, with an operator and one bullet left in the chamber. He's chasing the coattails of Sand, who's going to make it out onto C, but he's cornered now.
Yeah, he has to hit the shot here, Kellogg's, if he wants the ace, and all the rest of the players are coming through CT. So at the very least, if Kellogg's doesn't get the ace, you'd imagine there's going to be someone else to take it. And maybe Takas and Kellogg's will be having stern words after.
It's a great round from Mandatory, nevertheless, though, and built up through no good fortune, but their own hard work in prioritizing those ultimate orbs, taking strong control at the start of rounds. Now coming into yet another where they're going to be favored with the weapons. Exit still has the overdrive, of course, but yeah, I was very impressed, despite the fact they weren't able to net kills. For me, this kind of poses another question to Twisted Minds. With their defense, I think that's where I've been least convinced so far, and we saw it on Lotus. I spin back to that conversation about the mid-rounding, where we need to see a little bit more presence from them, be a little bit more assertive, make Mandatory uncomfortable, because as it stands, it feels like the French side has complete autonomy, complete authority. They're just running all over them.
Yeah, and I think for this round, like, it's whether you want to go for that hero ultimate with the overdrive on Exit. Maybe there's a set player or retake you can go for. There's plenty of utility off the back of that, but that's also an ultimate that you'd maybe want to have in a future round, right? I mean, there's so many ways that you can look at this, but I 100% agree. I mean, we need to see Twisted Minds do more on the map rather than being as passive as they are.
It's a case of right place, right time. The one issue with the sort of dynamic of this comp that Twisted Minds are running, though, is that it struggles to be the protagonist. You don't have too much extra utility to take space, and that's why you're expecting a slow, progressive attack side from them. They're much better at bunkering up on sites and holding on to them, thinking of the Viper wall that they've got towards A, or some of the orbs that we've already seen, the standard Viper wall even that goes through Garage towards C. Like, that's what you're playing for, your setups. You're not really in a position to cause too many issues early. And I think, Cairo, that's also where we want to see Exit perhaps step up a little bit. I'm sure he's doing a brilliant job so far at the top of the scoreboard for Twisted Minds, but you know, long may that continue.
Oh, shots on the eco round. I mean, we've seen this before, the approach to the B site, but denied by Twisted Minds instead of the kills coming on the site. Nice drone usage to get rid of the KJ utility, but Mandatory left with questions that need to be answered. Where do we go next?
Well, they don't have their entry, and they don't really have enough space here either, so Twisted Minds have bodies on site.
Yeah, they're ready to fight. Exit in towards the CT. Remember that overdrive still available. And those sheriffs and lighter buys actually finding value. Hit the last one remaining. And Twisted Minds with a big thrifty round.
Yeah, and Mandatory giving them so much respect. That's what I was talking about. Twisted Minds can't maybe set themselves up to go fighting on the front foot, They overload the B space here just to be defensible of it if they needed to, which they do a great job in finding a positive trade. And then Mandatory just hitting into a site with no real advantages. So difficult to make work. It's a very well played round by the defense, but I think Mandatory perhaps overlooking the strengths of what that defender side can do.
Very quick lobby take, exit, stuck in a corner, there's a cam watching him, and you can see that Hip is just tapping away. Mikey's paranoia should force the Neon out, but the stun comes in to save them. Takash ready to get back on the line and denies the operator. A nice little off angle, and still keeps going. He's trying to keep forcing the issue onto the A site, and the Viper at least causes a stop.
Yeah, forces the issue a little bit. You've seen Kellogg's in the meantime TP away and actually send his fake out garage. That has broken the alarm bot, forced it to be used, which means that Jesse has to remain stationed in this position. They can't afford to rotate an extra player here, Twisted Minds, and that's why you see the Viper's pick come out.
Well, there's one person watching every lane at the minute. You've got Zemo, who's holding on towards C through the turret, and B main. And as you already mentioned, that big player, Jesse, holding through garage.
They've had to keep him here because of that fake out. Like I said, it's a real butterfly effect. Mandatory now going to go searching towards B though. Zemo on the off angle.
I mean,
he has Jesse with paranoia to support too.
It's not going to be Zemo to get a kill though, but it's the Hunter's Fury in towards the back line. Zemo taken off guard by the aggression, and the Hunter's Fury not finding that much value. A little bit of delay getting the spike down, but it will go down without any bother. It's all about how this retake goes in now.
Mandatory have really struggled with their B site post plants, but they have much better positions here to defend. Enzo still in backside, and Mikey ready to peek off his contact.
Yeah, Kellogg's so deep with an operator as well. Enzo identified a big bit of utility, and well, Mikey I think I just caught by Jesse, although hasn't thought about big kills coming through. The players can get onto the spike, but it's Kellogg's is up now. A rifle in hand, sees Jesse! And it's that man there who we've called a win condition, and he's truly in this round.
This is the Kellogg's that many had been waiting for years at this point in time, from landing on that Heretics roster which debuted in the first year of partnerships, VCT 2023. The quiet times that he spent in the second tier until now with Mandatory, finding that level once again, so impactful at the start of the round, in the middle, and of course the clutch. Mixed investment, Twisted Minds, but they're trying to fight this forwards.
Yeah, they're trying to push it to the max. We're even going to run it back from Takash just to make sure they know where Jesse is, but he has a rifle in hand and still not completely clear. The battle ensues and it settles in a 2 versus 1. It's up to Jesse now. TP towards A, and he's guessed completely wrong.
Oh, yeah, he's full stock it as well, so it's a long rotation that Jesse has to make. Let's Mandatory set up exactly the way that they would like to. There was only a couple of concessions, majority of rifles coming in. Jesse's already made a dent and done a great job. Has a smoke, but Enzo's recon should be back up in just a moment to clear it. And there it is.
Yeah, confirmation. Jesse, tap of the spike, he's waiting to see what comes his way. And it's actually Mikey's ultimate instead to clear out the smoke for the spam of the Odin. Second smoke finally in, but it's nothing's hit. And Jesse's found a kill as well. The timing is working against him, and that info dart has hit.
Missed.
Where's the Odin? This is a disaster! Oh, Enzo! He'll be able to wipe the sweat from his brow, but that got far too close for comfort.
It felt like Mandatory were using and abusing every single tool they had to clear that smoke, but still couldn't find Jesse. Mikey first with the ult, he gets caught on the second peak. The dart, I think it just lands in front of Plat or something like that. And Enzo gets away with the spam by the skin of his teeth in the end. Twisted Mind still hanging in there with a bit of money, but this aggression has now turned into a full A lobby takeover.
I mean, we know that this is what's going to happen. Dimensional Drift in and a Hunter's Fury available. This is what's typically the case. Straight away, Sand is under a lot of pressure, a lot of utility.
Beautiful.
And Enzo is the one that's going to be able to get the kill. Players on the B side, but this E-Lobby aggression is working out for Twisted Minds. It's just a death match in the server, it seems. And they're going to try and push the envelope towards the A site, which will work out and escape with the spike down.
Narrow advantage, still holding the smoke. Twisted Minds quick on the site.
Yeah, Jesse up top, but he's not been anticipated. Kellogg's with a quick flick and a 3K will confirm Mandatory's advantage towards the next half.
Mandatory feel like that one kid in school who always just abuse the same trick. As soon as they know how to beat you, they're going to keep on doing it and doing it and doing it. And even when you know it's coming, there's nothing you can do to stop it. It's a fantastic combination, and the molly from Takas is the cherry on top. Forces Sand to take damage on the way out, and a nice little reaction to get themselves some A-Link control as well and steady the ship there. Potential for things to fall apart, and honestly, as good as the scoreline looks for Mandatory, it's not been so easy on the eye test. Second timeout in the first half from Twisted Minds shows that they're really feeling the brunt of this.
Yeah, they want more rounds here. I think 4 is what we all agree that the defensive half should get on Haven. At a bare minimum, maybe 3, just to have that lifeline. And at this moment in time, I agree with what you're saying. Like, Mandatory have used the same tricks time and time again, and I'm surprised that Twisted Minds haven't thought about that, right? Like, in terms of how they can counteract it. What's the position after the case, which worries me ever so slightly.
I like the call from Mandatory on the previous round though, to make the combo on the B site where it feels so exposed. Of course, your the potential that you get taken from either extremity is definitely there, and Twisted Minds want to try and force you into that setup as much as they can. We're already seeing Exit getting active with Jesse, the 2 top performers for Twisted. Taking C-Long control early, leaving their smoker as a deposit, and now potentially thinking about leaning a little bit heavier towards one side of the map.
Jesse's been deposited with just a stinger on that C-Long. Happy to leave him there. And Mandatory are thinking about going to re-clear. A drone in pocket, that's what they've got.
Sure. Will they invest it from deep? No, it's just a corner to be cleared, and the stinger means that it's a discount on what Jesse would have wanted. Headshot to Kellogg's, not enough to claim the kill. He sprints into the vacant space as the point man of Mandatory's push yet again. An attempt made by the defense to force a quick reaction, but then it all comes crashing back into Kellogg's. The Vandal feeding on the life force of Twisted Minds, giving their brains a real headache right now. Sand to make his reprisal, but it's on borrowed time. Mikey to claim the final kill, 8-2. This is a statement first half from Mandatory.
Yeah, this is exactly what you wanted from the French side after how Lotus went. I mean, they had a good start on Lotus before things went against them. They ended up 6-6, but right now at 8-2, the thought is we need to try and get as many as we can get, try and get towards that 10th, and realistically, in our heads, possibly have already won the map.
Yeah, that's it. Make the second half unplayable for Twisted Minds. One more round might just do it. Mikey does get spotted early towards C, deep alarm bot, and their response is to bring Sand over onto the site as well. But Mandatory are queuing up, and Zemo has so much to do with little utility left to do it. Recon on his position, flash to the face, spam not quite landing, but Sand has supported. Zemo set up to succeed, and with that double in mind, Mandatory have dropped back to their final player. Hip getting caught in the crossfires elsewhere. Enzo, the last man standing.
Don't discount him. That's the big thing I will say already. Even though he has an Odin in hand, we've seen him do this before.
Just never feels like the gun, does it? But
no, I know. But it's Enzo.
When the king is without his throne, he still has his sword to wield, and that's Enzo and the Odin. He was key in the comeback against Valiant on this exact map where they reverse swept the best of 5 that put them in this competition and that kept their Ascension hopes alive.
Left.
He's going to have free reign over the A site, so at the very least a chance to set up here. Jesse can't get over there quickly with his ult, and Exit is the furthest of the players even with his extra movement speed.
The good thing for Enzo, once he moves into post here, is that he does have utility.
Left.
Info dart the first to be used, that will regenerate later into the post plan if we even get there. So 1 versus 3 for the Frenchman to try and attempt.
Doesn't really want to use the drone or the shock, has to commit to a fight instead. It's a double spray and 3 kills at the end of the day from Enzo. But Jesse is smart enough to trade it. Spacing good, coming back into the retake from Twisted Minds, knowing that they can just about overwhelm the Odin at close range.
Yeah, Jesse's a player who I really loved last year as well, and his attempt at the Ascension
Last round in
run,
the half.
it didn't work out in the end, but I mean, he's always been towards the tippy top of Tier 2, always knocking on the door, and Mandatory are even going to invest 1 more timeout here, so that's been 3 timeouts in the first half to make sure they can try and get the last round.
I think they see the value in it though, because the difference between 8-4 and 9-3, a lot of people will say, oh, it doesn't seem like too much, that's why we have the 9-3 curse, but it can make all of the difference coming into the second half. And to come back quickly to what you were saying about Jesse, yeah, I think we're finally seeing him given enough time to fully gel with the team. The LAN finals that they had in MENA was huge for him, and I had this joke coming in my mind, like, you know, he's a paradoxical player. He's both simultaneously signed and unsigned, you know? He was on a team and then he's not on a team. So actually seeing him part of a group now and given the opportunity to show what he can do in a proper team environment, I've been very impressed.
And I hope now, like, it's about kicking on for Twisted Minds as our MENA representative. One which, alongside the DAC region, has been quite underrepresented in the Tier 1. Obviously, we had Aves come up and has shown his strengths and the strengths of what potentially could come from the MENA region.
Yeah, and Sand will be hoping to join him there as a fellow Egyptian talent. But for now, we wait, and it's Twisted Minds on the final round of the half to go for another aggressive play. Straight in through the window. Exit held at arm's length by Enzo. Ball coming down in the sewers. Stand still up the length of long. Enzo's killed off his own teammate, but found Sikray in the process. All of this a distraction, Zemo closing in. With the captain collected, Hip has too much to do. They have found Fort, and it's with a pacey defensive play.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that timeout worked against Mandatory. We weren't expecting the fight to be brought to them, but overall, a pretty good half. As for Twisted Minds, they've got the lifeline that they needed, and if they can respond with a pistol round, this will be a spicy second half. Well, don't go anywhere, and we'll have that second half for you after the break.
Enemy remaining.
And
pistol round could decide whether we go to map 3 or if this is going to be a long drawn out affair on map number 2 between Twisted Minds and Mandatory.
If history is anything to go by, Twisted Minds are in for another overtime. A loss at that, yet to convert one of those, but it is the curse which has plagued them from making Haven look that much better. And into this second half with just 4 rounds, the pistol is a necessity. Mandatory have already picked up a couple,
Toxin screen down.
but it's the attack side which has registered first in every half so far. Twisted Minds will hope that trend continues.
It seems as if they're going to try and make the A site work for them. Nice utility from either side, and it's evened out the score or the player count in the server at 4-4. And well, Mandatory are ready to go back in, and as they do, Twisted Minds strike first. They strike hard and ready to close it out. It's as you said, only attack sides are able to win pistol rounds at the minute.
Yeah, it's a rough one for the defenders. Fadeaway shot from Hip was crazy to just keep a little bit of sight control, but the recontest from Twisted Minds was fantastic, knowing what it is to take that extra graffiti control when their own composition relies quite heavily yeah, on that backside control.
Where are you?
Well, with that being said, they'll take that to start off their attack, but let's not hope we had the same antics we had in the first half after pistol round. It was anti-eco after anti-eco where the thrifty side won.
Yeah. So Twisted Minds should be set up for this. We've seen Sand like solo lurk these rounds where they play a 4-1 setup so many times. But Twisted Minds have to be careful they don't walk back into the mid play. Okay, all good. All good.
I think as well, the thing that's really impressed me about Sand is how aggressive he is in his positioning. Usually lurker players tend to be a lot more apprehensive in terms of the way that they take the space, as Zemo's able to close it out in Flawless. But the way that we watch Sand play, he literally is scaling so fast, which we don't normally expect, and he's so confident in any 1v1 duel sent his way.
Yeah, you have to be fearless in these events, and I think that's kind of the difference we've seen over the last couple of years to paint the bigger picture of MENA only making their first Ascension playoff stage in the previous year with the The Ultimates team, always previously Falcons. It's going into every game having the belief that you can win it, and I think you definitely see that with this Twisted Minds team.
Kellogg's very quickly shutting down Exit, who did have one of the rifles, so we're looking at Zemo holding on to that outlaw for the time being, and Kellogg's holding on to the A main space, which will allow Mandatory to be able to move to the rest of the map pretty quickly as Twisted Minds poke and prod towards Garage. Taka's taking the kill, and down on the spike.
Yeah, Mandatory in a really advantageous position now, 5 versus 3. But Sander's gotten so far out on C, it's these aggressive looks again, but Hip cuts the root from the problem, and that should be it. Mandatory making it look like a clean sweep against the bonus.
It was the duels that realistically pushed Mandatory over the line. I don't think it was anything in terms of like, it was crazy macro or it was like big in terms of the utility play. It was just players hitting their shots and getting over the line.
Couple of 1v1s, right? And even coming back to that conversation that we had before about the MENA teams and representatives, it was always the same team before. Now they've got 2 teams in Ascension, and kind of makes you wonder what that looks like going into the future. But for now, Twisted Minds matching up fairly well against inter-regional opposition. Mandatory in the lead as it stands, and ready to receive this attack on the C side.
Oh, big from Kellogg's. I don't know how he's managed to thread the needle on that second shot, but he'll take it. And an advantage found.
Fired over the shoulder, shooting at the other player. It's a stray bullet, which takes out the second member of Twisted Minds.
Enzo needs to be careful. TPN, if he swings out to try and grab this player, that's nice shooting. And well, Sand's able to quickly swing out, get the kill, and just too eager is Takas.
Jesse is Houdini, he should not have lived there. Hip's going to bring one back to restore order and put Mandatory in a strong position. It's on the shoulders of Mikey to play this with discipline.
I like this, the fact that he has played it so easy. The shots aren't hitting. Oh no! Mandatory, not like this. Spike down, and post plant found, hip in heaven.
And it's Jesse again, the dead man, walking 3 kills now under his belt, and he's escaped from the next fight, but Hip can start to work on the spike here.
Yeah, paranoia, and he's not been hit, but he did just see the head of Jesse. Identified the Omen, Zemo on the other side of the box, and that's what Hip wants. He wants to find the first, and has done so cleanly, and now forces Jesse into the decision to close the distance, to close the gap, but instead, Hip decapitates and finds double digits in what was a very messy round.
Very messy indeed. Mandatory had multiple opportunities to make that look concrete. Should see it again on the replay in just a second. That one was disgusting from Kellogg's, but then Jesse, with a molly at his feet, a shock dart down his throat, has somehow plucked 3 kills out of thin air and made it look possible. If it wasn't for his heroics though, it's a different story. And I think that's kind of the bigger picture for this whole map, to be honest, Cairo. Twisted Minds have not really felt like a unit.
No, and I think that's the big thing. I guess like at the same time though, we've seen teams like that find success in the tier 2. That was CGN last year. Maybe Twisted Minds this time round as San finds the kill onto Enzo, taking a 1 versus 1, and Mikey taking a step too far. It's once again Mandatory, maybe trying to be a bit too abrasive and caught out for it.
It's Mikey caught in positioning. It's happened with him a couple of times now. Wants to just be the warden of lobby because Zemo needed to couple up with Sand and there was a wall separating them. He's gone down now though, and it's on to Kellogg's on site.
Oh, Hip's left him all, oh sorry, Kellogg's has left Hip all alone, and Jesse's denied Kellogg's trying to get into his ultimate. What is going on? I feel as if I'm in a fever dream. This Takas now in a 1 versus 3 with utility in pocket. I mean,
Twisted Minds just scaled so quickly there.
Yeah.
And now Takas has plenty of work to do. The wall is the one way back in though.
I've seen
the barrel.
Yeah, 100%. A flash here could stop anybody else peeking over, but Takas getting so far forward. First kill, second! Oh, the third was maybe a bit too much to ask for, but Takas nearly delivers.
It's a nice attempt. But yeah, the scaling here was fantastic from Twisted Minds. Look how quickly they get to the site. Hip was stuck in a really difficult situation, and Kellogg's just a little too eager to put the mask on, it seems. So he's caught, and now that's the buy broken. This should be a gap reduced to 2, Cairo, and that is very worrying if you're Mandatory.
Right here. Right
that
here.
is the biggest aspect here, right? Is this gap could be reduced very, very quickly, especially when the defense finds itself at the back of a bad buy, and a cycle which could come to haunt them. Economy erasure continues on, but Kellogg's looking to raise the rest of Twisted Minds, takes a big pick and puts them in an advantage as Twisted Minds look to take the A site.
I mean, Mandatory have had guns for most of the rounds where they've been converting advantages. It's something they've been very good at doing though. Mikey asleep at the wheel on A. A story which keeps rearing its ugly head if you're Mandatory.
I mean, Takas does have a Guardian.
And
they swapped it. Yeah, that's the point I was going to get to. They run it back, ready to go, and that should be the big clearing point here. As 2 players from CT look to distract and try and grab Twisted Minds' attention, which, let's be honest, they have done successfully. And Takas not even using the ultimate, gets another pick, jumps out, but he's got space out towards CT for his position. And, well, the lockdown invested, forced to. Jesse looking to protect it with just a rifle in his hands. Hip now has a decision to make. Does he take the engagement or does he take the ultimate? Instead he does both, but not enough time to defuse. It will be for Twisted Minds, thankfully, but Hip made some effort.
Yeah, maybe the individuals conversation should be on the Mandatory side, because Hip is putting a recovery mission yet again. It's Jesse that has realistically saved Twisted Minds once more, as he now finds himself 21 and 15. The panic button pressed by the French. They've hit it with the hammer and all, because the, like 8 rounds on the first half has just not been enough.
No, they really has, and Twisted Minds are now starting to get themselves into the motion, win this next round after Ultimate's invested in the last from Mandatory, which didn't find the value. And you're starting to see that the shifts of time go towards the attack, right? And with that being said, the momentum at their back, Twisted Minds, this will be the last time that they'll be able to talk to their coach as well. And I wonder what we're going to see be brought forward as ideas, because I imagine the coach will have ideas of ante or how to play the rest of these rounds.
And when you actually step back and look at it, Twisted Minds have been able to check back in with their coach twice in the last 6-7 rounds. Mandatory investing both of theirs, and it kind of shows how quickly the narrative has been shaken. A big duel about to go down in grass to kick things off. Enzo lining up his Odin for a spam. But Exit is the quickest out the gates. The drone halted for just a moment, and Enzo knows his angles well, where Sikray would be setting up. Captain on captain, he's taken out. And a shift of focus from the attack towards the B site.
Yeah,
Enzo again.
Well, yeah, to not give anything away and win the duels. I think this is looking like a very successful Mandatory round, and it is the case, as every single player on Mandatory's side has won their duels. They know that that's the game they've got to play. Takas deep in the corner of grass. And Zemo just makes his 1 versus 5 attempt.
It is 1 kill deep, but the rest start to close the net. And Mandatory will make no mistake from a position such as that. Enzo's Odin doing brilliant work here outside of Garage, one of the areas of the map where this weapon shines the most. You could see him lining up that ult as soon as he had it online.
Goes there.
It's, you know, really not great from Twisted Minds, and all of a sudden they are the ones called into question here. Money isn't great. Huge opportunity for the defense to seal 12.
And with an operator in play as well as an Odin, I mean, maybe perhaps we're looking at a potential swing round. Very quick towards the A side of the map. Jesse in towards Hill. Stinger in hand, but against the rifle, you're not expecting him to find the value. Exit has with the, the correction with the slide.
Went for the no-scope.
Yeah, settle it 4-4.
Yeah, and Mandatory setting up for the retake. Enzo! The shock dart went all the way through. He's picked off Sand, and the retake's in motion ahead of time.
Yeah, with the spike down as well, you know that Twisted Minds need to brawl their way through, and Zemo is making a good attempt of it. 1 versus 5 wasn't in their last round, but 1 versus 4 here could be doable.
He's already within range. Takas has heard the steps, but the spike's in the open.
Only 6 bullets, has to make it 1. Only needs 1.
Unbelievable.
That's insane from Zemo, and he brings it within 2 once again.
That is ridiculous, but given the perfect storm of circumstances, Zemo's mechanical ability carries him through the first couple of gun duels. Twisted Minds did well to get on site, but yeah, the spike being dropped feels like the nail in the coffin. And then we get this. Mikey dying all the way at the back there, past Kellogg's, is crazy. Oh, and it might just be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Sikray gets the opener. Mandatory on the low buy, of course. Might just be a couple rounds in it.
This could change very quickly, although let's look at the A site, look at the setup. Playing for short with Mikey up high, the camera to take contact, and well, the drone being heard, Mikey's trying to hide, and well, Hip's the one to destroy the drone, which means Mikey is still up there. The shot's not hitting, cleared out by Zemo. The player's trying to get back in. Takas' Guardian doing what, but that's all it's going to be. Kellogg's now left with an Odin in hand, and the spike down to go up against 3, and Zemo has his lockdown online as well.
We've seen a few players face the music, but only a couple have walked away from it. Kellogg's has a huge task on his hands here, and I believe that he would be wise to think better of it.
Portal closed.
Yeah. I think with you look at the money in the pockets, it would be a small win that Kellogg's could find. Even if he was able to get a kill or two, bring that dimensional drift closer, but I don't think he's going to get it. He's looking to give himself up, and Sikri already had the Hunter's Fury online, so we are within one between these two. And Mandatory, after having such a commanding lead in multiple positions where you thought, well, this is it to go and close out the map, have let it slip.
Once again, Mandatory sense smouldering from the A site. It's been a real difficulty for them to hold it up until this point.
That goes there.
But this is their last big chance before Twisted Minds can make a late lunge for the lead of their own. Operator's been brought up by Kellogg's. He slots into sewers early, playing in front of the Viper wall. But Twisted Minds are eager to re-clear this space.
They are, and that TP is about to expire for Kellogg's. Well, he's going to replace it, but this time it's much closer. If he TP's away, he's basically in the same line of sight. Zemo with a quick trade, and Enzo's spam even takes the advantage.
So good with the spams.
You should run.
Mandatory trying to get going, but Twisted Minds put in position with this lockdown and now committed to the site. The captain forced to fight. Long he goes.
Oh, and he'll get it. He is caught in the meantime, but it's Zemo. The 1 versus 4, successful last time, but he won't be this time round. Mandatory will get map point.
It was a great start from Kellogg's, but Enzo ultimately wins it for them, sticking around on site with a gun as cumbersome as the Odin. Such a bold play to make. But he's no stranger to making plays like that. Think back to that Leviathan clutch which kept Fnatic in Copenhagen and brought them to the stage, and with a LAN queued up in Berlin, they want more of the same. Mandatory's chance to close it here, but it's the IGL who's caught first by the ult, and exit quick to close the gap. 4v5 turns 3v5 as Twisted Minds have the A site again.
Yeah, but Takas has the run it back. That's the gap close that Mandatory will be looking for.
Planted.
But Kellogg's does have the AWP, and that's going to be the biggest problem that Mandatory have.
Yeah, that's the hindrance. And the issue being for Mandatory here is you've got money in the next, so do you really want to spend ults in this situation? Enzo won from a Hunter's Fury. Should he take the orb on A long, perhaps? Kellogg's really would love that dimensional drift as well. The combo we spoke so much about is on the tip of their tongue, but just a little too far out of reach. So in terms of tangibles for this defense coming into the next round, you're one short of a dozen, unfortunately. And Twisted Minds, well, all they've got to be thinking about is this is the weakness. This A site has been conditioned so heavily. Their decision to make now is, do we want to try and hit this one again? Or do we now start to engage in that mental game and pivot elsewhere?
I mean, that's also the question for Mandatory, right? Do we heavy load that A side, or do we just leave Kellogg's once again with the operator on the A, and it's that latter which they're going to go for? And with Twisted Minds actually playing into the Mandatory game plan, with the spike being on C.
2 overtimes in the last 2 maps of Haven played by Twisted Minds, and they're looking to be heading in a similar direction unless Mandatory can bag themselves the fruits of this aggressive maneuver down middle. Started off by Takas, finished by Mikey. They're able to disengage and keep their man advantage.
A prophecy foretold of overtime, but Mandatory looking to go away from Destiny here by making plays of their own. It seems if Takas is ready to play off this drone.
Yeah, Mandatory always masters of their own destiny. From the group of death up until now, it's on their own terms and conditions that we reach this point. Other side of the smoke is Mikey. It's been a torrid time for him so far in terms of controlling space, but he has the support of Hit by his side, and it feels infallible at this point. Oh, in behind, Jesse's gone all the way through. And with that kill under his belt, Mandatory been showing the door.
Kellogg's on the flank. This is going to be a big chance to try and upset the post plant. But look, there's extra space that Twisted Minds are playing into.
The only issue is it's on the other side of default, so the plant isn't quite for them. They rely on Sikray coming up with the goods here, and the captain in position can't quite catch the kill he was looking for. Zemo's still alive, standing tall with Jesse by his side, but that plant I was talking about comes back to make an issue of itself. Zemo closing the distance, second shot Zemo with just 2 HP. But it's Enzo at the end of the day to win it all for Mandatory. The final round of regulation, overtime surplus 2 requirements. We go the distance and then some.
That we do. I mean, this second map has been back and forth, and me and you were talking about it, right? This should be a map that we expect Twisted Minds to win, and this be a quick 2-0. The Veto was scary, but we will get that third map, and Mandatory a chance to come back into this series.
Yeah, it makes things really interesting. A one-map shootout on Ascent to decide who it is that carries on in the lower bracket, earns themselves an extra 2 Ascension points to benefit their own goals of the seeding heading into the main event after champs, and who it is that gets sent home early after coming in as one of our favorites. All of these things to be answered and found out on the other side of a break. But first, we head to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, look, in Twisted Minds, Haven continues to be the thorn in their side. They're not quite able to get it done. Just excruciatingly, 2 days in a row. And Mandatory will make it to the third map. I mean, backs up against the wall. It was a requirement, right? This had to happen for them, and it did.
Yeah, elimination match goes all the way to 3 maps. I think that's exactly what we're here for. Kellogg's incredible performance. I love that he was really comfortable with the operator, going for the entries as well, topping the boards with Enzo. Enzo 24 and 17 and 4 first kills. That Odin was a menace, and I think he showed why he's the best Odin player on the server, because there were multiple wall banks where Enzo would just all of a sudden get a pick. Kellogg's would be in a sewers with operator, and all of a sudden it's Enzo who gets a pick through that wall. Yeah, sure, it's a common wall bank, but Enzo to be in that position to support Kellogg's is incredible, and Mandatory, they showed great performance in this map.
All right, well, let's take a look back at a round that you highlighted for me.
Yeah.
Let's see. Take me through round 3.
I mean, this is exactly where it started. I think this is something that Mandatory kind of needed to kick off this half. This could have been terrible because they won the pistol round, then they lost the second round, but Mandatory. Right here, Takas is pinging that alarm bot. Mikey goes in for the smoke, and look at what is happening. Takas gets to sneak through that alarm bot, get all the way to the back lines of Twisted Minds. Mind you, in a 3 versus 5 situations where they only have a Guardian, Takas goes all the way behind, gets 2 kills, gets a runny back as well. The site is cleared, and you know Takas, if he gets 2 kills, he gets all the rest of them. And ace in this round, and it ended up stealing Kellogg's ace as well in later parts of this map. Takas, you greedy.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's what you need to do sometimes, I guess, to build up the confidence, right? And I do think that was what Mandatory wanted out of this one. Look, it almost slipped away from their grasp, but they were in the lead for most of that map. So congratulations to them from getting themselves to map 3. But it just feels like we've got a script for playoff games, right? Yeah. Everyone has to go to this map 3. Everyone has to be filled with so much drama. And it will be Ascent, where we decide who gets eliminated first from the playoffs here. It's going to be insane. I hope you guys will stick around for that one. We'll be back after a short break.
And
you been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll crush that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now, whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the Alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got sheriffs, so sorry-eyed boys. Got the banner highs, going to the banner well. Who's there? Know this. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it. I go inside. No footsteps. Moving into position. Signal. I'ma take you all down like dominoes. I'ma take you out with another spike drop. Overheated, but I love to lock and load. I hear the echo. I hear the echo. Bang bang on the back team with the versatile. Rat-tat-tat-tat all day. Enough with the chit chat. Steady with the one tab. I'ma set it off. Just wait. Oh, eres la omega con la oh no. Sabe que la alfa soy yo. Go. Vete, vuelve cuando no estoy así. Desapareció. Oh, como piensa que no. Traigo la peña, la sheriff hello. Llama el chatarrero que se va a hacer rico. De lo que dejaré de ti por el suelo. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it. We're from different worlds. Mirror, mirror eyes. Can you feel the
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everybody. We couldn't go a series without going 3 maps, and here we are once again. It is Mandatory versus Twisted Minds at the moment. Mandatory just about cross over the finish line, 13-11 on Haven to get us to map 3 of Ascent, our decider. And yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds, they're still this team that are just getting like the most out of their opponent, right? I mean, yesterday bringing off to 5 overtimes and then a third map and just losing out on both of those last 2 maps, and again out of Mandatory bringing them to almost overtime there on Haven. We're gonna have to figure out if they can finally just cross that line, because for them to go out in 4th place, it would be heartbreaking for them.
Absolutely would. To me, it seemed like Twisted Minds, they were more individuals in that previous map than rather a team. I think the casters actually highlighted that as well. Individuals were quite a lot stepping up there. Zemo even getting that 4K down there. Jesse was popping off. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in Ascent, because I think this heavily supports the idea of going together as a two-player model, especially on the defensive side, getting a hold of those mains and then going to places like mid maybe. A lot of interesting situations here in terms of the compositions. Mandatory, they are running a very unique composition with the Viper. I think we see this in Pacific, in China. There's at least Tylo who runs this, and I think Nongshim Red Force who runs this Viper, but it is really, really peculiar. On the other hand, we have Twisted Minds, who is not running a meta composition either. That Chamber Vice, I think that's such a random composition, but it did kind of work. It didn't work in a sense of getting a win there against ULF, but I did see the idea behind that. Mandatory, on the other hand, they haven't had the best idea in this map either, losing against Enterprise Esports really heavily as well, 3 and 13.
Yeah, I mean, you could see there with those stats, obviously, for Challengers EMEA, neither team having won the map at this point. And yeah, so we're going to have to break that here today. And I mean, look, to say goodbye to either of these teams is a shame, right? Because I think every team that we've got in this top four, everyone has deserved their place. And while Mandatory, I do think, is the underdog out of all four of them, from what I've seen in the playoffs so far, they beat BBL Pacific 2-0, right? This is a team that has caused the biggest upset we've seen in quite a while in the group stage, and got through there just by a matter of one map difference. So it would be nice to see them get further, but we've got to say goodbye to somebody. And for Twisted Minds, it doesn't seem like they're letting go of that so easily. But Mandatory did fight back on the last map, and we've seen a lot of reverse sweeps. So Hazard and Cairo, show me another one.
Show me another one. Is that a little bit of bias creeping into the desk? Surely not on the Challengers Northeast produced Challengers EMEA event, of course, with no representatives left except for Dynasty, if we're being real. Mandatory coming onto a map which historically they've never really shown much preference towards. It's a weak one for them, which they tend to avoid where possible. However, this double controller comp with the deadlock in there as well actually tends to do better on the attack. They're not going to start there first, though.
No, starting on the defense, and as for Twisted Minds, it's a pretty split up attack with only Sikri being towards the B side. I wonder if that's the fake out pressure. You can see that the info dart starts off outside of the map, so I wonder where that one's going.
Should be finding its way over in just a second. As Enzo has droned out on B, it tries to set up the A play. 2 kills from Twisted Minds before Mikey clamps down. 3 big kills from him. A much needed confidence booster. And a big moment as the defense are setting up for a pistol win. Something we've not seen all too often, not once in this series so far. Jesse trying to play counter to that. The paranoia misses the mark, and it's Mikey who's hitting the heads at the moment. A body shot to set him up for his 4th. And the final player of Sikri revealing his position. Still a 2 versus 1 here that Mandatory need to try and close. They're doubled up towards Cat though. And the utility is just not hitting for Sikri. Still flirting with the idea of this peak. He knows his position is condemned.
30 seconds left.
It's a matter of time as Mikey has been spotted for the 5th occasion at this point. Still waiting to find his 5th kill. That's a lot of damage though. Down to 22 HP. It's Kellogg's, ultimately, that'll win this one for Mandatory, though.
Oh, and Kellogg's given up it after the fact. Yeah, nice pistol round. Big for Mikey to find himself in a position where he can now start to kick on from. A big icebreaker, as I've known some coaches to try and call it. And with that being said, the defence now get to start things off with a bit of momentum on Ascent, where we expect there to be a bit of side bias towards the defence.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because usually that attack side pistol is so much more important if you pick it up than the defenders winning it. But in the ebbs and flows of this series so far, all we've known is the attack finding liftoff first. So it's a big advantage for Mandatory. One which they want to keep clean though. 4 versus 2 situation. Hip called to arms.
Spike dropped.
And the molly placed, drawing a line in the sand between this Mandatory defense and the onslaught of remaining attackers. They have been shut down in due course.
That's what Mandatory now finding both rounds at the start, and then keeping it as clean as possible. They move into the next round with a dangerous bonus. 3 rifles in that Ares, as we know as we know Enzo likes to play with high pen weaponry. And
LMGs.
Now, yeah, whatever you wanna go for, mate. But with that being said, I just want to say that now we get a real look at Twisted Mind's attack and how they want to prioritise, because the past few rounds have been pretty cut and dry in terms of how Twisted Minds have been stopped.
It's another composition lifted straight from the playbook of Fnatic. And in terms of how it plays on the attack side, it is these slower default rounds. Occasionally a situation where you can go for a pacier take, but that's typically towards the B site. Kind of working out for them. They've just got to respect the util that Mandatory have, and Kellogg's cropping up in the feed early again. A huge thing that we've talked about all day, and honestly, he has delivered.
He has. The thing that worries me about Twisted Minds right now, I mean, obviously rifles in hand and ready to go on towards the B site, is they might have the same problems that Fnatic did with that composition towards the end of the last split of EMEA.
Absolutely, it's that really slow pace that you're executing with, and Mandatory already trying to relocate themselves towards B, but Takas can't find the second. Zemo slips the net, stunned or not, doesn't matter. And so does manage to catch him eventually, but it's at the cost of the spike plant. Oh my god, Enzo! Still the shining light amongst the darkness. The captain of hope has lit the way for Mandatory.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Zemo does well to buy Twisted Minds into the round, which realistically they shouldn't have a look in. And then Karmic Luck works out for Enzo in the end with a nice double spray down. I mean, it's broken the buy of the attack, but one thing I want to note is that if you're with this composition that Twisted Minds are running, it struggles to default towards that B main, or at least that's what Fnatic had problems with.
Yeah. It is what I was talking about earlier. You want that quick execution more than anything else if you opt to go for it, and with a couple of stingers brought up, that might be what they're looking for. It's this initial net though, and the strong refreshable utility that Mandatory possess that makes it a problem.
Nice from Kellogg's to already close the gap and now make this even worse for the players trying to get out of B main, because they have nowhere to go. They have to fight forward or fight behind. And with this wall deposited and pistols in hand, you've got no way out. Twisted Minds are left scratching their head as to where they want to go.
And Mandatory are going to regroup as 4, looking to re-clear the mid space, or at least set up Kellogg's for it. This Outlaw has not stopped. 3 from him in the end. And might even find one more before the round is done. It's Enzo to snatch it away, but yeah, the ults are up. Mandatory still continuing the round count. The streak just not stopping.
It hasn't. The worst part for Twisted Minds is that combination that we expect to come up online for Mandatory in terms of the Hunter's Fury and the Dimensional Drift. They were very quick to use it on the early rounds on Haven. Do not be surprised if they do the same here and the next one, considering Twisted Minds have their full buyback.
Yeah, you can see the setup immediately as well. Fighting heavily for mid, leaving the A site open if it was an execute from main. Kellogg's already found himself just outside of tiles, and so with Sikre investing this ult, he was trying to challenge him directly, but caught by that first ping. TP's all the way out.
Well, Sand and Twisted Minds have found themselves a main, even putting a trap down to make sure that they have signposted the space, the operator on the other side. And Twisted Minds now start to get to work elsewhere through mid, but there's still 3 bodies here for Mandatory.
You can see Twisted Minds queuing up for this A split though. And Mandatory are in a very strong position right now to fight that, especially now that Kellogg's has inserted himself in Wine, and it's actually a full execution through main, lining up into the Odin and Kellogg's.
All about trigger discipline. Kellogg's to take his time in, still not cleared, and Enzo
30
hiding.
seconds left.
The players starting to increase the pace, but finally they'll clear Kellogg's, but not Enzo! Activating at the right time. It's Sans Op who gets a double to equal things out, but that time is getting low, and they're still worried about players' positioning.
Yeah, Spike only just now going in. 3 on 3, and the rotation time completed. Snakebite doing a little bit of extra damage onto Jesse. And Takas with his net back up into the retake. Only real bit of utility left.
That is the big part. Mikey waiting to bust out of shot, and well, with Jesse being distracted by shot, it's allowed the players out of heaven. They've even got a pick for it. Now a 1 versus 1, which Hixit actually uses a dimensional drift to reposition up towards heaven. Is allowed to get half out on top of Jen. Does Hip even know? Does he check it? Around the corner, the shot he doesn't hit. Both players taking boatloads of damage, but it's so messy, and Hip will come out the other end of it with the win and a 5-0 lead. That Mandatory are yet to lose a round.
And Hip feels like he's yet to lose an individual 1 versus 1. Sure, there have been rounds lost on time to his hands, but he's always beaten the man in front of him, and that's exactly what we end up getting here. It was a double-pronged approach in main that put Mandatory in such a strong position, though. And just the lack of any presence short meant that all attention was focused on that one lane. That's why the Odin got so much value.
Quick play for Mandatory as they try to send it on forward. Sikri caught, Exit trying to catch the players off guard, gets caught himself, and the onslaught continues. Players did have buys here, but it's completely fallen to the wayside. Jesse trying to use his own smoke to get out, but overall Mandatory have already done what is needed. A quick pace change, and Twisted Minds caught hook, line and sinker.
Yeah, 6 rounds all but guaranteed. Jesse is the fleeting opportunity in this round that Twisted Minds have.
Spike planted.
Couple of investments, but not too much past the Stingers, and that's what he's got to work with it in the 1v4. But
and
Hip's gonna catch him, and looking at how the round was set up by Mandatory, the player that's impressed me the most so far, quietly under the radar, is Mikey. He's stopped everything from getting past him on short. Often you'll very much see that Omen player be part of like a sort of 1-2 setup with maybe a KO in the default comp.
Yeah.
In that part of the map, but he's responsible for that space almost solo and has been coming up with the goods every single time.
Interestingly enough, as Twisted Minds have waited 6 rounds before they've used their own timeout, obviously facing elimination from the 3rd split of EMEA, where everyone is fighting for that 1st seed. That's what you get for winning this tournament.
It felt like Twisted Minds were probably the favorites coming into playoffs, at least in my opinion. I think other people would have been quick to knock them down a peg. The fact that they get paired up against ULF in that first game, with it just being a draw and not necessarily seeded, was a frustrating one for them, I'm sure, but still yet to see them up against Dynasty later on. That will be for a spot in the grand final and a confirmed 9 Ascension points at the very least. Of course, everyone already qualified at this point. It's just about making that deeper run. And for Twisted Minds, building up more confidence, playing these teams outside of their region for the first time this year. They've had to wait 3 stages for it. I think people have been quick to forget that coming out of the group stage, but this is all a learning process.
And it also lets us as commentators and analysts get to see what the lay of the land looks like in terms of team strength, in terms of creating a bit of history before we set up into the Ascension. And somehow Kellogg's has missed his shot, but got so much information off the back of it.
This is the first round in a while that we get ops out on both sides of the server, maybe the first, as Sans ultimate is in play. Kellogg's got the info, like you said, and with the drone clearing him a second time, surely he wouldn't go back in. Wait, it's Kellogg's. Of course he's going to, and it's a no-scope which lands onto Exit. Disgusting from Kellogg's, but did you expect anything less?
No, that was wicked sick, man. Spike down deep, so Twisted Minds have got a long way to go back into this round, and with not a whole lot of time either.
Not a lot indeed. Sand controlling this space through the ultimate, mandatory, giving it the respect that it deserves, not holding any angles that aren't blocked with cover of smoke.
30 seconds left.
And there are still toxins left for him to stave off this initial wave of the B push, but the second is swiftly arriving. Twisted Minds need a turn of the tide, and it's got to come through. Zemo, along with the rest, Jesse in play, trying to take the B site. Sikray detached from all of this going on, but Twisted Minds getting the kills down to the last couple players, but they're on site for mandatory. And one of them's Mikey. If he denies the plant and keeps himself alive, there was a string of situations that won the round for them. But it was a late play, as you expect from Twisted Minds, and it did work out.
That felt as if that round gave me heartburn, but I don't know if that's my age or if that's the pressure I felt from that round building up. Now it's 6-1. Finally, Twisted Minds get there first, and they have a little bit of economy now for future rounds. But mandatory, with having rounds being so close, I felt their own economy actually start to go to the wayside a little bit.
And it looks like here, after the utility, Twisted Minds, for the first time, might try an injection of pace on the B execution. All 5 players here, they have the entry on Kellogg's through the smoke. But still, both anchors left alive after their duelist demise. And that's going to bring this one down to a halt.
Seems as though Twisted Minds have an idea of where they want to end this. And with Sans pick there, that's probably confirmation. They're even going back and fighting behind him as well. Twisted Minds, they know exactly where they want to go, but they're walking into him, and he's just going to spray him down. The bullet's not hitting the Twisted Minds too, and that will be a double up, a very quick one.
Yeah. Honestly, doesn't feel like mandatory put a foot wrong there. They just got punished through smoke. And then as soon as Enzo stops holding the angle tiles, thinking that maybe the players had already made their way onto the B site, it all comes apart. That little moment there, making a whole load of difference in the end.
Operator back out. First one to strike is Kellogg's. And oh my god, mandatory! They've come out the floodgates flying in towards the next round, and that's a very quick way to respond.
How many times over the years have we seen Kellogg's be listed as a feast or famine player? I've only seen him feasting this event. Sure, a map here and there where he's been subpar, but this is above the standards set by him long ago. New personal bests being achieved through a team environment that's taken a while to come together, but the extra ramifications of that previous round is also the fact that mandatory would have had their buy broken had they not won it, but it's convincing the way they fight middle.
I would like to comment a little statistic. Me and you have actually never casted Enzo losing a game, which is quite funny as it continues on in towards this one. Could it continue on? Enzo finds the players outside B main. Viper's Pit invested, but himself caught out.
Yeah, I'll come back to that statistic in just a moment. But mandatory definitely set up pretty well here to start. In fact, I can debunk it. I have seen this man lose. I have commentated this man losing before.
When?
Like on Apex, like LPB game. I guess maybe not both of us casting together.
I have.
What about stage 1 against BBL Pacific? Like,
we didn't cast that game.
That's a catch-22. Can't believe it. Wow.
Who's next?
Focusing on the round at hand, Hip should be cleared out in this pit. Nice use of the Yoru ult. Deadman walking, or so you'd think, but he's dropped the spike and the util's still up.
Yeah, and players caught by the utility that's been thrown in to support this Viper's pit. Somehow with 20 seconds remaining, Hip still alive, and Taka's now here to frag out as well if needed, but somehow without being seen. That's when the kills come through. Killox through main. And what is going on in the round? Spike main, and there's no way to get it. There's no way to get onto the site. It's completely lost.
Kellogg's just empties his pockets, runs for the hills, and knows that it's won on time alone.
Fake teleport.
Twisted Mind's so slow on the uptake for the B play. It was the pit that stopped them dead in their tracks, and the fact that Hip drops the spike here with the mesh thrown in by Takas just before he goes down, that was his last involvement in the round. And the one which almost single-handedly wins it for them after Kellogg's has said his piece.
8-2. Scoreline continues to grow for this defensive mandatory. As we said, Twisted Minds, I mean, their attack has always been good, it's always found success, but this composition is not one which I guess favours really on the attack side, has it?
Definitely not. Mandatory on the other side, though. Oh, I was going to say, have had pretty strong attack sides, actually. How many more rounds could they possibly require to confirm that reverse sweep that the desk was hypothesizing? Right now, any more in round 11 requires the A main hold to happen, and Mikey into Wine. We've seen them make this play before with the Odin at the front.
Oh, it's even got a kill as well. Make that 2 before being traded out. Exit was always the one to clear in towards Wine, but Mikey's punch drunk, and he's completely uppercutted Twisted Minds. And given mandatory 9, 1 away from double digits in the first half.
You were wondering, would mandatory bury the hatchet or the hammer in this case, I guess, after Twisted Minds got their foot in the door with a couple of rounds, but they win a 1v2 on time. And then this setup is much more commendable. A layered defense. Takas, Mikey, both supporting Enzo. And then they crack back down on A again. Takas with his ult to maybe snatch one more, and he's found Zemo. On for the ace, jumps in to find Sick Ray, sat on his lonesome, but still enough to stop the rot. 10-2. What a showing from Mandatory.
I mean, from the get-go, the way that they were able to clutch out, but not only that, dictate the pace from the defense. Quick rounds, taking the fight to Twisted Minds. It's going to take a lot for the men aside to come back into this one, to stop the exit from the competition. But we'll only get to see that after the break.
So another 10-2 half for Mandatory on this map, as they did against Valiant to qualify themselves for this event. However, it comes in a very different context. Those 10 rounds were on their attacking side, the stronger side for this comp, despite its limitations, perhaps. Very execute heavy. Twisted Minds have a lot on their plate, and even after suffering a heavy defeat earlier on in the competition here, Mandatory always seem to step up when it matters.
That's it. We've seen them be in the lower bracket before, and we'll probably see them go on a run again. Pressure makes diamonds, and right now Mandatory are worth a whole bunch, as all the players have been finding value time and time again. Exit in towards the A side, and Exit showing them the door. A brilliant hold by Twisted Minds so far. Maybe we're seeing a switch up. Maybe it's the defender's turn to get this one underway.
Well, I feel like it, but there's still a fight ensuing on site, and Twisted Minds will wrap it up. You spoke a little bit with comps about me in the downtime, and towards the end of the first half you were saying, look, Twisted Minds' strength isn't going to come from their attack. The same way that Mandatory's might just be the reverse. They've got the 10 rounds under their belt now, but that pistol was necessary. And there's no reason to say that Twisted Minds can't make this scoreline look a little bit easier on the eye.
I mean, there is a reason, Hazza, and the reason I'll give you is that Mandatory, in my opinion, have got all the momentum that they need. It would take a big reset mentally from Twisted Minds to bring this back and make it easier.
Sure.
That's my argument into this one. But with a quick entry in from Sand, this round should be a formality for the most part.
Exactly, and that's where Twisted Minds are able to reset. They've now got a little bit of headroom after that pistol round. It's why it was so important, because they can't afford to give away all too much. You realistically want to convert the bonus, so keeping this anti-eco clean is of paramount importance to them. And it's looking airtight so far. But a bit of a gap towards A tested, and the vacuum refilled by the presence of Sand and Sikray following up the mid plate. Keeping this spike on Enzo's back cornered, keeping Mandatory out of play, and should be keeping it clean with 4 weapons surviving as well. So exactly what they need to kick this one off.
Sand never got back in time to grab that 4th weapon, so it's only 3, but they won't complain at that at all. And even a full sub from one of the other players as well. So overall, yeah, it is fairly clean as it possibly could be from Twisted Minds. But this is where the real test comes in. Because if Mandatory win this, they will be on 11, and then all they need is 2 more rounds and a half that can be as long as 12.
When Kellogg's has starred in the entries, we've seen Mandatory do so well. +5 overall in this series, +6 on the previous map alone. In the green for the most part. You're looking at him interacting with this Sentinel utility. Has the fake out, is going to want to try and trigger the trademark or the Vice Wall as much as possible. It's up to Twisted Minds to layer it in a way that makes sense. So they have progressive cover, that next step in every part of the defense accounted for. And you're seeing a little bit of that on B. You've got Sand with the TP set up.
Right here.
And Exit playing right behind it. His own TP to head towards A, which is heavily stacked for Twisted Minds, as it should. Mandatory are arriving here.
Seems like it's going to be Enzo to fake out towards the B side, but he's given up his life for it. So now that is going to force Mandatory's hands in towards the site exit. On A, all the utility is hitting, and Kellogg's to close the space with a TP. But in terms of engagement, it's going to go Twisted Minds' way. All Jesse, Sikray supporting, and Mikey to try and clutch up. An impressive first half, but you would need to have an impressive round here if it was to be any semblance of resistance. Not going to be the case. Bonus round converted.
Yeah, and it's where you start to see this stylistic matchup between the compositions, which are both loaded for that defender's side, get really interesting. brilliant recon here from Sikray just supporting, but Mandatory for the most part, if you're playing against like a default comp, for example, you can just hard hit sites because you know there's not going to be too much utility to stop you. Here, they're being forced almost to play a bit more of a default to figure out where the Vice is set up, where the chamber might be. The Yoru even as well can get on such aggressive lines and move out with relative safety. So there's a lot of diligence required of them, and on this round, yeah, they don't come in with all too much, so it's yet another under Twisted Minds. Should be up to 6, Cairo. That's a gap of just 4. And all of a sudden, it starts to get worrying.
It does. I mean, with 4 rounds, just a gap, and ultimates, let's be honest, few and far between. I mean, we need to see Mandatory really start to grow those up, because that's where they can start to find rounds where they just send like 5 ultimates in, right? And extend the lead if it's needed.
Yeah,
that's the big win condition for me when it comes to Mandatory. And I find it interesting, right? One of the points that you made there about Mandatory having to be very slow on their defaults, methodical in clearing out Sentinel utility. For me, that's where Enzo should thrive. That's what he was able to do on Apex so many times.
The one opportunity they would have to go fast-paced would be with that age-old combination and keloqz at the forefront. He's the one bit of gap close that you've got to get in the face of Twisted Minds. And challenging B main here, flashing out, Twisted trying to take the fight to the doorstep of Mandatory, but they are punished. They're shown the cold shoulder. And with it breaking into a 5 versus 3, Hip could have the dagger. This could be the round done if the timing works in his favor, as it does eventually. Sand dropped, and now a commanding position in the 4 versus 2.
I mean, ultimate invested to clear out the site, and Hip ready to catch players off guard. He now has the information, but does he know about Jesse being so far forward at B main? 3 players ready to set up on the site. That should be fairly easy.
Yeah, Jesse is the one player that could potentially be left unconsidered, though. Do have both of the sensors in either lane, stairs, and the speedway. So if Jesse makes a single sound, fires his gun, makes a step, he's going to get stunned or at least be on the edge of it. Recon drops in behind, and that's what kills him off. Seals his fate. Mikey making sure of it. Mandatory with their 11th. Took them a moment, but picked up in the end. Just confirming that they have a strong enough lead.
With that, there's also the combination online with the Euro and the Sova. Seen that a few times. We always try to highlight it when it comes online, just because Mandatory go for it so often. But with that round win, Twisted Minds want to call a pause to play, to maybe even just reassure the players on how to play future rounds, or just to keep themselves, their heads even, you know. This is going to be an important comeback if they're to make it, and the mentality aspect of it plays a big part.
They'll probably be wondering to themselves, are we going to see that combo here? Because Mandatory are on the attack now, so it's the perfect place for them to use it. But Twisted Minds have the same 2 ults themselves. Getting exit on the Yoru as well as Sikray on the Sova, as we've been denied that in previous maps so far in this series. And that was their one opportunity to drop a round that I was talking about. That's the margin of error unless you force an overtime here. Even looking at the Viper walls that Hip has been using, it just makes life so difficult for the defense in terms of the control consistently he's able to pitch.
Who's next?
Very quick opening. Once again, Mandatory doing the exact same thing that we expected them to do. It feels like old FIFA, right? The kickoff glitch, that seems to be what Mandatory are trying to go for. And they've even got a pick off the back of it.
That's the analogy I was going for earlier. Or like Mario Kart, where you set your car to a different CC or something. Like, just abusing the tried and tested, what works for them. They've enabled site control, and they have a vast berth here. Still Enzo hanging around in main, door shut. slammed in the face of Twisted Minds. Exit needing plenty of clearance and only spotting one player in that position.
TP's back out, Flash is ready to get out of CT, but still Mandatory hold on to the advantage in player count, allowing Enzo to just hide in main as a late win condition. The player's trying to bust out of stairs, but it's hit the man of this map. Alright, Sikri, hello? A 1 versus 1 against Mikey, another player who's been a top performer, but he is low. One bullet would be all it takes, and that's it, as Mikey sends him to the Shadow Realm in Mandatory to map point.
Classic Mandatory play here. Waiting to see them come up against a team that has an answer to this set piece, as it's been netting consistent value. That's what got them into the site, and the 2 players main doing their job. Decent effort from Sikray, but decent doesn't quite cut it. And actually it was the diffuser blocking vision there even from him at the end. Big mid duel coming in, might be the last that Twisted Minds end up taking, and it's looking like the case.
2 quick entries, mid control gained, and Takas looking for more as he searches through mid, and I think he might have just seen the gun barrel of Jesse. Zemo, no idea, and that's another kill to Mandatory.
Just continuing to build their empire, one step at a time for the players. Poach from the roster, the rebuild made. Not a single final one for all those appearances that they had. Mandatory taking the next steps towards top 3 in the 3rd and final stage of Challengers EMEA before Ascension, where they will attend. Despite the hurdles they've had to cross, there is still one left in the server. It's Sand. Couple kills deep in the 1v4, looking to extend play.
But he's so low already. 2 bullets is enough.
So Sand walking outside the realms of comfort, outside the rendezvous. He's straight into the face of the Frenchman. Mandatory with a 13-6 result on the final map of Ascent. The same scoreline that had gone against them previously here, but able to overcome the losses that they'd taken previously and win what was, you know, a very one-sided final map.
Yeah, it was, and Mandatory maybe looked a little bit shaky for the first couple, but such an extensive lead put them so far in front, and once they found their footing, that was all that was needed. I mean, after that first map, there's a lot of conversation to be had, I think, as well. Not only just about how that map played out, but I guess about Mandatory's mental state, like after the problems that they faced. And I think as well, the last closing thing I would say, Mandatory's Veto, how they move forward with that does worry me ever so slightly, even though they won this series, allowing teams to have their best maps. So with that being said, yeah, I'm excited to see Mandatory move on through this this lower bracket run, or even through in towards Ascension, but there's some problems that need to be fixed.
Oh, absolutely there is, but at the very least they've guaranteed themselves a best of 5 in that lower final to then head on, and we get to see more of the map pool, more of the vetoes. One final closing thought I'll leave you with is that it was those veto processes that helped win it for Gentlemates, that previous team that Mad C had. Left it right until the last minute to go ahead and win that one against Apex after a year of preparation almost. So full faith in the process, I suppose. Mandatory getting over this one in the end. We're going to head it back to the analyst desk and see what they have to say about a reverse sweep. There you go.
I was right. Thank you, Hazan Cairo, for your hard work. And yeah, I mean, look, we were starting to think that Mandatory front had, you know, started to, you know, just not find form, right? After that win against BBL Pacific, they couldn't really string together a series to save their lives up until now. You know, 2 in a row that we really thought these were going to be evenly matched teams, these top 4, as we got into the playoffs, and it just seemed like Mandatory were falling afoul of not being able to get the form that we needed from them. But here they are, when they needed it the most, backs up against the wall, 1 round away essentially from being eliminated. Well, 2 rounds. I mean, they would have had to go through overtime on map 2 there, but you get what I mean. Just so close to being eliminated completely from the tournament. They bring it back here on Ascent. Wonderful stuff from Mandatory.
Absolutely, and I do agree with the sentiment that Haza had. Twisted Minds, I think they were one of the favorites coming into this playoffs, and definitely into this matchup, but Mandatory proved themselves right. They proved that they are the better team. Enzo, once again on top of the leaderboard here. Brilliant defensive side coming in from Mandatory. I do love the composition of Viper and Deadlock. It is impossible to break into that B main, and Zemo felt every bit of that. It was literally impossible for Zemo to play that attacking side, especially towards B area, because Takas and Hip would always hold that fort down with the ground net and with the poison orb as well.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful performance there. And now, obviously, for Mandatory, it does mean they move on, and it does mean for ULF that there is a chance that they get to face the team that they have wanted to this whole time. I feel like we're harping on a point that was mentioned in passing by the coach one time. But yeah, it does mean they're up in that top 3. And again, the winner of this tournament, Challengers EMEA number 3, is going to get first seed into Ascension. That's so important with the quality of teams that are going to be entering that tournament alongside them. Obviously, we know everybody now who is going to be in that stage fighting for a place in VCT, right? So the closer you can get, the easier opponents you can get into that, the better you're going to do. So Mandatory getting one step closer there. Obviously, they still cannot lose a series from here on out, and next they're going to be facing the winner of our next series. So an even bigger challenge sorry, yes, the loser. it would be a bit weird if they face the winner. Yeah, the loser of our next series. But look, the loser of our next series, no matter what, is going to be a formidable opponent.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Mandatory, they are no strangers at this stage. The lower final was the point where they actually lost out against Eternal Fire in Challengers EMEA number 1. It's interesting to see whether they have actually improved. Can they go through this lower final and go all the way through grand final? I think that would be already improvement from them, not only in terms of the placement that they get in this tournament, but with as a team and with that new iteration of the roster. Obviously, Cyvop going out of that roster, Takas coming in. Sure, Cyvop got picked up by Vitality, so they were kind of forced to make that roster move. But I think Mandatory have upgraded their roster. I think they have a really solid, formidable roster right here, and Takas have proven it time and time again. Even in this matchup, the first 2 maps were brilliant, and sure, maybe he wasn't on top of the scoreboard in this last map, but he was still amazing on that defensive side and continuing that towards the attacking as well.
Yeah, of course, this does mean that we're going to say goodbye to Twisted Minds for this tournament. I mean, we thought we were going to get something absolutely incredible out of the MENA side. And obviously, getting into the top 4 is incredible out of 14 teams. So congratulations to Twisted Minds for making that impact in Challengers EMEA, the first time this year that we're injecting MENA into the format. And therefore, you know, it's a great showing no matter what, earning yourself a spot in Ascension as well through the performance in the group stage. So great stuff, and it does mean that we now know that MENA is a formidable region. You know, obviously we knew they were a formidable region, but I mean up against the other EMEA teams, the other teams that we know have proven themselves over the course of the year on that more than regional stage, right? The international stage of Challengers EMEA over the course of this one. And we're left with our top 3. And yeah, what do you think now? Now that you've seen Mandatory back in form a little bit, especially that 3rd map there, do you think they have a chance of winning their next game? It will be a best of 5, of course, against the loser.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Haza already brought that out. The map pool, the map Veto is really important here, and obviously Mandatory, one of the better teams to do that with the coaching help as well. I do think if we get to see the form that Kellogg's has been throughout this series, maybe not on the first map, but throughout this series in Haven, in Ascent, I do think we have a really strong Mandatory. Even Mikey getting a lot of great performances, really consistent performance, and some highlight stuff as well in that last map of Ascent. I do love the form of Mandatory, especially in this match.
All right, well, very shortly we're going to have another series up today, so you can see who Mandatory are going to be playing up against next. But before then, we've got an interview with Affinity.
Thank you so much. And I am joined here by Rode, the assistant coach for Mandatory. First of all, how are you feeling off the back of a victory, securing yourself, one step further in that playoff?
I'm feeling better than 2 hours ago. Yeah, that was an intense game. The boys had very good resilience, and we won this game more than in our head, more than the tactical part, I think.
Now, it looked like you could do absolutely no wrong, especially on that last map. An incredible start to Ascent there. I've got to ask, with the back-to-back days with officials, have you had much time to prepare anything specific to Twisted Mind today?
Actually, we watched a bit, but 20 hours is hard to prepare like 6 maps. So I think, just like them, we choose to play on our fundamentals, on our game, focus on that, more than the anti-strat part, but we just gave to players some key points to adapt to their playstyle.
Now, a huge question that has come up has been about the vetoes and how you guys approach them. You've been picking into what are quite strong maps for a lot of your opponents, and maybe your own map picks haven't always gone your way, but you seem to be winning all of your opponents. Can you tell us, a little bit about how you guys approach the veto process?
Yeah, of course. With Twisted Mind, we have kind of the same strong maps. We pick Lotus because everyone knows, I think it's a strong map for us, and it's a strong map for them as well. But we choose to choose map where we are confident and when we are strong on it. And they picked Haven, but we are good with Haven. And Decider was Ascent, and we're good on Ascent. We have strong map pool. We had 15 days to prepare to Challengers EMEA, and the main goal was to have a very strong map pool. And even if we lost some map previous days, but we are still confident we have a strong map pool and we can play on every map, basically.
Yeah, and sometimes you just get unlucky with how, your veto and your map pool lines up with an opponent.
Yeah.
But my next question for you is about Takas, who we've seen absolutely taken everyone by storm, especially this stage. But this is the first time we've seen him in Challengers EMEA with this lineup. Can you tell us a little bit about the process of how you integrated him into the roster?
Yes, Takas went in mandatory for third split of the year. Yeah, he's kind of a very impactful player. The challenge, I think, was to give him the opportunity to shine on roles that he can shine. He's the flex of the team, but he's not playing so much that bridge, KO or something. We just built the game to make everyone feel comfortable, but also for Takas to be comfortable on some agent like Deadlock, like he loves Deadlock, and his potential is like at the top on this kind of agent, and we built comp around that, and I think it's kind of good for him right now. And he's very talented, so yeah.
Beyond talented, and we look forward to seeing more of you guys coming up in the rest of the playoffs and going on into the future. But I am going to bid you farewell, let you go and celebrate with the team and get ready for tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us, Rode.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And there we go. We've had some questions about the vetoes. We've got a little bit more insight there, and we'll see how they fare in the best of 5 tomorrow. But I'm going to very quickly throw it over to the desk to wrap this series up real quick.
Thank you very much, Affinity. Wonderful interview there with Rode, the assistant coach from Mandatory. And of course, very shortly, we're going to find out who Mandatory are playing up against next. We've got the upper, what is it technically? The upper semi-finals, right? Because the upper finals and then the grand finals. So yeah, upper semi-finals, or just round 2, whatever you want to call it. Dynasty
like
versus ULF Esports. You don't get a break, by the way, guys. You don't get a break because those two took too long to play against each other. So you're getting punished now. So Dynasty obviously the representatives from Italy, from Rising Spain, whichever way you want to put it, up against the Turkish number 2 seed of ULF Esports, and out qualifying obviously BBL Pacific in the group stage, who did get taken out by mandatory, of course, and ULF Esports have expressed a want to play up against mandatory, maybe get their revenge as Turkish, not revenge, avenge. They want to avenge BBL Pacific, and they'll have to lose to do that, so maybe they don't want to do it so much anymore. But Dynasty obviously are a formidable opponent. They have really been making waves so far, and they've impressed me a lot, considering they've kind of just been, I would say, sitting in the kind of middle of the pack every time we've seen them in Challengers EMEA, especially in stage 1. This time around, really going for the number 1 spot.
Absolutely, and Dynasty, I think this roster have been incredible. Maybe one of the 2 highlights for me, or one of the 2 teams that were the favorites for me into this playoffs. I think Twisted Minds and Dynasty were the top 2 when coming into this, and Dynasty have grabbed the favorite spot here in upper finals. A lot of great players, a lot of great talent in this roster. Tag has been with this roster for many years. Like I've said yesterday already, a face of Italian Valorant already. Famsi, a Finnish talent on this roster. I think he showed a lot of great talent yesterday. Really good play, some highlights as well. But there's one player I really want to highlight in this roster, and it's Veto. I think Veto has the experience in this roster. He is the second longest standing member after Tag, the MVP of Spain Rising Finals this split, and has gone to Ascension twice already. 2023, that was focused through play-ins into Ascension. 2024, that was with Desire. Both times he placed 3rd in the group, just barely missing out of that playoff stage. This time around, it could be different. First, he has to go through Challengers EMEA, obviously, but I think he has had great impact in this team in terms of being that experience, but also getting some good highlight multi-kills as well.
Of course, they are up against ULF Esports, another team that beat Twisted Minds 2-1 just yesterday, starting things off with a loss on Lotus 13-6, but then 2 incredibly close maps. 18-16 on Haven, went 5 overtimes, and then a 13-10 on Ascent to close things out yesterday. This is a team with some metal to them, I think, and they're going to be a difficult opponent for Dynasty. No matter what, I mean, anybody left in the tournament is going to be a difficult opponent for Dynasty, but I feel like it's intimidating, right? Coming up against a Turkish team. We've got so many kind of amazing Turkish players, amazing Turkish teams. We've got BBL Pacific and everybody else that we've seen so far over the course of the year, that it's hard not to be a bit intimidated coming into a team like this.
Yeah, and especially when they have the great comeback yesterday, instilling a lot of confidence coming into this series. That shows a lot of resilience from the inexperienced roster. And to me, one of the players that really stood out yesterday was Echo. This is exactly the stats from Haven. Echo had incredible performances, multiple rounds. He was the one who equalized the numbers in round 24 for ULF to push overtime, and then in overtime to go from 3 versus 4 situation in a quick succession, getting 3 kills to get 3 versus 1 situation, pushing ULF to match point, and then closing it out. And Echo even continued that streak to Ascent, where he absolutely started demolishing from round 1, getting that 3-piece from pistol round in a 2 versus 4 situation. So a lot of talent in this player, a lot of talent in terms of equalizing numbers in a desperate situation.
Yeah, well, this is going to be an incredibly interesting series. I want to get your thoughts on it, obviously, MP. Who do you think is going to be moving into the upper... Oh, sorry, the grand finals, of course.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're steaming through things. I keep forgetting how far through the tournament we are. It's just been one hell of a week. Who do you think is going to be the team moving into the grand finals first?
So I kind of feel bad about saying this, but Dynasty, obviously they've been great. I think the experience that this roster has compared to ULF, sure that was the theory yesterday already in the game Twisted Minds against ULF, that the experience might win against this young roster, but I do think that Dynasty has that experience, but also has that oomph in terms of individual prowess, and also I do feel like they are more consistent in terms of being under pressure.
For sure. Well, I mean, obviously the two maps we're getting banned out are Corrode and Abyss. No surprises here. But I mean, look, these two, again, they have a relatively similar map. Well, everybody seems to at this point. It is going to be Lotus first. That's not surprising whatsoever. And coming up next,
Ascent,
I mean,
Haven?
Ascent, yeah, maybe? I would assume. I'm going to go with Haven, I think, would be next. ULF. Oh wait, no, ULF didn't like Haven last time around, actually. Yeah, maybe burned a little bit by Haven, so Bind is up next. They banned that first up against Twisted Minds. They used their first veto on that and left Abyss to be banned last against Twisted Minds. So interesting that they're going for it up against Dynasty, where they would not touch it with a 30-foot pole against Twisted Minds.
I guess they feel like Dynasty's composition is not that great against their composition, and obviously Twisted Minds, they had a great track record of Bind. They had a brilliant game prior to that, so I do feel I do sense where the Bind ban came from ULF against them. It's still interesting pick for ULF, since it hasn't been a map that they have won in this tournament yet. They played it twice against Job Life and DSY. They've lost both of the maps. Haven, that's not a surprise to be the decider map, but I do feel like the Bind pick is slightly interesting.
Yeah, that is that draws a lot of questions for me. I don't know what is going on there. ULF have not had much success on that, as you say, losing to Job Life and DSY. These are not teams, well, I guess Job Life definitely you would consider a team that is formidable in this one. A lot of people kind of saddened to not see them get through into this stage of the tournament. But DSY, you know, third seed coming out of Northeast, you know, it's not the kind of loss on that map that you would expect from a team like ULF. So I'm interested to see if there has been any adaptation there. It's not like there's been a pause in games, a break that they could use to adapt that one. So it must have just been some VOD reviews going, okay, well, here's what we did wrong, here's what we can do right this time. I want to see what you guys think about who is going to win this series, whether you are an Italian fan or just a fan from the Spain region, or a Turkish fan, or whether you're a neutral that wants to get your opinion in on who you think is going to be the victor here. I want to see hashtag DSY or hashtag ULF to show your representation, because we can I like to see what everybody thinks. You know, I don't like to have an opinion. I like to form my opinion based on everybody else's. That's my way of doing things.
I mean, yeah, sure. That's how it goes sometimes. But I think in terms of Bind, we do have to come back to the interview that we had with Vlad, and Vlad kind of highlighting the map pool that they have and showing something unknown, maybe always being on top of that, trying to improve. I do think that this shows that they feel confident in Bind. They feel like they have fixed the mistakes that they probably had against DSY and Job Life. Obviously Job Life, I do think they're really good on Bind. Obviously you have a player from the old Ascent roster that was brilliant in Bind, Starzo, so I do think that's a fair loss against DSY. Like you highlighted, that is something that you maybe do not want to see, but DSY was great in that matchup, and how Vlad said after the interview in that series was that he had to remind his teammates to play like this game matters, because it absolutely matters for that last map. So maybe Bind kind of went to being too eager, maybe too overzealous, going for the knife kills. We saw that on that matchup. A lot of these players were going for the knife kills, and we did see a few of those. So maybe that's the fix that Vlad has instilled into these young players, maybe.
Very possibly, yeah, and it does seem like obviously, you know, you guys have mentioned it a few times. I've seen it mentioned quite a lot that, you know, there's not a lot to play for now. Everybody is qualified for Ascension. I do think that does play on the minds of the players. Is what are we playing for at this point? Why would we invest so much energy into getting a win here? But you know, the winner of Challengers EMEA gets that first seed in Ascension. Yeah. Seeding is very actually important. A lot of people kind of dismiss it as like, why, you know, it's just a seeding match, right? You hear that so often. It's just a seeding match. It's just a seeding series. It's genuinely important, especially in a tournament like Ascension where only coming first or second matters. Nothing else matters. You have to get through to the end, whether or not you're coming up against the hardest team or the easiest team first. And sometimes being able to build that momentum with a first game against an easier team or a lower seeded team is really important. So I do think there is a lot to play for as we move into this one. And, you know, it's important that they get wins wherever they can, if not just to build confidence and to get reps on these maps, because a match game is so different to a scrim.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that was the sentiment a lot of these interviews that we've had, I think with Vlad as well, was that this is a great chance to get experience in officials. If it's, well, it's sure it's a seeding match. That, like you said, it is really important, but I think the experience, especially to all players, is going to be incredibly good, because like we highlighted yesterday, these players do not have that many officials. I think 276 in total in the whole team, in whole 5 players. A lot of these players on the opposing side will have more than that, and I think even in Dynasty, was it Veto who has pretty much the exact same stats or exact amount of his officials here? It is something that you have to take into account to have this chance to get this experience playing officials against these talented teams, against teams that you will play in Ascension.
Yeah, of course, no surprises in terms of agent pick. There was nothing there that broke the boundaries here. Again, teams haven't had any time to adapt to anything, create new compositions or anything like that. I doubt. So that's why we're not seeing any changes in those, and that's why we're seeing the same maps over and over again, the same kind of maps that we're used to here in Challengers EMEA. Everybody's sticking to their guns, and we have a banger series up. So I'm going to pass it over now to Hazza and Cairo to cast this one for you. Enjoy, guys.
Yes, 2 of the youngest teams that we have in this competition, and it would be no surprise to say the following statement, or the follow-up statement, that it's some of the furthest that they have ever been. The furthest in an interregional competition for either side, coming at the final stage before Ascension.
Yeah, and it's for these 2 teams, as we look at who's on either side of the server, right? For me, I mean, look at all where they've been, but it's more for how the players have developed into this season. Ticey, Creamy Dreamy have been on a bit of an adventure in Tier 2 since they've left the northeast region, and well, they've found safety in the Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese league, and have got themselves all the way to EMEA Stage 3.
That they have. Not without winning a final on the way, of course. The only defeat in the last 5 matches that Dynasty has found on Lotus. But, it's going to start off pretty well for them. Quick double from Famzy out of the A smoke. All pivoting in the meantime to find B for themselves.
Yeah, that they do, but with that being the case of like the players finding that early couple of picks, you look at ULF, they now have to try and go and find something for themselves, try and get numbers back on board.
Sure, and Fabian's done a brilliant job in doing so. Just needs a little bit of delay from the 2 remaining players on site, the duelists. Queuing his way back up now into Hobbit, catches the first. That's going to be Waddle. Satchel to the second and down to 1 HP. Needs more work here. Nade back online. Chance to release it and delay a little, but Dynasty have done their job. The retake's always such a high area of focus for this team, and once again, they have returned value.
They find that Famzy hitting a lovely couple of heads, and I mean the advantage that they gained in the early round is what pushed them over the line towards the end, right? You look at who's alive, it's 2 players, that's the 2 picks that they got at the early stage. But I think this is now the time where me and you can really start to talk about everything and how everything's developed for Dynasty. And the fact that, like, when you look at these players and the positions that they're playing now, like Creamy Dreamy still on the same role. But for me, Tyson now moving from Duelist on towards an Omen, I think like this is showing real depth and maturity since he's left Northeast.
And North as it would have been at the time, of course, back in 2024. But as you say, he's found his feet on a different role, but now he is the in-game leader outright. It's not a case of having a balancing act between him and someone else, previously Hearthbeat, of course.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've seen more of an agent pool from him, one which I think facilitates this calling a bit better. ULF heading into the second round just with an Outlaw. And Tyson put under a bit of pressure early doors to deal with that. And he will. Down to 10 HP, but the job is done. The A push has been completely dissolved.
A spike going down on B, so a little bit of a win for ULF in the meantime. And I guess it gives you something to work with if there was to be shots hit, but there's not. And all the bodies now collapsing on that B site. Convert it and put us over the line. So 2-0 as Dynasty start us off in flawless fashion and get their buy into the next round.
Yeah, we saw them win this map most recently against Mandatory just yesterday, 13-5, and that was supported by a 7-5 half in their favor, albeit narrowly from the defender's side. So in terms of their real win conditions, it was, yeah, then the 6 following rounds, a streak on the attack which sent it home. Positive start here could do plenty for them. You're already seeing these Outlaws brought up, and Famzy find yet another untraded opening kill.
Yeah, I mean, it was Sop who had brought the Outlaw into the anti-eco round. And he's given, what, 2 now towards the Dynasty, which they're making work. Big chip damage on towards Neki, who needs to be careful as there's Stingers and Spectres at close range that can really burn away very quickly on your health.
For sure, ULF still treading with a little bit of caution here, as they should. 2 more shots baited out of an Outlaw. It's a fight taken in front sight by Waddle Solo, who does end up getting punished. Famzy from this corner with the sniper. It's a quick clear as far as Fabian's concerned. Tyson releasing Util from the belt to try and support himself, but the paranoia doesn't do too much. Creamy Dreamy back through the stairwell, though, is the one which sets it up. Orda's in a 1v2. Spike in his back, still yet to be collected. Wanted an advantage, but Dynasty have dispersed.
I have the spike.
You can see Creamy's just worried about a late wrap, but that tap of the spike confirms everything. Trying to play off a one-way, with both players now looking to bust out the smoke.
And as Ordaz gets the spike in, they take the timing together. Tag to wrap it all up. And Dynasty converting their bonus here early doors, building up a nice strong lead to kick off Lotus.
Spain's first seed, a region which we have talked about many a time, about how they've been underrepresented, how they've, I guess, not really had a real champion to support. Koi Phoenix showed that they could be that team. But they've fallen to the wayside, right? And now Dynasty are stepping up at the right point in time. And I guess against one of the best regions right now that we've got in EMEA, against the Turkey C2, which have lasted longer than BBL Pacific.
They have done. A consequence of circumstance, perhaps, with the group situation as well, of course, important to note. Heading into this round with just Stingers, you're expecting a much quicker pace in terms of the execution. It's what we end up getting, and Sop does have his entry at long last onto the B site. But the spike's been left behind, and so someone's got to go back and get it, but that's if there are any players left for Desire to go ahead and punish, because ULF just end up taking the duels outright and winning them.
Keep yourself together.
I love how the round that we come into, I'm like, oh, you know, Spain's been underrepresented and underrepresented. Don't have a real champion. Dynasty after bonus conversion look to kick on the defence, and yeah, then we get that. Like they let it slip. They were beating the Turkish second seed. That was the narrative I was starting to build, and next thing you know, they completely smashed the foundations of it.
But that's the thing, though. I was ready to jump in and play devil's advocate anyway, because I feel like underrepresented maybe isn't the best way to set it up, just considering the fact that I think Dynasty have been about on par, right? Previous years, what we've seen from them. It's always promise and not too much more than that. This round showing signs of it. And for ULF on the flip side, it's about, you know, high ceiling, but maybe the floor lacking a little bit. And you're seeing that here as well. Creamy Dreamy with the next. This should be a punish on Fabian. It is. So 4 versus 2 in favor of Dynasty. This their low buy.
And they also have the showstopper as well. If it's needed, they can easily activate it. Oh, I should have found Neki, but Spike's still alive. Sup coming into support. We're down to a 2v2.
Yeah. And one which looks equally winnable for either team, but with Desire out on site and the util in place, Neki full revealed and Creamy Dreamy ready to claim it. The order has been restored as far as Dynasty are concerned. A 3-round lead re-established. Aggressive CPs forced into the A play, but it's just all over the place from our Turkish second seed.
Yeah. And it seems like order's been restored. Ultimates now in play firmly in the ulti cycle for both teams. And this is where we're going to see the real difference maker, whether it's going to be ULF to come back into this game or Dynasty to now kick on to an advantage in the second half. And it's a straight quick B play. Creamy Dreamy's running for the house.
Well, Fabian's taken a lot of damage in the process though. Creamy risk averse, investing that pit. Plenty of ults in play here. Cairo, the spike's not even gone down. It's ferried its way over to the C site, and even there is going to be further delay.
Yeah, but Sub's trying to be more aggressive. Spike going down in the meantime, and he's escaped. But 4 versus 3, still advantage to Dynasty, and they even have the weapons advantage as well.
Yeah, Neki just on a stinger, playing up close, makes the most of it, sets himself up for a trade-off. Ordaz, who fakes the TP and retains his positioning up in the heavens. From the top of the box, he drops, as does Tycee. Put into the dirt, and now a 1v2 that Tycee has to try and reclaim. He's found the first, expects the second. And from the headshot angle, Sop is decapitated. The path continued onwards for Dynasty. Their lead under no real threat right now.
Yeah, it was just a brief break and play after ULF got that round to come back into it. But it feels like in these rounds, people are running around like headless chickens, especially on ULF side. Maybe a little bit of inconsistency in the aspect of like how young these guys are. That's the like they just don't have that experience. Whereas look at Dynasty, right? And I understand we've talked about Tycee, Creamy Dreamy, blah blah blah. Like there is experience here with Waddle, Tag, and Famsi, but all of these players have already played an inter-regional tournament, and that's not talking about 2025. That's talking about 2024 when they went to play-ins.
Yeah, we have seen it from these guys before. Even the main event of Ascension, if you're thinking of Tag and Waddle left over from the Desire of previous years, Dynasty forged on the legacy that they left behind in the Italian scene. Remade anew now in the Spanish league, but still proving that they can stay on top. Against an ULF side who, in rounds like that, look a lot like the team which we saw make their debut in Stage 2, coming up from Premier, and lacked the additional fundamentals that can put them in Ascension, that have brought them here.
Yeah.
Vlad has now had a chance to make his mark on the players in the server, and a very much needed one.
I am everywhere.
Vlad is such a big player within the scene as well, and all the experience he's found. Ticey trying to spam on down, doesn't find what he's looking for, but look at the information being reported back by SOP.
Yeah, plenty of it. Nightfall also dropped in here as well.
One enemy remaining.
And Dynasty looking to end this out with a spike down and SOP with only an Odin. He's finally recovered a rifle, so 1 versus 2. Both players staring down main. The timing doesn't work out. Allows SOP the chance to get the spike back.
Yeah, on the Dynasty side, I don't think they'd seen it get dropped. It was in a position around the corner that was difficult to clear, and it's allowed SOP the opportunity to rotate himself. Utility offline from Tag as well, too far from the range, so he's not going to get caught moving up into C. Has free reign over this space, but as soon as that plant comes in, probably wants to deal with this util, which should be heading back up in a moment's time. Tag's going to know that he's not playing from sand. Has to be aggressive here.
Well, he's going for it. SOP worried about the players coming from B. Well, that next joke, he'll win out. So 1 versus 1 does still have a flash in pocket, but we've seen this from players before. They don't want to touch utility and would rather put all semblance on the gun in their hands. Finally, the steps being heard by Creamy Dreamy and flash by SOP to dissuade any position. Creamy's cleared all of sight and now knows that it has to be towards CT or main. More thinking about main, and SOP will put a bullet in the back of his head, giving ULF the 2nd round.
Yeah, such a difficult clear there for Creamy in the end. But Desire not able to convert from disadvantage has to feel so frustrating. The 3 versus 1. SOP already haunting the nightmares of the French fans. God forbid he adds another region to that list. A blistering start with 10 kills in the server for him now, but ULF are going to need a lot more of that if they're to get this back on track.
Well, very quickly, Arc Rose being dealt with by Creamy Dreamy, and A space posted up by Dynasty. So map control gained, and with ULF starting to poke and prod the C site, they've been so late in getting into the site hazard, it's allowed Dynasty to get into position.
Gonna have at least 2 anchors there, but in the meantime, be a little bit lighter. The Hobbit door broken though, so chance at a rotation. Dynasty in not too bad of a position right now, considering the investment.
Up close. Personal, that's what Dynasty have chosen to do. Tag doesn't have a buy, he's only on a classic. Famzy the same, but at least he has the showstopper, and well, it seems like the execute has come through as the players try to move their way onto the C site for ULF. There's no real engagements taken. Finally is by Fabian, takes the ultimate offline from Famzy, which would have been a big key difference maker between the 2 teams.
Yeah. Now backed up into the site, ULF are looking for as much control as they can possibly get. It dropped all the way back, it's so passive.
And it's allowing Dynasty to make space. They're in, the paranoia is beautiful. So many players tagged up, and Ticey shooting them all down. It's just the last 2 that they need to find, and it's the classics that will do so. Dynasty, they'll find 6.
And so the lead continues to grow after minor setback after minor setback. Dynasty still looking like much the better team here. We know that ULF have the best of mechanics. It's what I was talking about in terms of that high potential. But it's this flaw that they've been trying to build up, and perhaps in the heated moments we don't see the best of it. Able to punish teams with weaker fundamentals. Surprisingly enough, they demonstrated that against Job Life, but also the Deti Elise game that MP was talking about. Here it's a Sheriff, a Guardian, anything to get them going.
Spam through, doesn't connect, but look at this. So far in front is Echo, who finds Waddle. And Ticey now under fire. That's his TP to get away from it and into the safety of backside where Fabian comes through, ultimate in hand. The player's trying to assault that backside, but Dynasty tries to escape and can't do so. Just fighting on the front lines are Dynasty and continuing to win out duels. Daz only has a pistol in hand and he's the last one remaining. Needs something to try and make the round even. It won't happen and Dynasty gets 7.
Dynasty's defender side has looked brilliant from the Spanish Final Four up until EMEA. They've shown how strong their retakes can be, and even from this position, Neki finding a double and the post plant is thrown into jeopardy. You look at the player positions, it's every man for himself. Fabian trying to make something happen towards upper. The players on site only just getting the spike in. It's so chaotic, and once again, it's a timeout, both used in the opening half from Vlad to try and rectify things, and you understand why. You can see it in the rounds.
Yeah, you really can. It feels as if all discipline has been lost for ULF, which is not something I thought I would be saying, right? I mean, even though they were young in games previous that me and you had casted, they looked pretty good in terms of how they were fighting off one another. The micro decisions was what was really winning them rounds, but here it looks so disconnected. It looks like they're completely missing the mark in terms of what they need to do.
For sure. So just re-establishing the game plan on the offside and focusing on the finer details. Really, it's not been cut and dry that Dynasty are winning these. It's a lot of small moments that are the undoing of ULF. They put themselves in good positions early. The entries have been solid. They're taking the space, but once they get into post, the timeline says it all. It's 5 rounds won by Dynasty with a defuse.
Viper's Pit as well, supported by KJ Utility, with a much more heavier stack on that A side, where ULF are looking to try and engage.
And you can see with that pit up on C as well, it's just sort of enabling this play to happen. Odin in from Ticey. Echo goes down. And the rest is quiet. Other side of the Viper wall on B, Tag has to tread with caution, but he gives the signal to the rest of the Dynasty players, and they're quick to activate. A door open, Famzy drops the nade in, they're ready to challenge.
Yeah, they don't want to fight. Players, nice flash, so will get the capitalization and spike down, so post-plant gained, and Dynasty trying to get a semblance of the round.
Yeah, ULF one off of all of their ultimates. A single kill here could change the direction, but it's got to come in. And they're not really feeling in a position to do so. Fabian just about loading it up. ULF stopping Dynasty dead in their tracks. A spray down in the tight chokes. There was no second layer to that defensive retake. And so for the first time, ULF able to stabilize.
7-3. Getting something back. The B side, I think a few times looking a little bit weak in terms of how it's being held. But Dynasty happy to play retake, as we've spoken about before, but I like the fact that ULF wanted to go and take extra space, wanted to go and upset and not allow Dynasty to actually set themselves up, and it seems like it'll be more of the same in this round.
Dynasty making the C play early, but Ticey is expected on the TP. I think honestly the difference is ULF gave a little bit more respect. They were just set up there at a trade-off of one another in that situation. Here it's 4-on-4 early. Asop exits the ultimate with Dynasty trying to retake the main space. Fabian quick double, but still finding ways to give up the advantage. Creamy Dreamy walks into a 1 versus 2 with the spike yet to reach the C site.
It's good for it though. We've seen it before, and he does have one molly in pocket.
Oh, he's here to interrupt this as quickly as possible. Wanted the fight on toward as denied by Echo. ULF have closed up the distance. There is just 2 rounds that may settle the teams when we come out of the half. One more opportunity for them to close that gap.
I like this from Dynasty, getting straight away the timeout to speak about things and make sure they get as big a gap as possible on this defense. Obviously Vlad was sweating a little bit with how the map was being played, and Bromas looking to try and finish things out here with a distinctive advantage.
Yeah, difference between 7-5 or 8-4 monumentous at times. Doesn't feel like much, but for Dynasty, having the history built on their defender side looking good, you come into the attack, as I said before, a flawless run in against Mandatory. 6 in a row, sent them home and into that lower bracket eventually. This already feels like the criteria has been met, but you want that little bit more. And when you consider the pitfalls of the previous rounds, it's just gaining that early advantage and then being able to sit on it. Or more than that, really, in that second wave when you're making that first attempt at a retake, ULF are doing a lot better at saving key bits of utility and being ready for that fight.
A-Space taken very early. Obviously, we've got alarm bot, KG utility to mark if anybody is going to try and move forward. If that door gets opened, molly pops. If this alarm bot gets touched, another molly should pop. It's denied though. This space can continue to be taken, even all the way up through stairs.
Sop has conceded it though, and with the poison orb placed as a barrier in their face, ULF are actually going to go ahead and scale through this. Nightfall invested, but still Molly keeping them at arm's length on the site.
Waddle with a big double. That's exactly what Dynasty needed, and they're happy. They're giving everything up. They're ready to group up as 5, and that's where they're going to approach it. Through stairs, first double, players trying to get through, and then the rest follow in. It's as easy as that, and now it's up to Sop, who has been spectacular on the duelist at times, and he continues to be here. That's 2, can't quite get the 3rd, and well, that will be 8-4. We finish out on the half.
Yeah, we've very much cleared the floor and reserved the stage for both of these two teams, promising at times for both, but never had that opportunity to steal the limelight for themselves. ULF, flashes of brilliance, but still looking second best. Dynasty carry a lead into the next half. Is it one that they can convert on their own map pick?
And
so into the second half we go. Dynasty yet to lose an attack round since the last time they played it. Flawless run-in against Mandatory to bring Lotus home as it has been. A home ground for them. 4 wins from their last 5. The only loss, a 13-11 defeat at the hands of Koi Phoenix in the grand final in Murcia. ULF have plenty of work to do if they want to turn this series around. Already both timeouts used in the first half, Cairo. It has been below the standard that they set, but the best is yet to come.
I think it's been an uncharacteristic start for ULF in the way that they've played this so far. Disjointed and not cohesive at all. And it's funny that you mention the timeouts. If I had a nickel for every time that we've seen 3 timeouts in one half today, I would have 3 nickels, which is weird, but we continue on.
You sort of didn't think about the second part there, did you?
Yeah, I kind of gave up with it. But the point being is a 1-4 split in this half is in this pistol round.
For sure. Dynasty could set themselves away from ULF, continue to build the distance. The defense steadfast. Just looking for some contact. Should be SOP first to receive here on A. But the Viper wall makes things a little bit more difficult. Dynasty trying to interrupt this paranoia play as much as possible. And SOP just ends up getting caught clean. There is no follow-up. Not until Neki hits the scene. 2 quick kills into the dome piece of Creamy Dreamy and Famzam, who dropped to the deck. The rotation coming on over, but not before Fabian adds the kill, which gives them the advantage.
Ready to go back in towards the site. Tag and Waddle, the last 2 remaining players from the Desire project that Dynasty was birthed from.
And making plenty of noise about it too, where their ambitions lie. The same will be said as soon as this door starts to get broken, and immediately Echo dropping back to the headshot angle in the site, revealed late, but still finding the shots to bring it home for ULF. Exactly what the doctor ordered, a pistol round win on the defense to get things started. It wasn't the cleanest of openings, but the closure was convincing.
A pistol round, ULF being able to pick that up. They'll be able to bridge the gap now, and I think that's the big thing for them if they want to have success on this defense. Dynasty, where are they going to go? It seems that 5 players are outside of C right now.
Yeah, they're all on classics, so the expectations drop a little bit. Unless Echo could find himself overwhelmed just with the Marshal. Those thorns are even more valuable than the gun in his hands. He's teed up the rest of the team to get shooting away. A gallery of Dynasty players on the other side. And ULF painting the scene blood red. Not a trace left, and 4 of the weapons surviving.
I mean, Marshall dropped, immediately picking up another a rifle on ULF's side, so that's 4 rifles in towards the next, which is going to be extremely scary. And a bonus round potentially to be converted, which actually started off Dynasty's march on that defense side themselves.
Now, an opportunity at a huge bonus, but not before the A brawl breaks out. Fabian first on spot. It's a very authoritative ULF win on the right-hand side of the map. The trade-off is Dynasty have kept a lot of their utility.
They have. I've got to remember that with no spike plant so far in this map, Dynasty have not got a lot of cash, and they need to get a spike plant here now.
Pushing into the site, the lineup of players, Dynasty finding the jewels. 4 versus 2 situation when the dust settles, the spike going in, no trouble whatsoever. Ordaz and Fabian to try and bring this back. The bonus feeling out of reach as it stands. Sparing any heroics that these two can muster up. That one blind in the back pocket, like I said, gets thrown into the mix. It won't hit a target in front of Fabian, but still is able to claim Taisi. Ordaz can't find the shots that he would have been looking for, though. So Famzy will wrap things up quite nicely. 3 for him, and a 3-round lead again for Dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, the point I was trying to get to before we got to the site exec was the fact that overall, Desire, the fact that they've not... Oh, that's tough. The fact that they haven't got any spike plants, they're not going to have much of a buy with the rifles that they lose, even if they did win that round. So this is going to look like not a full buy against what will be ULF's full buy. So got to be careful.
Yeah, same set piece from the defense to open things up and garner them some early A control. Same reaction from Dynasty to head towards C early on. This time they've left a couple players behind. More than anything, the game plan of the defense is to try and force the attackers into their Vice setup. The Thorns and the Wall prepared on C, and the Rose just confirming the presence still here.
Time to jump.
Still Dynasty happy to wait for ULF to peek them, and when they do, Shop will immediately get that first pick.
Marked one.
Big kill for him to find, and ULF still have this double-pronged setup towards A. Fabian to take the contact and Ordaz to flash off it.
Now, Ordaz getting the pick, so Dynasty with not a lot of options left in the round. And ready to send it in towards the B site, but still delay coming through, and it's just one by one. That's the way this round has been won. It continues to be Dynasty letting the clock run down and holding on to the rifles. Another round where they've been denied a spike plan.
Just gonna keep bringing that one back up until we get it, right?
But it shows you, it's more to emphasise the failures of this attack so far. I understand we've had 4 rounds. One of them is a pistol and one of them is the anti-eco. But after 4 rounds, having one spike plan is a massive is a massive problem that if it keeps propping up, you're going to see this gap reduce more and more. The economy be an issue and greater problems overall.
I mean, I don't know if I'm crazy, but did they not plant on round 3? Maybe they didn't.
They did plant after the fact, but oh no, they did plant on round 3, but that's what I'm saying. 1 out of 4.
I see. Either way, Dynasty kind of just respecting the same setup again. ULF going for more of what we've seen from them. Ticey looking to bridge the gap on the B side with the Stinger, but that's ambitious if you're looking at it positively, and more negatively, perhaps.
There.
Dynasty have been able to create an opening for themselves here with the pistols. It's the showstopper instead that is finding all of the space on C. It's so many ults invested by both sides. Dynasty just walk away from it.
And with... Yeah. The fact that they can now move away with the spike, but look at Neki, he's here first.
Trying to find the play. Catches Creamy Dreamy, tag elsewhere, op shot. That's the spike now being called over to the C site again. Such a chaotic round. But just looking at the names in the server, maybe that's what you were expecting coming in. Dynasty have built up their discipline over the time though, and Famsi is thriving in this environment right now. 3 already from the Guardian. Ordaz getting in the site nice and early, but Famsi there to greet him. Thrifty conversion from Dynasty to find 10.
Finally, finding that 10th round will push them closer and closer to the end, but it's totally still in ULF's hands in my opinion. That's the big thing here.
Player standing.
They need to break this control that the defense has had, because they're still dictating the pace of these rounds, and it's still coming down to a deathmatch style. I mean, with this economy round coming in, I think that's probably where Dynasty can now start to kick on.
Huge opportunity for them to do so. Again, respecting the initial wave, this time Dynasty look inclined to fight for a lobby.
Sop, very far in front. Their players ready to re-engage in the wall, gonna stop any line of sight, but as it drops he gets information, TP's away. That side of the map is so easy now to move through with nobody here.
Yeah, ULF had just left the Yoru there as a marker. Creamy Jimmy drops in the Poison Orb. Just makes it a little bit more difficult for the defense to re-challenge this early, but it's into the A site itself where the fight takes place. It's so awkward, and somehow Famzy hasn't hit his shorty bullets. So not only are Dynasty a man down, they've just not got any space on this A execution. No space on the map at all, even if they were to look for a rotation.
Everywhere they go, they're going to have to re-clear.
30
which is
seconds
worrying.
left.
And tag on an AWP like that, this is going to be such a slow scale up. There's a chance to pivot in towards B, but look at Ticey.
Yeah, he's completely spotted Echo. Nothing left to be done for the Vice player. Little bit of a fake left by Waddle on B. That's caught the attention of Neki, who's one of the ULF players trying to make their way back in. Ticey actually misses out on Sop, who's already crossed and could have the element of surprise here. Drops in and finds the in-game leader. Lockdown still in effect, but Sop has managed to brute force his way past it and left Fabian with the dregs of this 1 versus 2.
Can't get a rifle.
Yeah, it's going to be a pit dropped in his face, though, and a crouched Waddle in the face of a Sheriff. Looked like a prime target, but he'll draw first as Dynasty collect round 11 and just looks so set up to be taking Lotus home.
You don't mind the investment of the Viper's pit in the end. It's just a little bit of panic, but one that is correctly placed, right? A 1 versus 2 against the Sheriff. Sometimes you just gotta get the round, no matter how. They find themselves on 11, still a Nightfall in play, halfway towards Famzy's showstopper, and they have the control of the ultimate cycle at the moment.
ULF have been able to take this A space for the last 4 or 5 rounds very comfortably, but it's coming at the cost of Fabian's nade. Neki sees a little bit of utility. That's where Dynasty are able to just re-clear so effectively later on. Take other areas of the map where they know the defense can't invest player numbers early.
Oh, on the other side of the wall. Sop's done so well there to find 3.
Time to jump.
May have already won the round for ULF here.
Yeah, Dynasty back through B though. They have the Nightfall to work with, but need to catch Neki first, and as he turns his head, that's the opportunity to do so. It's only a 2 versus 3. But we know Dynasty's post-plants have struggled without advantages.
Already identified Waddle under mighty pressure.
Oh, what?
Somehow
No way!
What has just happened?
The turret!
Match point.
I am shocked.
Tag finds the final kill on the turret. I would love to have seen a replay of where Sop's TP ended up landing. It all starts with Neki being left the sole anchor of B, stood out in the middle of the site. That is a horror show, and as much as we hyped it up, that Dynasty are firm favorites coming into this map, ULF have history behind them. It's just history that's plaguing them again in these interregionals.
That's going to be a big brawl, and Famzy with a lights out shot as Dynasty look to put the lights out of ULF. A brilliant ulti makes it 13.
It was just too quick to...
And yeah, I don't know what else there is to really be said about it. Because overall, when you see Dynasty, they got their early lead on that first half. ULF never really woken up. And then the second half came about. You thought there was some semblance of a comeback. But those last couple of rounds, a little bit muddy, you could say. But glad they got over the line.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Dynasty have proven they're a quality team on this map, and that's going to be a huge asset for them. Heading into the best of fives, we know Lotus played across a lot of the teams that we have in the remainder of this event. Mandatory also included in that bracket. But for now, strong start to the series for Dynasty, and punishing an ULF, which not only looks second best, it looked like the ULF from the second stage, not the third stage. Let's see what the analysts make, though, of that one.
Yeah, I think I agree, Hazard. I mean, it was just such a... Like, when Dynasty had control of the rounds, it looked like there was no chance for ULF whatsoever. It felt like ULF were clawing at rounds to get them on the board. You know, they got quite a few on the board and they had some highlight moments, but Dynasty was so confident over the course of that, especially those last couple of rounds. My lord, when they had some momentum, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, and even on the first half, Dynasty was so good on those retakes. 7 out of the 8 rounds that Dynasty actually won on the defensive side were from retakes, were from defuses. Incredible performance. Sure, I think ULF had a great understanding on how they want to play the map on the defensive side. They wanted to control that rubble, but like Haza highlighted, that comes with the cost of pain shells, comes with the cost of the Seas and a Haunt and Yoru blindside, maybe even more sometimes. That was very, very costly fight, and when Dynasty kind of adapted to that and played a little bit later on to the rubble, maybe played across the map as well, I think it was a really rough situation for ULF to play that defensive side as well.
Yeah, and now obviously they have to recuperate, go again on another map, on Bind, coming up next. And it's a difficult one, right? Because they chose Bind kind of out of the blue. We didn't really know why they had gone for Bind. We might find out later if they manage to stage a reverse sweep. I'm sure we'll get the thoughts on that in an interview. But let's take a look back at the match that we just saw there. You wanted to take me through round 8?
Yeah, I think this was a perfect highlight on how Dynasty were able to win out this post plants. It all seems a bit messy when you don't take things into account. So let's look at the map at what is happening here. Waddle right now behind the vice wall is right outside of B. He will become really important here, opening the door later on. This Omen smoke, this will become so crucial as well. And there is Viper Cloud Orb here. Look at how the round kind of transpires here. Look at the positions that ULF is at the moment. One player at Sand. I think this is a really good position for Sop, but because that smoke is right there, he has to reposition, and now the door opens on the map right here. Waddle, perfect distraction to keep this Vice locked into that. 3 players stacked right here, and look at what happens here, how the Omen will play the paranoia from the map. Let's go to full screen to see this. All of the 3 players from ULF are stacked right here. Every player will get paranoid, and just because Echo is outside of that main area, outside of the site, I mean, behind the Viper Cloud, he cannot do anything to help that, and all of a sudden Dynasty will overwhelm the site with a perfect coordination of utility. Viper Cloud, paranoia, that door opening, everything was done in a perfect coordination, and I love that from Dynasty.
Yeah, of course, that leads us into map 2 here with Bind next. And yeah, as we mentioned a bit earlier, ULF picked this one, and it's an interesting pick, right? We have seen losses on this from ULF twice now over the course of Challengers EMEA from different teams, from Job Life to begin with. You know, not absolutely outside of the realm of possibility there, but from Detty at least there as well. Obviously a team that nobody really expected to get into the playoffs. So it's an interesting pick from them. We're going to find out very shortly why they went for it, and if they can live up to expectations, because we're going to go to a quick break and we'll be back with map 2.
And
you been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll crush that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights, see it like a ghost town. Got the butterflies hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now, whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy, just
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It's Dynasty that start things off with the map victory in their series here. And it is looking like they are in fine form, right? And for ULF to be picking Bind next, we're not sure what's going on here, right? They banned this first against Twisted Minds. Keep in mind that everybody has been banning either Abyss or Corrode, really, to begin with. And ULF went, nah, we don't want to play Bind yesterday, but today they went, yeah, we really want to play Bind. Bind is great. We love Bind. Bind is our favorite map. So here we are. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but I'm looking forward to it either way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it tells a story that they were really, well, maybe not really afraid, but they were at least afraid of the Twisted Minds Bind. It has been really strong. And against Dynasty, they feel like their Bind could fare better. And sure, Dynasty hasn't had the best Bind record, especially in this tournament. They played it once against Eintracht Frankfurt. They lost that 7-13. I think Dynasty is also kind of looking for their own composition. Do they want to go with the Aster Deadlock, Gecko, Vice, Yoru, or do they want to stick to their guns with the classical race Fade with the Viper, Yoru, and Brimstone as well? So they kind of played both of these compositions. So I do see where ULF is coming from when they pick this map and they want to go against Dynasty, especially in Bind.
Yeah, it does mean, of course, they haven't really had any time to adapt to this one, unless yesterday was their time. They were like, we're going to ban it today so that we can have some time to think about what we want to do on this map. Keep in mind, it wasn't like a blowout when they lost it against Dirty Elise, of course. It was 11-13 on that one, 10-13 against Job Life. These aren't the end of the world score lines, but they've got to leave you with a sense of disquiet as you move into playing it for the third time in this tournament and being like, okay, we have a 0% win rate on this map. But I'm interested to see, because it does take some balls to go, yeah, okay, now after both of those games, after we've proven that we can't get it across the finish line, now we're going to go for it, and we're going to do it this time in the upper finals. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, and what is concerning for me is that, especially in the game against DSY was pulling some really old tricks from the book, like that B-long flash play with the Sky and Gecko coming through that smoke, and ULF was getting caught off guard by those plays. So to me, that sends a message that maybe you can absolutely pull out those old tricks from the book and they will work against ULF, because they are probably not as prepared in this map as they would be to some other map. Dynasty, yeah, this was the thing that I wondered. Did they want to go, or do they want to go back to their old composition that they actually played against Koi Phoenix? Because they lost so bad against Eintracht Frankfurt, and yes, they do. I kind of do like this, but in a sense it sends a message that they were absolutely not comfortable with their composition previously, and they're maybe not comfortable with this map.
Yeah, and ULF have made a change since last time we saw this map. They've switched up their Astra to a Brimstone for a mirror matchup now. So interesting, they have actually made an adaptation. It's obviously not an adaptation that actually changes anything about the way they're going to play it necessarily. It just changes what they're able to use, the kind of abilities that they have got at their disposal. So, okay, there's something going on here, and this is actually going to be a really, really interesting map. A lot of the time here on Challengers EMEA, we're just staring down the barrel of Lotus, Haven, Sunset maybe, Ascent sometimes, and it's all the same kind of stuff a lot of the time, but this is completely different. We don't know what to expect going into this map whatsoever. All we've got to go off is those last two ULF results, but even those are kind of not really applicable anymore since they have changed their composition a little bit. So I'm very interested now, and it's all on the line, right? This is a all or nothing play from ULF.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do love the switch up from Astra to Brimstone. Maybe all felt like their executes weren't that good, especially when we take a look at the DSY match. They only won 4 out of their 4 attacking rounds. So I feel like that Brimstone heavily kind of pushes you to be more execute heavy on those sides. Obviously you have the steam beacon, but then you have the 3 smokes that you can cover most of the angles and maybe recycle after that. I do love Brimstone more than Astra here. Yes, sure, Astra maybe has a more versatile kit in terms of having that pull, stun, and the smokes as well, but I do love the Brimstone. That brings you more fragging potential as well.
All right, lots to find out as we move into our second map, and I'm going to throw it over straight away to Hazza and Cairo to cast it for you.
Yeah, excited to see Dynasty back on something which has worked for them historically in the past. A little bit of time in the tool shed in terms of the composition. But I think losing to Eintracht Frankfurt isn't necessarily the sign of a disaster. These guys are one of the best bind teams, not just in their region, not just in Challengers EMEA. I would say kind of pushing on the upper limit of tier like 1.5. Those guys sweat this map. It was the only one that they picked up in their group stage. But I digress. A change has been made by Dynasty. Is it a change for the better?
I mean, hopefully that's what you're looking at. The Brimstone, obviously, smokes last longer. Soplo needs to be careful, as there's plenty of bodies ready to send it on down on A.
Sop the first in the firefight, and he will fall on this occasion. Oh, Molly dropped in by Echoes, actually found Famsi as residual. It will end 4-on-4. Still posted up with a shorty and Lamps, trying to get a little bit more work done, just finding a single kill. And Neki is the first of this retake, which is slowly crumbling its way to life, and in the end, a clean sweep.
This is ULF's pick, everyone needs to remember that. And the pistol round won by the defense here. So we'll get things started off to a good start. Bind always historically was more defender-sided. It's been a pit here and there, so it'll be interesting to see where the side bias ends up, especially with a double duelist being in the server.
Yeah, and the expectation, at least for Dynasty, would be that reforming back to their old composition, the defenders' halves are going to look better than they were before. It's the tried and tested. It's what you were talking about, the length of those smokes for the brim.
Yes.
Just under 20 seconds, and Tag being able to replenish the wall. That more of a lurk tool here.
Yeah, I think for me with the Astra as well, like, I understand you get much more in terms of initiation and stuff like that, but I always feel as if Brimstone, you just get so much more safety with those smokes, whereas Astra doesn't last as long. You need to have a really strong Astra player to make sure you get the value in the from the utility. And overall, ULF in that last round, fairly untested, even though we saw the everything but the kitchen sink thrown by the Dynasty boys.
Yeah, it was an attack showing that it can offer us a quick pace change, use of the stim beacon, double satchels, Famzy right up in their face nice and early. Threatened a potential plant, but dealt with well enough in the end by ULF. And yeah, just sort of following on from what you're saying, coming into the bonus for the defense, this map hasn't been all too bad for them, all things considered. Of the 5 times we've seen them play it, they've won the majority of them, but outside of Turkey, not a single win. And I think that's the biggest issue. It's these EMEA opponents which have shown a different level that ULF can hang with on their day. Off it though, just feels like there is a bit of a gap in terms of what their peak performance and their passing grade looks like.
I mean, we've already seen what it can look like when ULF don't show up after 2 timeouts having to be invested by Vlad. Creamy Dreamy doesn't know about Fabian in the corner. Being baited for by Odaz.
Should have a rough idea that something's amiss there though towards Showers, and Dynasty are grouping up to make this B play happen. Although 3 players long, potential for a pivot through the TP if they want. You're looking at Tag being the real indicator of where this execution is headed though, and with the TP committed to the B site, that's where they'll go. Oh no, they are leaving.
Yeah, they're straight away towards this side. Fabian's Bucky ready to aim, take fire, but not really get the value that they were looking for. Need to be careful of Echo on a flank with that shotgun, but at that same time, I think Dynasty might be already done with this round by the time they get into position. And that's exactly the case. As Echo takes his leave, Dynasty will win the first round.
Yeah, even there, Ordaz overstaying is welcome just a little bit, struggling to disengage. As much as you built up Brimstone to be this agent that can act so stalwart and consolidate your site space, it's difficult sometimes when you're that sole player to really prop up too much more. And I have to say as well, I think the story of this ULF side the last time they played was being able to create openers against Job Life, but then maybe struggling a little later in the round, heavy-handed in their approach. As you watching at home may be able to tell, the HUD is currently having some sync issues. Hopefully that will be back for you very shortly though, but as it stands, it is 2-1 to ULF.
Whereas Ticey just trying to get the Bucky to work, but you're still going to be careful of the positions of the players round about the site. There's a couple at the back site trying to make their assault through lamps, but Dynasty still holding on momentarily. Neki with a quick spray down, still at 3-2, and well, ULF will finish that off fairly quickly. So 3-1 towards ULF at the minute.
It's fine, man. I've got a pen out, can write it down, make sure that we're not going to miss out on any of that. I say that. I've lost my pen. Oh no, here it is. All good. Yeah, 3-1 by our count. Only covering the important details here, of course.
Yeah, I wouldn't put your faith in a Scottishman, that's all I'm going to say.
Education system failing you. I thought we had a fairly similar one, but who knows. Anyway, Neki doing a brilliant job in that round. And now the reposition towards B long is, as you would expect, Fade a premium for information on this map. And with Fountain cleared out, and the steps being heard on short, should be thinking about a rotation here. ULF It's a double fight in Hookah, and Neki the one to profit from it.
And look, the priority already been set on the players towards long. As Neki looks to support their Euro player.
Just waiting for the drop in. TP has crossed the gap into Neki. They go. It was a quad kill on the previous. The ace evades, but Sop is on duty, on hand, to make sure nothing further gets past this ULF defense. 4-1 now the score. The side's, of course, incorrect as well. It's a brilliant defense from them so far.
Yeah, ULF is doing really well. Neki also a player that is very good. Sorry, I can't get my words out there. So not only is the HUD broken, apparently my brain is as well.
He's kind of good.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, just to confirm, we have got confirmation from production. This is a Dynasty timeout, and you'd expect that to be the case at 4-1 towards ULF.
Okay. Yeah, just writing in my notes here as well. Dynasty, first timeout used.
Thank you. And how many do they have left, Azza?
They have one left. Unless we go to overtime, then they get an extra one.
Oh, interesting.
For those who haven't studied the rulebook. But yeah, I think not a bad time to use it. Don't want to let the game get too far out of reach. Considering ULF's previous performances here, looking at their track record, when you think of the defensive half, it's the better of the two for them. So any early wins is stripping back any kind of lead that you're expecting them to build up. They have almost a 60% win rate on their bind defensive halves. It's just, like I said before, in these inter-regional matches, both Job Life and Detty, at least they fell. Dynasty knowing where their win conditions lie, though.
Very quick exec into the site. Viper Walls dissecting that, and I think Dynasty at the minute happy with the space they've taken, waited for the Viper Wall to drop, but it is just a shooting gallery at the end of the day. A little bit of a half-buy being brought through by the Spanish/Italian team, which has representation.
Players from North.
Yeah. And with that being said, ULF will win out. So it's 5-1 now, all in. Bromas not having the effect that they were looking for. So hopefully the next round they'll find that.
Yeah, not at least initially. Would love to see on the X-ray kind of work out what guns it is they were working with. Looked like a semi-mixed investment there. We know that Dynasty had tried to go for those quick pushes before. They did it on their anti-eco and showers. Pit is up for Echo, so that's something.
That is something. I'm glad you said that, Azza. Thank you, mate.
Waddle's got his ult as well. I've just seen that one.
Thank you, mate. It's good.
And so's Famsy.
There you go.
So there are ults for Dynasty to work with, and maybe that was the reason for the timeout, but who knows? Chance for them to try and clear this pit out, though.
I mean, Nightfall combo with the Showstopper, they would be delayed, and well, it seems as if it's going to be the opposite way about. Fabian using his Showstopper traded, and actually the pit dropped, so big value found by the attack, but need to be careful of Neki, who's good for a couple spray downs.
Yeah, it's forced to drop back, looking for a reveal to potentially fly over the top, but not contested, keeps the backside space, and with the Nightfall in, this flank, didn't catch the final player, I don't think.
Yeah, that's the worrying aspect. Ticey's the one that's actually rotating round, and I don't think he's been held, but Odaz looks away at the wrong time. It's Shup that gets the pick, and the assault begins on the site, and it's Creamy Dreamy next up. But tag being found, disaster on the site. A 2 versus 2, which both players being disconnected from one another, leaves it a 1 versus 2 for Sop to win. Rifle in hand, one flash, tap of the spike, trying to beat out a peak, but Dynasty, so resolute in their positions, will win out the round, and we will end up with a second round to the Italian team representing Spain with 3 North players.
I love that. You're just going to keep that one going. God forbid they make the grand final and you got to do that one again, but I agree. It's a team which the face of it has changed a lot over the last couple of years, but remodeled with the experience under their belt, still holding on to the poster boy of that fragment of the Italian side you got left in tag.
Where are you?
A different approach this time into B long and Sop with the op. Missed shot.
He won't be continuing any longer, and Dicey absolutely running it down. I mean, this man himself has been so good time and time again. Synonymous with quick, fast plays after his time on Sweet and Sour and in North, and he's continuing it on here on Bind. A map which historically I wouldn't associate with him being good on.
I disagree. Sweet and Sour were great on this map.
Were they?
Yeah. Remember when they ran that like deadlock comp? No, they were.
Oh yeah.
Remember when they beat, fine on this one.
Yeah. Remember when they beat Apex who got Ascended? Yeah. Good one, Cairo.
Oh, they did one time, but who knows? ULF's still in it for now, though. Nothing more to be talked about the past. You'd think we were Man United fans. It's Dicey with a quad kill. Let's close this one up. And sure, if you want a history lesson, I think it's important to mention the two business boys, right? That partnership has existed since mid-April 2023. They qualified to Challengers, made 2 grand finals in the same year. But seeing him here, back on the Yoru, on a duelist, while still in-game leading, is a little bit of the old, right? Especially with these quick executions. I think the change in the meta that sort of facilitated it to be a more supportive agent definitely fits. It is ULF on the aggressive in this round, though.
And they've got the value from it. Hashtag sweet as heck is what they used to always say, but it's definitely not sweet this round. But the HUD's back, everybody. We now know what is going on, and what is going on is Sup is clearing everything out with his ultimate. And Dicey TPs towards the B side. Well, let's look at it. It's probably going to be the exec.
Nightfall coming in. Ooh, Ordaz caught fumbling in the pockets, but still finds 1 kill at the very least. Not quite going to cut it, though. Spike dropped in hookah. Echo has made amends and has support to help out. Fabian retrieving a weapon. And Dicey in ult, but can't really set up Famzy here. Just got to take the spike. Go ahead and plant it.
But it's a 1 versus 3 from Ascent for him to essentially try and win out himself as he waits for Famzy to come into position. Dicey needs to be diligent and not give anything away as Famzy makes his appraisal in towards hookah. The shot's not hitting, and now it's up to the Raze player. 16 points of health and 2 crazy shots. It's just one to find for an ace clutch, but unfortunately misses out, and it will be 6 to ULF.
Famzy saw his name in lights there. That was a really nice display of his ability. But the nade came back online, and it's that slight oversight of him not just bouncing it off the wall on a tap or something of the sort to give himself half a chance that sells them short. Echo punishing. Viper has been fantastic for ULF so far on this map, and the times that we've seen it. Little combo play coming in here, though. Look towards Showers, sees over the top, potential for the Brim ult to be used.
And no players really there. It's towards short where the big problems are. Unsure if the Viper got caught there. I disagree. I don't think it is. So, tries to go for a bit too much, but Fabian's the one who gets the kills.
It looked like Dynasty was setting up for the piece there, but there's a spanner in the works. Quite a few of them, in fact. ULF just catching the players in transition. It never gets going.
And for Dicey, 1 minute to play with. Time to move around the map, see where he wants to go. He doesn't have any more TPs. I think he's just calling it, is he? Just waiting?
Yeah. Just letting time tick down. Doesn't have the ult this time to try and retrieve it. So It's going to be 30 seconds or so of your life that you're never getting
left.
back. Oof. They have not got anywhere to be. They can wait for this one. 7 rounds, no problem. Advantage on the defender's half. But for now, Dynasty, with minimal returns, you're looking at both teams having a double duelist setup. I want to talk about ULFs a little bit. We've harped on about how good Dynasty can be. Both Favian and Sop are new players to this setup. It's the core which got promoted from Premier. Favian has come in from stage 2, Sop from that initial promotion push, swapping ships from Digital Athletics as they went down and took the plunge. He saw an opportunity and went with it, and they have built themselves up
One enemy remaining.
a force which is very, very strong. I mean, Favian's agent pool already showing that he can play 7 different agents in the last stage to a high degree. Indispensable to his team.
He has been. Needs to continue to be. Dynasty 4 stingers with Ticey's 1 rifle saved from the last, and he's always started the round with him over towards Showers, trying to get anything from it, but instead happy with the orb, TPs towards B, and it seems to be the same rinse and repeat round that's been called by Dynasty.
Yeah, taking this B long control, but 5 players strong this time. You're expecting that injection of pace. It's an incendiary to stop them, though.
Oh, it seems as Famsy's the one by it. Stinger in hand, drops down in towards Hell as Audash places him there. Ticey though, a setup, a lineup on the TP. Could he get more? One's all he's going to get, and that's where you were hoping that Dynasty would have the opportunity to go on forward. Further than that, it's not going to be the case. A Viper's pit on towards A as a quick pivot through the TP. That's what was going to work out. But Echo gets very lucky with a spam through the Viper's pit.
And Tag gets to keep that pit. Quick peek out backside to just use that information to take the name. And now take the spike. In the meantime, Neki is wrapping around. And Fabian can't deny the plan, but he can certainly find the player after the fact. 8 rounds for ULF on this defense, just going from strength to strength.
Yeah, and continuing to grow. It seems though that the rounds are a little bit easier to read now for Dynasty, especially like, well, if I can read it and I'm not the most like I'm not the best in terms of macro. I mean, I'm sure ULF can read exactly what the inclinations are round to round.
Yeah, it's up to Dynasty really to set that conditioning as much as possible and break away from it when they feel necessary. I suppose the alternative is that while Ticey has been calling on and off in different roles throughout his time on multiple rosters, this is the first time we've really seen him placed at the helm with full authority. So it is a difficult and a different task. But always been one to sort of ask for the utility as he wants it, very vocal, even on the duelist role. Here it's another pit from Echo, always going looking for those kills. And oh, I don't know if Famzy just spotted the leg there.
He could have. I mean, if he spammed right now, his crosshair was trained on the position. Instead, the op identified towards B on a line in hookah.
Famzy's still just treading with caution. Doesn't want to signal his presence here. He finds himself in the crosshair of Echo, who is still just waiting for any APs to come in.
Oh my god.
Ticey the next to exit the A space.
But it's not
as
even
Dynasty
that.
are now queuing up for B, and spotted by the op, Ticey goes down.
The operator gonna find a target and an orbital strike as well to stop anybody getting close. Famzy makes his entry, but he needs more than that. He needs to find a second kill, he'll get it. But Neki close by for the trade. Advantage still kept. Ultimate in. And look at this. ULF will put Dynasty to the sword and make it 9-3.
It's a statement first half from ULF. Didn't feel like they were at the races for the majority of Lotus, but on their own map pick, showing what they can do when it counts. Against EMEA opponents, it's proved to be some difficulty, but Dynasty are faced with the sword now.
And we're in the second half of ULF's pick, where they've made a demanding start at a 93 scoreline.
It's a demanding one indeed. It's asking a lot of Dynasty to turn this one on its head. We know their defense had looked good in the past. It was with a different composition. One of the 3 that they've played on this map, that they were able to post 8. But even then, it wouldn't be enough to get past ULF here. They've built a serious gap. See already, it's looking like more of a default. Dynasty trying to be proactive. They find the pick through B long, and it's a quick TP from Dynasty. He's present on the A site. Echo's still fighting Showers, but he gets cut out. So all control, all meaningful space taken away from ULF. They flood themselves out of lamps, but take damage in the process. The health pool dwindling.
Not a lot of site control either. When you look at the map, players have control of Showers and control of CT, and a lot of damage taken.
And Dynasty in a prime position to start clawing their way back into this map, into this second half. Sanding off ULF's lead. Neki from bench will land a headshot, but it goes no further. Waddle following it up, and Creamy Dreamy right by his side. A flawless pistol round conversion in the end for the Italian team representing Spain with 3 North players as they get that defuse in.
Flawless.
Yeah, Dynasty doing well to start things off with a flawless round, and this is what they need, right? Rounds where they can have a meaningful impact with most of the players alive. I think the only, I guess the only way the round could get better is if they stop the plant. But with that, Dynasty have done this by a few times, getting one of the scoped weapons in with at least 3 SMGs.
You can see it looks like ULF are going to go for a very similar eco round, just a pop in Showers. See if they can overwhelm Creamy Dreamy here, who gets out of dodge nice and early.
There.
Another very flexible player, similar to Fabian on the other side. In terms of his agent pool, different roles he's had to fulfill on this team. And doing his job here exactly as it was intended. Showers coming to a head, Waddle caught in the middle of the smoke while it all goes down, and his Spectre has just about found out the final player there. 3 in the end as Neki drops, and 3 weapons kept for this defense in their bonus.
Yeah, the 2 Spectres lost, so they'll probably get upgraded to Sheriffs, while the rest keep hold on to their weapons. So overall, Dynasty will be happy with their round, and this next one becomes pretty much a swing round if Dynasty can convert the bonus, or at least do damage to ULF's buy, because you look at that buyback in the next round, it's not going to be too incredible.
No, and you can see Dynasty understanding the comp, trying to push the extremities as much as possible. Dicey TP's out from Showers though, leaving 2 players in his stead. One of them, Famzy. The other's Creamy Dreamy. Waddle's gone down in the meantime, has to win this 1 versus 1, and does so, the Swede. Imperative if this defense was to have any chance left in the bonus.
Yeah. I guess the saving grace for Dynasty is the fact that the last time that they played this against Eintracht Frankfurt, it was the attack where they struggled. They were only able to win 1 out of 12. On their defense, won 6 out of 8.
Yeah, it's these compositional differences, though, that make the mental math that much harder, right? As enumerate as you and I can be at times. Crunching the numbers here, Dynasty looking to be stronger on the B side when the execution comes in. And ULF have no second layer. They are fully committed to this execute with 30 seconds to go.
Well, Dynasty already finds the first pick with his Outlaw, but unfortunately for him, Tag has given up his life for it. So spike down, 2 versus 3 retake, and Dynasty does have an Outlaw, which he's trying to spam through a smoke while he waits for his teammate to come and join him. That's somehow caught Sop.
Yeah, Sop just strayed from the tube, so a little bit more damage on him now. Creamy Dreamy with Util in pocket. Oh, it just drags Echo out into the open, but that's where he wants the fight. Without the dirty air clogging up his lungs, he catches 2 quick kills, and that'll be all she wrote for the bonus. Dynasty thrown into the rifle on the receiving end of 10.
Yeah, lovely shooting. But we're back to rifle versus rifle, and ULF able to keep themselves alive with a pretty convincing round in the last one, and not much in terms of repurchases needed. And it seems if Dynasty has actually decided to go and pick himself up an op.
Yeah. Not seen a crazy amount of Dynasty opping so far in this event, because he has been tethered to the controller most of the time, but this would be the perfect opportunity to do it. We know how good it can be, and it just gives you that extra authority on the map. It forced off the line early from playing behind the smoke B long. ULF getting cleared out in showers in the meantime. Dynasty have brought 2 players to fight this.
Yeah, Creamy baited for Famzy, and well, on top of that, the Fade Cat never cleared him out, the Prowler. So with that, they get the pick, they dip out, and ULF are left scratching their head as to what just happened.
And you've still got the Viper set up here on B, and Dynasty's op sat behind it. So another kill collected, 5v3 now, 2-player gap, which ULF have to try and close. And in doing so, the execute feels rocked. I mean, where do you even head? Is this a save call? Yeah, Neki has
30 seconds left.
Has called it in early. That is all it's going to be. The gap down to 4. Dynasty going through the motions here.
They need to respect it, right? I think, like, you understand the call, time being so low. If they force the issue, it puts themselves in a bad spot for the round after. And well, already, Dynasty now sit in a position where they get the round back. They know how ULF want to play it, but ULF need to be careful of how Dynasty are trying to play towards these extremities, right? Especially with the operator, and especially with that little set piece in towards A showers.
So it will be a timeout from ULF that brings us into round 17. And this doesn't come as too much of a surprise to me. Felt like Neki was already setting the foundation for it in the closing moments of the previous, now into freeze time. And yeah, in terms of what has been working well for them, if you just want to go off raw player performance, Echo's doing brilliantly, and part of this double controller setup also feels let off the leash to enable his own mechanical ability, which we know comes in leaps and bounds, not to just draw from the stereotype of the Turkish league, of course, and how good their mechanics are, but he definitely fits that bill. He's one for the future, but when I say future, you know, we had that next generation set up before with BBL Pacific.
Yeah,
it's almost like that next generation. You know, it's a little bit more time required in these EMEA servers for me.
Yeah, and I think you're right. We need to see, like, I think there's always the year where they announce themselves, and then it's a year of proving, right? You always get that second chance to go and, or that second year to go and show exactly what you're about. You don't want to promote someone too early and they end up crashing and burning. It seems as if Fabian looks to take this Showers position early, which Dynasty are happy to give up, and Echo priority on trying to deal with the operator has done so.
Great shot through the gap. And like a house of cards, this defense could quickly fall. Blown over by the gust of wind that is Echo, now breaking 20 kills with less than double-digit deaths. Rotation made, proactivity shown towards Showers, but ULF hanging on, waiting for it. And I think Creamy Dreamy is going to deliver it right to their doorstep.
Yeah, this double stack, no chance that Creamy Dreamy is going to have here, especially when he gets a little bit of movement error on the swing as well. Dynasty have cash in their pockets, so there won't be a save round like we saw in the last. And it seems as if the adaptation that we've seen from Vlad is one in which to let Dynasty come to them. Play a lot slower.
The thing is, though, yeah, this slow pace now becomes a problem, though, Cairo. As the round's dragging on, this utility becomes that much more impactful. Think about Famzy, still has the nade. Waddle with his ult as well. Plenty of tools that can make this a problem.
Well, there's still two smokes there. Tag with a lovely shot onto Fabian. And well, on top of that, Waddle's playing through his own orbital strike. And somehow, out of nowhere, when ULF were up 5-3, they allow the defense back in.
It was on the forecast. Saw it on the horizon. The potential that this execution gets stalled out. They did all of the groundwork. And the finishing touches just weren't there. It comes back to what we were saying in the pre-round, in the timeout. When BBL Pacific hit the scene, they were the real deal, the full package from that first official coming out of Premier. ULF, it's taken a little bit more time. It's taken transfers, it's taken experience and character building in these series. And with Ticey finding the opening kill here as well, the eco isn't going to make things look any better. An 8th round, almost all but secured now. The Dynasty have their own 5 versus 3.
Yeah, and it just continues to dwindle and dwindle away. It feels as if Dynasty have found what they needed. But it's only one step on a long road to finding 13. A flawless round against an eco is nice. But we remember, the next few rounds will have an ULF buy as well as 4 ultimates behind it. Dynasty need to be careful.
They do, but 5 from 6 feels damning. Ticey out to punish with the Outlaw does exactly that, and the fact that it's kept clean just means that the money will get better. Few players on 6 or 7k, but it's the ults that you've got to be thinking about. ULF have 4 or 5. And they are inclined for this B execution where Tag has often been left the sole custodian. So much space left to watch.
I mean, he's called for Ticey to come and support and immediately repositioning towards elbow. Doesn't want anything to do with it, but Dynasty quick on the hunt.
Yeah, and they have them cornered now as well. That toxic screen of the Viper's going to be able to buy a little bit more time for the defense to get in position, but the flank is already there. And should they be forced to retake, which you don't expect now, they still have both the Yoru and the Fade ult.
Out they go, ultimates invested, but nothing found. And we're even going to get the ultimate from Fabian, so this is a heavy investment from ULF. They've went for it, even trying to get the showstopper in, but Fabian activated at the right time.
Yeah, quick satchel into the corner, keeps Fabian in play, low HP.
Yeah, there he is, and Ticey's the one to clear him out, pinging out. Remember, it's the Viper's pit that's most important. Once they can find Fabian, which they do, Neki taking a time in, and perhaps just won the round. Ticey has an op as well. It doesn't get any sweeter for Dynasty, as it looks to be finished right here and now, and it's the Fade that's done it all by themselves.
Neki stepping up massively in this map. The captain leading by example. Not often the one that we see at the top of the score sheets, but has had his impact towards the end of this round. A round which was invested in heavily with ults by both sides, but ULF come out the better. And that will set them up to close out this one now.
These rounds, when they get towards the end, always seem to impress. Ticey, he's having the util destroyed for him. Remember, 3 of those 4 ultimates in the last round were used. Neki already close to his nightfall.
Big takeaways are that Dynasty have the potential to flank and punish, and also that was a retake attempt which failed, often so convincing in those positions. This time they look to get a little more aggressive. Ticey's op is the conduit. Tight angle held, and just the shoulder of Echo gets spotted. Ult committed towards the site, and the spray from Audas through the smoke catches tag. Dicey the next. It's all falling apart at the seams. Creamy's going to try his best to recover the situation, but holding on from these smokes now flip the opposite way. ULF doing everything they need to.
Need a kill or two to allow for that ultimate to be used for Fanzi. But that's if they even get one.
Last player standing.
Oh, tried to play back in, but just not given the time of day. Audas wins the one, and that's left Creamy hung out to dry. One of the only players on the Dynasty side who has money problems here, so saving the gun would be in his best interests. Very quickly, we've seen the tides turn, though. ULF up to 12. And with 4 opportunities to close their own map pick, Haven feeling all but a little bit too likely here.
Yeah, it does feel like that. And on top of that, ULF are starting to heat up into this. A timeout probably needed, if I'm honest. I mean, it's up to Bromas what he thinks, but just to shore up on these last 4 rounds, the gap isn't as big as what you would think. I think as well, especially with the... When you think of, like, if Dynasty was to have some successful rounds, they would have the monopoly and ultimates as well. I mean, realistically, Nightfall the closest to coming online after Sup having his dimensional drift. So with that being said, yeah, I'm thinking that these ultimates could very quickly push Dynasty towards the rounds that they need.
It's the spacing of them, though, which is of the utmost importance. And the lack of availability coming into the first of those 4 rounds, all the more problematic in my eyes. ULF have a Euro ult which they can throw at this. We know they're happy to just send a B split if needed. With that in mind, Dynasty without an operator in this round as well. Dicey had been few and far between. Some pretty key shots hit, some other ones missed. Going to be letting that one go for Neki on the other side, who has it coming into the showers fight, which Dynasty have so often been present to take.
Sup using the TP to gain extra space with his ultimate, and while they can see that the players are in towards the Showers position and they're getting crunched. Dicey at least with one, but Sup clearing house, and that should be it. A showstopper misses. That was the play that Famzi was going to use to equal things out, but chaos still ensues, and it seems as if ULF are going to get one towards site with the spike.
Yeah, huge advantage now for ULF. This is their map to lose. Famzi, he was 4 kills deep in the 1v5 last time. 4 kills would be enough here, but it's a tall ask.
A big one. And the first of it is Echo, which Famzi cannot rise to. It will be ULF to win out their map pick, and we're pushed to map 3.
That we are. We will go the distance in this series, Cairo, and it's no less than the upper bracket final deserves, between 2 teams which, as we said before, have very much sat in the shadows of their regional counterparts. For Dynasty, it took them 3 stages to find a title, and for ULF, still yet to find their first. But when you play alongside BBL Pacific, you get those reps, and coming into this EMEA event, it feels like, as I said before, the best is still yet to come. We're starting to see signs of that now, though. Bind is the recovery. Their first win on this map in an EMEA event sets them up nicely for our decider. We'll have that one after the break and the breakdown from the analysts.
Thank you very much, Hazard and Cairo. It's the 3rd time of asking where ULF get it done there on Bind. And of course, we could not have a 2-mapper in Challengers EMEA playoffs. It is not possible whatsoever. So 3 maps we go once again. It's starting to feel like something is predestined here, but here we are. And look, it's what it deserves, right? These 2 teams are absolutely brilliant. They're such a pleasure to watch. So many of these rounds come down to 4Ks, right? Unbelievable amounts.
Yeah, like you said, so many of these rounds come down to 4Ks, and that is what it really is. Individual prowess. Sure, these teams are incredible, but a lot of the things that you're trying to show in this Challengers EMEA stage is that you can be here. You can be even tier 1. You can win out these situations. Neki was one of those players here. Echo throughout the whole map, incredible performance, finding multiple kills. Yeah, sure, on the other side you had players like Taisi, Famsi almost clutching out an impossible round, but not quite getting the fifth kill there to close it out. I think ULF had a great performance. Their defensive side was brilliant, but like you said, there was a lot of individuals performing as well.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We're gonna head to obviously a third map here. I need a reminder on what that one is now. So we'll take a look at the series maps. Yeah, Haven is our final map. And again, this one has, it feels like it's kind of been the float for a lot of teams, or the second, well, not second pick, but the pick that has come after all of the deliberation for a lot of these teams, right? Dynasty last time out on this one, 13-5, second time of asking, against Mandatory, which was definitely no pushover on Haven. So I have to think that Dynasty are going to come back with some force into this next match.
Could be, but I do love how ULF played that bind. They were aggressive on the defensive side, finding a lot of pushes as well. They were really comfortable in actually doing risks in pushing. They took the range pretty much and pushed for control, pushed for picks. Their defensive side hold was brilliant on bind. I think they understood how to play that map, especially on the B side. Hold down with 2 players. Choose which one you want to hold down. Is it hook or is it long? But in the later stages of that first half, they even put only a single player towards the B to kind of gamble 4 players on the other side of the map to make a play. So I do love that defensive side aggression, that proactiveness that ULF has, and I think that needs to continue to Haven.
Alright guys, it's getting late. We're going to head to a quick break before we get to the third map, but we're going to get things underway for you as quickly as possible. See you in a bit. Yeah.
And sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go pop off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everybody. It's our final map of the day. No ifs, ands, or buts about it now, because ULF Esports managed to stage a comeback there in our second map against Dynasty, and it's looking good for them. The fact that they were able to adapt their bind on the fly, keep in mind they've played it twice this Challengers EMEA already. They've lost it both times. They took 1 day's break from it, banning it against Twisted Minds, and they're back with a Brimstone instead of an Astra, and it's worked out very, very nicely for them. And now it's over to Haven to decide the victor between these two teams, and the team that is getting into the grand finals first.
Yeah, and ULF are unbeaten in this map, in this league right now, or Challengers EMEA. They won against Twisted Minds. That was a very, very long battle. And I actually wondered, was that too long of a battle for ULF to be kind of tired today? And that could become present in the map 3. But I do think this is something of a comfortable map for ULF. They're running the classical composition with the addition of Neon, obviously replacing the Jet. I think this is the current meta. Jet isn't really a good agent in this meta. I feel like Neon is always better. Dynasty, they're running with the Viper composition. We've seen this already multiple times in this tournament, and I do think it has a lot of good things, especially being able to control that A-Sewers area on the attacking side, and maybe having more tools on the defensive side, but you don't have that information that the Cypher would give you.
Yeah, but Dynasty also, obviously, they've only played it one time this event. 13-5 against Mandatory yesterday. But the last 3 times of asking, they have won this map as well against Koi Phoenix and UCAM Esports Club in their own region. So, look, this is a battle now between... There's a reason that this is a float map. Both teams enjoy this map. Both teams are good at this map. They might not want to play it first, but they reckon that they're both good enough at it. And I reckon the reason it is a float is because they both know that each other are a formidable opponent on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think ULF maybe has the upper hand here. If I have to throw something out of there, obviously they played against Twisted Minds, who is playing a same composition that Dynasty will play here. That maybe gives ULF some kind of advantage because they know exactly how to play. They've played already multiple rounds yesterday. I think 34 to be in fact. So they should have a good grasp on how to play against this Dynasty comp. Obviously there is some differences in terms of the play style, but I do think ULF, especially after winning that bind, they are on a high and they should keep continuing with the energy of the young players.
All right, well, we're not going to take up any more of your time. It's about time for our final map of the day, and I'm going to throw it over to Hazard and Cairo to cast it.
Thank you both. Look, I think coming into this upper bracket final, at least on the surface, into Challengers EMEA Stage 3, people would have been surprised to see these two names battling it out. But with the history that we have in this competition and their dreams of a first seed appearance in Ascension very much alive and hanging in the balance here on this decider, the potential is absolutely huge. It's always been trial and error for both up until this point. Now the biggest opportunity yet that they will get to send themselves sky high in the rankings.
It's essentially a best of one on Haven for who gets to move into the grand final and collect themselves an advantage. ULF being identified, trying to play from corners, Creamy Dreamy through Garage, tag as well. Fabian keeping the hopes alive of a pistol round win, but it's just Echo back in the corner who's on the C site. Waddle deals with everything put in front of him, and that's left Neki and CT.
Starring in a second map performance, needs a 1v3 here and has his first kill.
Shocking pocket, info dart quite a while away, and that time is ticking away. Needs to get onto the spike for a half, but I mean, both players not giving him anything and no smokes to play behind either. The info dart up and knows that one player's playing from Cubby and should know that the other is deep and long, waiting to play off one another. They're given ones, and Neki with a chance to win out. Waddle in the corner, he's dealt with everything so far, and will deal with it here. Does Dynasty, they go up 1-0.
Neki running out of bullets and running out of chances. Dynasty down to the last of theirs. This is a 1 versus 3, but still looking doable. That's the world that ULF drag you into. The possibilities endless. The promise as high as it gets. But just needing to maintain that consistency more than anything else. And it's what we come back to as Dynasty pick up another pistol round in this series.
Great start. Famzy looking to chase down the lone Sova on A, as there's a trap set up for the middle of the map, which no one is looking to approach, so overall should be fairly easy for Dynasty here to get post.
And no trouble whatsoever. Neki without shocks to deny a plant either.
Shadows traveling.
The team that's won the opening pistol round so far in each map has gone on to win the map. But Dynasty, in picking this one up, do move in front 3-2, and with how momentum-based Haven can be, they'll be looking for every advantage here. Tag with the Ghost in hand, you're expecting him to be hunting some of these exits if ULF don't go charging into the site, which it doesn't look like they will be. Even Echo, just waiting outside of B, is looking to see if he can catch a straggler. It's Waddle that they want to build the ult up on because he's closest to the Hunter's Fury.
Scanning ahead.
And he's got utility to try and push forward, but it's just a orb towards Odaz.
I didn't come here to die.
That's not die. I was just, for a minute there, I panicked. You know, just a second. Just after Magnum on Sunset a few weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah, this isn't liquid BBL though.
Yeah,
fortunately, or not fortunately, I don't know, depends which way you look at it. But yeah, I think ULF play that smartly, right? They want to go down to the spike. The fact that Echo's even mid there, it just shows the presence of mind, catch a potential flank. But Waddle moves closer to his ult, just 2 away now coming into the bonus for Dynasty. And it's looking like a straightforward C send. Have to consider the value that Fabian's Breach can add on a rotation with a stun. Echo doesn't concede this though.
Yeah, looking to play through it. Still taking a lot of damage and has support through Odaz. Cleared out, but still Echo not found, and that paranoia huge. Echo now finally getting a chance to get his rifle to ring off, but it's Waddle once again. And he knows the last remaining player will be rotating in, goes towards Garage, that's where Sop is, and Waddle has not missed a beat so far in map number 3.
And not lost a clutch to keep the streak going. Brings his ult online in the process, which is only going to bolster Dynasty's attack. Direct in the way that they took the C site. I was surprised, honestly, that Echo wanted to play on spot, but it was a good decision, reinforced by the utility. As I mentioned, we've seen a lot of teams move towards playing with the Neon, but having the Breach as well, just that extra stun, it sets you up nicely to go for these floods. But Dynasty get it past the post from their former captain.
You can just see the amount of bodies on this long position. That's now the breach and neon scene. That's at least 3 on A long now, and that's going to be what is needed to move on towards the site. A drone just to dot the I's, cross the T's, but Oda is not identified on the other side of the wall. If you can find a couple of heads here, it would have been possibly doable, and it's not going to happen.
It's a shame he died from natural causes in the corner and actually didn't get to shoot. Absolutely nothing happened there. Don't worry about it. No.
You know we're going to get a replay.
Yeah. The absolute audacity that it would be. Boo! If we got that.
Boo!
Gotta let me have one every now and then. But yeah, it's clean from Dynasty. Flawless round. Yeah, nothing happened.
Oh, we didn't actually get the slow-mo replay.
Oh? I was like, why are we rewinding here? Why are we rewinding? What's going on? We're not going back to it, are we?
Nah, I don't think we are.
Flawless round though. Dynasty continuing to keep things rolling. Ults up on both sides, closing in on a few more of their own. It's just rinse and repeat. They've hit this conditioning on the C execution, but ULF will arrive at the scene early, and they've got 2 kills to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, this round has got a lot more behind it this time round for the defense as Famsi tries to keep himself alive and won't be alive much longer. At least the Cypher utility is gone, but so is everybody on Dynasty, as ULF will quickly respond.
Mate, Famsi was permanently revealed there. He was revealed for a solid, like, 3-4 seconds. Dynasty were kind of hoping they'd just be able to shock the traps and go for it, brute force the site. Not working out, and this time Sops introduced the operator, something which Gen G, one of the best Haven teams in the world, are good at doing, is knowing when to introduce that op and play it over the top of your Cypher setup, and that looks like what we've got here. Shock and Recon coming in, but when that gets broken, Sops on the line.
No. ULF's up. The sharpshooter will not get his chance to find the pick.
Here.
Dynasty continue their search of a site to plant that spike.
Revealing area.
Toxins going up.
Dynasty interacting in the mid-round for now, hitting the contact in Garage. That's the trigger that rips Necky's Hunter's Fury, and Echo trying to move past this. Inside the Omen smoke, has to be careful he doesn't get caught. That was the barrel of Tice. He didn't spot it though, and taken offline by Waddle. Still Sop deep on long. And he will connect the shot.
That's a big one as well. Spike can go down. Overall, it's just tag we have to look at in this round as being the big component for Dynasty.
Late possibility that he can catch a timing here, but backs to the wall right now. Dynasty relying on their Sentinel to save them. Unless they can make an aggressive maneuver and put 2 and 2 together, that might just be the play. Inside Ticey's own smoke, he'll take down 2. The flank surplus to requirements. The plant's set up for their success now. With the op already detected, Sop heading for the hills, knowing that this gun is a precious part of the ULF arsenal, one which has struggled to find its mark so far. Just a single round from the first 6.
This is getting worried now. I mean, on Haven, we have said it time and time again. Every time we come to this map, I feel as if I have to make note of it, that it can be a war of attrition, one which the defense can find themselves at a hefty loss. So with that being said, we've had big halves in this series. We're going to have another one here, it looks like, with the momentum of Dynasty, and ULF are going to time out to try and stop it.
Yeah, this map for ULF still sits as one of their best. Their overall record, 8-7, right? 8 wins, 7 losses. On the surface, doesn't look too great, right?
Yeah.
But the 5 losses to BBL Pacific here inflate that quite a lot. It's 8-2 without those results. And sure, you have to play the best. And for them, they've kind of been forced into that every grand final. But I think it's important to mention that they are a very capable team here. And this composition is one which enables their individuals to thrive. But against Dynasty, like you already mentioned, with the double controller, setting the tempo a lot of the time, whether that's a quick execution or just a slower pace, they have been struggling to find early advantages more than anything else.
I want to see you
Could this be the time now, though, with the breach on the but the A long line that we've seen so many times before, the standardised one, it's sent utility to exec A, and Sop finds an angle. The players move in, but the shot not hitting. Famsy's so far up, can't hit the shots that he's looking for. And while it ends up being Dynasty showing the door away from A.
And ULF just stressing their protocols there, fighting for the backside control, 3 players ready to go, bodies on the line. But it's a forfeiture of that now. It's Echo that slots into position with his setup. Kept on C, hat from the head, info is there. Dynasty looking for a pivot, but leaving behind Waddle in the process.
Flash has been sent, but still plenty of information overall. Still players can't find each other. I mean, the only one realistically has been Famsy.
So the real deposit is Waddle. Felt like they were looking to leave Ticey there, but him holding onto the spike obviously means that he needs to be involved in this execute. Drone goes over the top, but it's not seen Echo. Huge position, huge moment.
30 seconds left.
People running around like headless chickens, and Echo's the next one as his head goes from his shoulders. Still 3-3, the lockdown invested, but Waddle once again, who's been top of the pops, continues on! And what a shot that is! The lockdown denying Favian the entry to the site, but it's a 1 versus 3 that he has to make his reprisal from. Won't find it, and 6-1 is what Dynasty find.
These teams we've seen from Ticey in the past often involve some combined calling, and with Waddle having that experience of his own, this round is all about him keeping the presence on A. Long late in the round is a difficult position to play because you're often threatened by the potential of a defensive reclear, but he does really well. And as a player who broke out in North, hitting the heights of previous Ascension runs with focus. From Desire to Dynasty, he has made his mark. And in this decider, reaching the kind of level you expect from a player of his caliber. Another kill under the belt. Getting ready for the attack to shift their focus towards A. ULF not coming in with all too much here, but it finds itself wrapped up fairly quickly.
It's very impressive just how quickly Dynasty can change things up, and not only that, how good their set execs have been considering the composition that they're running, because it's double controller, right? Let's be honest, that shouldn't have the pacing that you see right now.
Yeah, and you even look at like recent map wins that they've had, the 13-5 result here against Mandatory, the Lotus that we saw earlier, of course, the other Lotus against Mandatory. They have a decent little map pool for themselves, and heading into the BO5s, that's going to be majorly important. The A site locked down in post-plant. Another position where they thrive with this comp. You saw how much those smokes did to stop the players getting out CT. And right now, ULF just don't have the answer.
Do you get another timeout invested in this half? I mean, ULF...
Give it one more round. Give it one more round.
Okay. Now, ultimates to be had from either side. Rolling Thunder on Favian's the big one, I personally think, for ULF to maybe retake from. But it seems as if they've set priority on mid, perhaps to get a quick retake through a flank. But instead, no, they're reacting to the A pressure once again.
Echo playing around the cage, double traps, but not in the position he'd want to play from, doesn't matter. 2 players, heads taken clean off, and the rest of ULF accounted for. This is the potential problem you can run into if you keep going for those quick executions. They can match your pace and then some.
That's the players that we expect, and the response of ULF as well. I mean, when I first watched ULF starting this tournament, Hansa, the thing that impressed me, and I said it before, was their ability to be able to frag out, play mechanically, and play off one another, right? And I think right now, at this moment in time, they're starting to grow back into this, but it's been slow start after slow start in this series.
It has, and that's always going to come back to get you. I think more than anything, sometimes ULF come into a game and they just forget some of the fundamentals that they would have been told, I suppose, right? Like, they come in with confidence, all guns blazing, they want to take every duel, they want to get a grip on it early, but it comes back to bite them. We see the adjustments take place, though, as the match goes on, and you know that they understand what their win conditions are. That was a really nice fast flood into backside A, and Dynasty, like I said, can't match it if they want to go for those kinds of executions, especially once Echo finds that first kill. Because as much as we want to harp on about it, you know, wow, what first bloods, what first deaths does the duelist have? The Sentinel is the counter to that. And a lot of times you're seeing Echo really get involved in these fights, you know? Yeah. Play really aggressive. And that can be damaging, but it can also have huge reward if played correctly.
That's the thing, though, is finding the opportunity to do this. I feel as if, like, the mollies and everything that's been sent out by Dynasty have been spot on in clearing out this util, and that's going to continue to be the case. If Dynasty don't find a way, sorry, not Dynasty, if ULF don't find a way to adjust the Cypher setup to what it is they're trying to do.
I just did a slight technical pause. As soon as we have an update, we will pass that on to all of you at home. Internet issues is what we've been told in quotation marks. So that's all we have for now, but hopefully it should find itself resolved in due course. And to go back to the match and talk about what it is we're seeing, yeah, I think ULF have a lot of potential. We just need to see that iron itself out. And honestly, I think it's interesting now to mention, with, you know, transfer windows coming up, potential for changes to be made in the off-season. You know, do we see any of those players go and find themselves on a different roster, or does this project have longevity to it? Because I guess the issue is, how many of them are eligible, right? Like, this is the youngest team that we have in the competition.
I mean, that's the question. I think with someone like Vlad being behind the project as head coach, if he can stay there, personally for me, that rings out as a team for the future. Like, for instance, someone like Key, who was on BBL Pacific. Vlad has a much more pedigree to his career compared to someone like Key, when we compare the conversation, and someone who can get a Turkish team to develop and move into the future to be a top contender for next year's Ascension.
True. I think Key's definitely already proved himself at the level. It's just about that next step up. And we kind of talk about that even with the players on BBL Pacific. I mean, think of Comeback, for example. His debut on Mates wouldn't have been what he was hoping for, but still, the promise was there. He semi-delivered on it in aspects, but coming into a team in Stage 2 obviously never makes things too much easier, especially when it's not your native language. And to come back to those ULF players, both Sop and Echo, currently 17, won't be eligible for VCT until at least February or March of next year, which is already sort of around kickoff / past it, so not in the original draft for any rosters at the very least. Neki and Ordaz, on the other hand, already there for the call-up, and Fabian, we actually don't know. I think he's the only player in this tournament that doesn't have their age on Liquipedia. Oh, and Fractions, just those two.
I think the thing is though, right, we've seen rosters being built with players in mind for the future. You think of the Heretics roster and what it eventually became. They waited for Woot, had a 6th man because of that. So, I mean, that's always the thing you've got to consider for these players. If it is going to be an early enough birthday, then we can easily see them start to develop into something.
And like that's the case for even like Sayonara on Vitality. He signed a 2026 contract, but he's not going to be eligible until the first stage. So they'll need a substitute for him, whoever that ends up being. It's a funny old game, VCT, and players coming up from Challengers. We've seen, you know, both the good and the bad, I think, in terms of what it can be. A poison chalice for some, and for others, the big break that you've been waiting your whole career for. It really depends how it comes. It's always a game of circumstance.
Yeah, it's a game of here or there. We can always see players move up, but and I think as well, like, people take the chances that didn't necessarily expect to have them. Think of Hero when he got his opportunity now on Na'Vi and looks to be the star-studded player that everyone thought he could be. I think maybe needs a little bit. I'm not saying that the team. I think the team bloomed too late into the year to have done something. But say for instance they had the form in stage 2 that they did in kickoff. You know, it could have been a totally different thing.
It's crazy too, because if we do want to put some more stock in ULF here, or even Dynasty, right?
Yeah.
The best players that we've had in VCT that have come up from Challengers are not Ascension winners. That's the bottom line. They're not the Ascension winners, right? Think of Miniboo from his time on Kase. How did that Ascension run go? Wasn't ideal, right? I'm going to list off the Heretics players here because I think they're some of the best examples. Rian's, his time on S2G, made a play-ins final. Obviously, the potential was there, but it's not like he had any deep inter-regional runs.
Yeah.
Benji was... you know, on Enterprise, they played second fiddle to Ascent for the whole year.
Yeah.
And he left to join Heretics before they even played in their play-ins run, right? They had Bucha come in instead. So, you know, there are examples. I guess the one exception now thinking about it would probably be Kayak from last year, but even then, you know, he gets the call up to Fnatic instead. It's the grassroots. It's where you cut your teeth. But these players, more than anything, just need to show what they can do in an official environment.
I think it is funny, right? Because like every Ascension team that we've seen come up, I've just never been able to really make a dent in the VCT ecosystem, in EMEA specifically. I mean, obviously we've had G2, XLG, DRG, whatever you want to go on to talk about, but in EMEA we've just not seen that highlights. And I think as well, like there's many questions about that. I mean, Apex, I guess, maybe had a bit of a harder time to build into the year with them only getting 1 year, but I mean, it would be nice to see an EMEA team come up and do a bit of damage.
Sure. And while we're talking about this holistically, the technical pause should be set to end and the game resume very shortly. So for all of those watching at home wondering what's going on, we won't hold you for too much longer. It's just a couple of minutes and we'll be in. And that is a Hazard JC guarantee. So I shouldn't have put my name on the line there, but I'm feeling confident. I trust production. To quickly kind of add on to what it was that you were saying there, is that I think that Apex team, had they kept Kayak, had they kept Solcas, make playoffs quite comfortably. So that's the difference, right? You're always going to get picked apart for scraps. That's the life of the Challengers team.
Yeah.
It's endemic to the partnered system. That's ultimately how it works. But I think, I do agree. This is the proving grounds. This is the opportunity, an opportunity which both of these teams will get in just a moment's time.
Yeah. With that being said, guys, we are ready, just about to head back in. So we'll remind you about what's been happening so far. Dynasty have been pretty successful in how they're executing into the sites, and with that being said, it's been Waddle as well who's been hitting the highlights for the attack.
Yeah, and he has a standout performance here, but we need to see the rest of Dynasty get on board, because as good as he's been, I think, look, it is consistent performances, 3 players on 5 kills and sort of on par or thereabouts, all for requiring a little bit more. Like I said, they've been able to read these rotations pretty nicely. I want to now see that second element to Dynasty's game plan, whether they can change up the pace, or if they want to keep going for these direct site hits. I mean, they've got ults to work with. It's just the threat that ULF poses with a couple of their own.
I mean, it's big ultimates as well. I mean, that's what you're looking for to bring things back into your favour, even if it is just one like the overdrive of SUP, which will come online, and well, potentially this coming round. That's what we look at, because it can be the difference between taking players off guard. But we're ready, folks, to get back in. The barrier's about to drop, and Dynasty taking a lot slower approach than they have in previous rounds.
That's what the spawn barriers would suggest, and you can already see the workings of this attack side. Famzy waiting for SOP. C-Long, the op posted deep and continuing to claw back onto the angle. Stun dropped in. Does he really want this fight? No, it's the option to disengage, and perhaps the slightly more streetwise one from SOP. Still firing off into this smoke. Doesn't really know where to play. It's a counter Hunter's Fury that ends up shutting down the execution, as Famzy is the one pick taken.
Here.
It's just one pick though, and there's still opportunity for Dynasty to mid-round, and it seems with 2 deposits in mid and only 2 players heading towards the A site, this is the option for Dynasty to try and get things back in their favour.
Staggered execution. Ticey ahead of the curve, needed to catch Echo there. The boss on the A site guards the door, stops anyone getting past, but has left B vacant in the presence. The rest of ULF scarpering to set up their teammate have completely opened up the whole left-hand side, and that's where Dynasty can move themselves into their own post plant. And with Creamy having the ult as well here, it is tailored to their success. Ooh.
The other aspect to this, with the spike going down, is that once again, you have Tag looking to play upset through mid.
It's an interesting plant. The spike is right on the edge of the fumes, so see how that ends up panning out, and if they can catch visual on it. First tap coming in, Creamy pushed back by the breach ult as Fabian clamps down through Garage. It's SOP to send it home. ULF will have 3 at long last, and all of a sudden that lead from Dynasty seems a lot less intimidating.
I mean, if they can start to get into it, if they can get the next 2 rounds 7-5, would be a much more respectable scoreline than what looked to be foretold. The time that we've spent waiting for the game to come back could have maybe made the hands of Dynasty that little bit colder, not hitting the shots they normally would have before the break.
Hey, look, I know that the official last day of summer was only a week ago, but don't know if we've gotten into the hand warmer territory. Maybe. Actually, to be fair, we usually do. Regardless, SOP's op, if left unchecked, could be a serious issue. And Ordaz, even with the ADS, finding 2 kills, untraded. Dynasty forcing the issue into B. Cairo, they just jump straight back in the saddle, go for a very similar play, and it's the same result.
Yeah, they are definitely aware of what needs to be done. And Neki with a lovely spray down, something we saw on Bind, able to control. And this is, I feel as if I'm having a deja vu. We've been here before, 7-4, and Dynasty time out just before the end of the half to try and get an 8-4 half.
Yeah, and honestly, right now, this stage in the game, you feel like they need it. The defensive win rate for this team is the sad part, right? The worrying part for Dynasty. They only had 6 rounds against Mandatory there. They were able to pick up 3 from 6, about 50%, but their overall win rate from this year sits below 40. So is that just a case of the map having a natural bias or not? I think with this composition, with double controller, you probably need a little bit more, honestly, especially with how modern Valorant looks and, you know, the theory that most teams will have on this map. That one more round, it is a necessity in my eyes.
I would agree, 100%. Look at the defensive buy. Double loading with an op. And it seems as if the C side is going to be left completely vacant by ULF.
Yeah, playing for the full retake here. It's the one area of the map, though, where Dynasty did find that instant success with their quick execs. And they're going to be planting themselves on site. Is ULF setting up for this set retake? How good does it look?
Seems to be pretty decent. They're already out back side.
Back side. Hello, Tyson.
Yeah, they're very quick. But so Dynasty, quick to respond, quick to get this one over the line. That one round that they need to make this a good half looks to already be in their hands. It's theirs to let go in a 2 versus 5. Sop does have an overdrive to go and use if he's needed it.
Yeah, and he's going to have to here, as it is the final round of the half, of course. 2 versus 4, but all eyes trained on Spawn.
Now, Sop straight out, gets Waddle, not Echo does instead, and it seems to be just a distraction for the Cypher. It will have to be an ace clutch, but the spike already looking to be halved. Echo has a chance here. Both players trying to get onto the last remaining player. They'll find him, and it will be that 8-4 half.
Yeah, it's a baseline here as far as Dynasty are concerned. Very nicely played final round, inviting the pressure, sniffing out the set retake, and beating all for their own game plan. One which so far has the Spanish reps in front, but can they stay there? That's what we're here to find out very soon.
And
after the switch and an extended break, you find us back on Haven with Dynasty 8 rounds up to the 4, which ULF currently have. And quite a lot relying on this second pistol round. If history is anything to go by, Dynasty leading in that metric by just the 1 right now. ULF have an opportunity to bring it back equal and keep themselves in this. They've grown into games a lot of the time, and we need to see that from them here, or it's the lower bracket final which faces them tomorrow.
That's it. Seems to be a quick start from Sup as he makes his way through and towards Garage. But look at Dynasty. So many players ready to respond, and they'll clear out Garage without any problem.
Famzy investing the stun as well, so big tool lost on this pistol round with limited utility and Tag's attention caught.
Oh, and Tag, he's responded to this! 3 big picks and make it 4 from Ticey with a spike down and every player found. Dynasty look to get this one wrapped up in quick time.
3 kills, 4 headshots, I'm pretty sure. Dinked the player which Ticey was able to pick up, finish the work which Tag started. So clean. Put under a microscope, ULF falling away. A force buy on the cards, and a necessary one, I think, at this stage in the game. Well, I don't know, to be honest. Sure, it's their attack side. You don't want Dynasty to build here early. I think they might just be trying to catch them off guard, because it's not like they've gone for a quick hit. They're contacting up middle, behind the Viper wall.
Gotta go.
I feel as if this is a desperation play. Hazard Sup straight in with the stinger, and Ticey there to support, gets the trade out, keeps the advantage, and Dynasty playing off one another are doing so well. It could be over right here, right now, just with the way that things are going, but not if Fabian has anything to do with it. Sees where Waddle is and needs some control. Both players dancing round the pillar. Fabian rescuing a Guardian and escaping to the C site.
Drops into Garage though, that keeps Waddle interested. Gonna re-clear this space himself so confidently in another clutch.
And he's won it, as you'd expect. A player who has been undeniably the best so far will reach double digits for Dynasty and also destroy the buy of ULF.
It's the 3rd clutch we've seen him win so far this game. Maybe more I haven't counted for, but ULF in the meantime have sent their own chances up in smoke. This Force investing all of the money. They're going to have to take an eco on the next before they can find themselves a rifle buy. Dynasty pushed down to the last of their weapons themselves, and actually it's a rogue rifle in the hands of Echo that wants to be the difference maker here. But as you say, screaming of desperation.
Oh, some shot there from Sup. Just a Marshall in hand. Well, the players look to go on, descend upon the A site. Famzy deep in a corner. Does get cleared out by the drone though. And quick utility does grab Famzy in the end. And ULF out of nowhere have completely won this round.
Yeah, absolutely run over, but past that first pick, the utility is perfect. Drone in the corner, stun to the side, forces Famzy out from a position which you're expecting him to anchor the site from if left uncleared. And there you go, 5 on the board for ULF. Still a bit of a gulf between the two teams, but it was so important for them to find something in the next couple, and they've done it ahead of schedule.
Yeah, it's crazy to respond like that. Dynasty though respecting this and not going for what ULF were doing in terms of forcing round on round. It seems as if we all get an equal round finally. one which ULF should convert.
Yeah, Dynasty just with the Marshall this time. There's no extra rifle, no special purchase for them. Sop's got an Outlaw looking to punish, but his hands are busy reloading in the corner and creates a lot of pressure which Dynasty get value from. Repurposing that weapon for themselves. Creamy Dreamy has it, but it's got no bullets, so he walks out with a classic and finds himself caught by Neki.
Yeah, Famsy's tried to be a bit too cheeky there. Oh, tag? Did have a timing there. In fact, does get a timing. And gets a rifle in hand with Dicey on the Outlaw. I'm not saying that this is totally out of the realms of possibility, but surely not, right?
Player standing.
Not now. Not now that Tag's gone down. Dicey has 2 players within striking distance. Echo the exception to the rule at 150 HP. The player in the best position to reclaim this scoped rifle from him. Just the 4 between the two. We saw a comeback attempt from Dynasty on the previous map, and that one didn't quite work out, but they got pretty damn close. Similar situation here. It's just going to take one for that dynamic to shift again, for Dynasty to find their footing on this defense a second time.
Could happen, and the next round is a bye, and Dynasty still looking to fight on the front foot here. 3 players found, all in, and a little bit of a damage to the overall economy, but not enough to upset ULF's bye in future rounds.
No. So, it's the economy cycle that they've been put into now. Good buy, followed by bad buy, should they continue this trend of losses. Lockdown in play for Tag. And in terms of the setup, you can see that the C site is well held. You've got this Viper screen to go up if they chose to invest it on A. It's Famsy that finds the opening kill though. And with Neki dropped, that's all of your premiums on clearing utility lost in the click of a finger.
Yeah, and the Hunter's Fury denied the potential for it anyway, at least as Sup sends it forward.
Yeah.
Creamy Dreamy denies it, and it's been pretty much straightforward these past couple of, well, all 3 fights it's been had.
Yeah, and it's a great setup from Desire as well. Creamy Dreamy knows that he's got just a little bit of time to arm the snakebite off the contact of the alarm bot, or in this case, the cage. So Sop comes flying in, taking double damage through the decay. And the vulnerability, of course, so just not a possibility. And now, even if Dynasty wanted to, they could invest the lockdown just to confirm this. A-site retake, you're up against the Omen and the Breach. Got to think about the util they have to counter, but shouldn't see any reason why they need to.
I mean, if it maybe gets a little bit more worrying, that's when we'll see it. Utility traded overall. Odaz and Fabian looking to hold on to things, but it's not going to happen here, not against 4. Not when you can be overwhelmed like that. Dynasty will find their 11th, and also on top of that, get some key ultimates online. Waddle one away, Tag already got his, as already mentioned. Yeah. And it's all about the impact that they'll find in future rounds.
Yeah, being able to hold on to that one is huge. Tag was thinking about it, you could see on the X-ray he had the ult in his hands, but big win for them not to invest it. The recon dart from Waddle, more than anything, kind of just drags the attention away, makes it so difficult. Seen him using the same set util every time. It's standard by the book, but it works. Dynasty running a composition which we've seen popularized from sort of like the end of 2024 coming into 2025.
Yeah.
I would say it's kind of like the next iteration of what ULF are playing with, which was the standard for a lot of last year, I think. Away from the typical double initiator with the Jet, the original Haven composition.
There's a lot of pings going out from ULF on this A site.
It's like, clear this corner, this corner, this corner, this corner. Someone's not happy.
Yeah, frustration getting the best of someone. And you can understand why, right? This is an important match for grabbing that top seed away from BBL Pacific. Everyone needs to remember that.
You look at the point standings. These two teams having already secured 7. The grand final at the least 9, so an extra 2 points. That and then some on the line. Famzy not caught by the ult in the end, actually. Thought he'd been tagged there, but he isn't. It's Sop first out on site. I think he was the one in the firing line. Echo not too far behind. It needs the entry pick here. Doesn't get it traded out.
Yeah, there is Spike still to make its way on, though.
And as it heads in, Famzy is in position. Phantom in his clutches. Neki asked of exactly that and can't pull it out the bag. Dynasty with 12, twice the rounds that ULF hold on to, and showing twice the character on Haven.
It's not just that, it's what it means in terms of everything else. Ultimates invested, not finding the value. Everything pushed to the middle of the field in terms of a buy, not finding the value. And how many rounds could we say that about ULF? That's the problem, and it's come through once again. Basically a half buy. Luckily enough, not too many pieces of utility missing, but perhaps key. They might come through in key moments. And towards the sights up goes, but he can't find what he's looking for.
And tag from this corner, a position of power again. All coming in to support. It's Creamy Dreamy and Garage instead. Down to the last 2 players. Make that only Neki. Dynasty set up for a stage 3 grand final again after success in Spain. They stand at the top of the pile for now. On the other side for ULF, you have to say it just felt like the quality slipped away at the final moment when they needed it.
Yeah, it really did, and that's what we were looking for, right? ULF to come and prove to us why they were going to be one of the future teams for Turkey, but BBL Pacific still stand tall. We still regard them as the top team after performances today. They needed to grab a title if that was going to be the case, but Dynasty have really surprised me this tournament.
Yeah, that they have, and I have to say as well, now thinking about the standings and everything else as well, sure, we had 2 teams, 2 of our best, cannibalized by the group of death, leaving a Final 4 which would have piqued the interest of many in playoffs. Not perhaps what we expected coming in, but delivering in the big games. The moments where it matters for them, that's what we've got from Dynasty. They will be the first of our grand finalists. And for ULF, now they've got to go ahead and face up against a mandatory team which made it out of that very group of death. Whether they're up to the task or not in the best of 5s is a different story entirely, and one which we hope to tell in the following days. But for now, that's all from myself and Cairo. We'll be heading back to the analyst desk to see what they've made of the final series of this evening.
Thank you very much, Hazza and Cairo. Great work today. You really, you've earned your break after that one. Long day, lots of tech pauses, but wonderful from Dynasty. And you said yourself, MP, the other day that you thought these were the favourites to go on and win the tournament. Well, they're the first team to get into the grand finals.
Yeah, what a performance from Dynasty. I think there was some doubt after Bind. Is this gonna be the team to beat ULF? Is ULF gonna go all the way through, make a statement here again in Haven and just absolutely take that over? But no, Dynasty, they're looking to make their mark with this roster and make their name ring true. Sure, you don't build a Dynasty in under a year, but the building blocks, I do think they are there already with this roster, with the new iteration of the roster that we see here. Veto, what a performance. I think the last time they played here as well, Veto performed incredibly against mandatory. Many entries, I think it was 4 or something like that, and almost similar stats. On the other side of ULF, I think Echo, Neki, both were incredible in this map and the previous map of Bind, but in the end, it's Dynasty to take it all and go all the way to grand finals here.
Yeah, I think as Cairo said a couple of maps ago, the Italian team representing Spain with 3 North players it manages to take that series away. And yeah, I think they are in a really good place moving into the grand finals. Obviously, it's a completely different game when we get there. It's a best of 5. We'll have to get their thoughts on map pool in a little bit. But I mean, it's a great performance nonetheless. And for all V-Sports, they'll at least get their wish playing against Mandatory in the lower bracket. They've been wanting to do that for a little while now. So, you know, the team that knocked out the team that's been a thorn in their side for a whole year at this point, you know, of always being second fiddle to BCF over the course of the year. So I mean, it swings and roundabouts for these guys, but they will have another chance to get into that grand finals. Obviously, they're going to have a best of 5 as well against Mandatory in the lower bracket finals. Another chance to get into the grand finals themselves, but again, very different game. I do think, however, that ULF's map pool is quite good.
Yeah, but definitely not an easy team to face against in a best of 5. I think Mandatory actually one of the hardest teams to face against. I think it was Haza already highlighting Mad C right there in terms of that coaching experience behind the Mandatory roster. I do think Enzo is one of the key parts there as well. But for ULF, I do think they have chances. They have a very, I would say, enthusiastic. Okay, that was something else. Roster, really young roster, like Haza highlighted. Yeah. I do think they have the energy to play a best of 5 again after many days of playing in a row. But it wasn't just quite enough today. Dynasty were on top of their game.
Maybe we'll get some thoughts on that now, because we have an interview for you with Affinity and Ticey.
Thank you so much. And Ticey, we have indeed. Now, I've got to ask you, coming into this series. Ooh, I think we might have lost connection. Oh, we might not have Ticey for an interview. We'll see if we can get him back, potentially. I know there's a lot of questions we've got to ask about map pools, and I'm a bit curious. I'm imagining everyone probably very tired after such a crazy series. It seems like the last games of the night have been in succession have been quite difficult, but unfortunately I don't think we are going to get Ticey on the desk. Who knows, maybe they win that grand final. We finally might get a chance to speak to him. However, I will let the desk wrap us up for today.
It seems like internet issues have plagued us over the course of this week so far, and it will not change. That's such a shame. I would have loved to have heard Ticey's thoughts, but oh well, at the very least we get the win from Dynasty, and we will get to see them on grand finals day, not tomorrow but the day afterwards is when we're going to see them next. They'll get their chance obviously to secure first seed into Ascension. That is the grand prize for this tournament. Now that everybody is locked into Ascension, it really is a seeding tournament, and obviously first place, automatic first seed into Ascension, no matter how many points you have, is a big boon.
Yeah, absolutely. That could mean that you dodge teams like BBL Pacific or someone else. We don't quite know yet for sure, but I do think that first seed is gonna matter quite a lot, especially when 2 people go through the groups. So if you get that first seed, you most likely gonna get the easier group in terms of these teams, most likely gonna get through the group and get to the finals to prove yourself and maybe get into the VCT EMEA 2026. But I'm getting way far ahead of myself. It's just Challengers grand final coming up in 2 days, but tomorrow it's gonna be ULF versus Mandatory. I think this is gonna be such an interesting game, like we highlighted already. The map pool, that's gonna be really important in a best of 5. If you cannot win your own map, that is gonna be even harder for yourself. But for ULF, I think the good thing is that they found some comfort in bind at least today. So their map pool should be fairly good here. Vlad, like I've said multiple times already, kind of highlighted that they might have something cooking in terms of their map pool. Could be Abyss finally. Could we please see that map?
I mean, yeah, it has been insane that nobody has wanted... well, it's not insane. I understand why nobody wants to play it. I get it. You haven't had time to scrim it or anything like that. Come up with your strat books. It's been gone for a little while. But yeah, it would be nice to see a bit of Abyss. Obviously, more likely with a best of 5. You only do get those a few bans going through. But either way, that's been it for us today. We're done with our best of threes. We're moving on to best of fives tomorrow. Just one game for you tomorrow, and then the grand finals on Tuesday. So join us at the same time tomorrow for more Valorant action. It's been a banger so far. We have not had a single series not go its full distance, and maybe I'm cursing it on that one for tomorrow. But it has been wonderful taking you through this one, and I'm sure MP you have enjoyed your time here as well. Do I have to say goodbye to you tomorrow for a little bit?
For a little bit, for one day, but I'll be back in grand finals.
Oh well, I'll still be here tomorrow, so I hope you guys join me tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Goodbye, good night.
Hmm.